Thank you. My hands are. Wow. Hi. Good morning. I'm very excited about this. This is fun. We're gonna play book 2 for Kyrandia. This is my first time. So I played. So my history of this series is I played Legend of Kyrandia, book 1, as a kid. Let me bring up this. So I've got my manuals and materials here for book 2. This scan of this box art is so big. It's so high res. Look at the detail. It's incredible. Oh, oh wow. What are we looking for here? Wow, you could just see the print quality. Incredible. This art's good. I like this art here. Anyway, so yes, I played Legend of Kyrandia book 1 on the Macintosh. Welcome in, Noda. Good morning to you. Yeah, I played this on the Macintosh CD-ROM back in my childhood, back in the early 90s, and we just replayed that. And then later on in 94, this came out to no fanfare. Oh, goodbye. Goodbye, Noda. Oh, thanks for stopping by. Um, but yeah, no, I played it. This came out in 94 and it did not come out for Mac. My sister like pirated it or something, but I didn't have access to it, so I didn't play it. And that's the end of that story. I played book 3 later on in the day, but I did not ever play book 2. So this should be interesting. While I was researching this, yeah, I found this original box art, which is great. And then I saw like stuff like this where it's like, here's the CD, it's the same art, right? But then I like found versions of the game that had like this artwork. And then this is the manual's artwork. This is the only manual I could find. I couldn't find a manual that had this artwork on it, which was interesting. I went on Wikipedia and I found booklets that had the front artwork on it from like an older previous run. And what's also interesting about that is that I found like other versions of the manual that I found found this, which this is artwork later on in some attempt to remarket the game or something, I assume. Like, look at these sick tarot cards. Um, and like both of these manuals have the same text, but like what? Hang on. So like we go back to this. This is how they chose to do this one here, and it's pretty well. Like this is decent. This is good. This is fine. And then and I don't know what happened here. Graphic design is my passion. Like, and they like cut out the same art from the previous manual and stuck it in here. I do believe that this is a real actual relic from the day, but like from a later print of the game, I guess. Wild. It's like, yeah, they took this thing, this bottle, and they just destroyed it. They massacred it. It's wild. So anyway, this is a whole description about alchemy and its importance to Kyrandia, which I assume we're going to find out why that's the case in the game itself. So I don't feel too obligated to read all this. Although I suppose that would be fun, maybe. Kind of. I need my. I see what I've done. Okay, yeah, there we go. Zoom out a little bit. Well, same phone number from before. We could still call this phone number if we wanted to for help, if necessary. But yeah, it's the same text in both of these manuals, so maybe we'll pick this one. Spoilers for some of this cool scenes we're going to see. And then also, I can get rid of that, right? And then I got this. I can take notes in Paint.js. Isn't that cool? In case I want to like scribble anything about Brian and Brandon and how much I don't like him. But there we go. Let's get in there. So this is, yes, Legend of Kyrandia, The Hand of Fate, actually, is a subtitle, even though it says Book 2 on the outside. Okay, here's hoping we get audio right away, because we're getting a cold open. Ah! No! Alright. Sorry. I guess I skipped the cutscene. Hang on. Jump scare. I think I clicked somewhere or something. Let's see. There we go. Oh, start new game, introduction, introduction. Oh, okay. This opened cold multiple times.
Kyrandia is disappearing. Rock by rock and tree by tree.
Oh, classic scene.
Kyrandia ceases to exist. The royal mystics are baffled. Every reference has been consulted. Even Marco and his new valet have been allowed into the conference.
Okay.
Luckily,
Marco.
the Hand was experienced in these matters, and finally a plan was approved that required a magic anchor stone to be retrieved from the center of the world. Xanthia, youngest of the Kyrandian mystics,
Oh, wow.
has been selected to retrieve the stone.
Oh. This is the plot of the core?
Hurry up, Fawn. This should be enough blueberries to open a portal to the center of the world. If they think I'm going to walk all the way down there, they're nuts. Hey, all my equipment has been stolen.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. Start new game. Start new game. Oh, wow, yeah. Very similar to the original scene. But the cauldron is in fact gone.
Why would some thief steal my equipment?
Ooh, nice animations.
I can't even make potions.
Oh, she's gonna talk when she's idle.
Without a cauldron and spell book.
What?
Why does this always happen to me? Can't those other mystics ever do anything by themselves? Why would some thief steal my equipment?
Oh, I like the
I
fawn
can't even make
mimicking
potions.
her. That's funny.
Without a cauldron and spell book.
That's good. It's a good bit.
I suppose I should get going soon. Why would some thief steal my
Yeah,
equipment?
that's funny.
I can't even make potions. Without a cauldron and spell book. Now who would break my Christmas ornaments? You stay here, Fawn.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't mess with my stuff while I'm gone.
Who, me?
At least this wasn't stolen.
Alright.
Senseless! Mosquito repellent.
Okay.
Looks like my 7 years bad luck has already started. Why does this always happen to me? Can't those other mystics ever do anything by themselves?
No, I want the blueberries. Get over yourself.
Who could be mad at me? Why would someone do this?
Why would someone do this? Hang on. There we go.
Oh, my glassware.
Oh, my glassware. Oh, that's weird. Oh, it's because you're trying to leave the screen. I see. Very similar interface to the previous game. What was this? Oh my gosh. The size of my inventory. Are you kidding me? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Wow. Animating
Those embers are still hot. Those embers are still hot. Too bad this isn't a magic carpet. I'd better change before I leave.
Yeah?
Yuck. This won't do.
Why?
Much better.
Okay. Oh, let's die to the frog. In fact, let's save. Is this game still going to be like that, or did the game hate Brandon more? Let's find out. Oh, this is it? This is it? This is the track? Mm-hmm.
Wish me luck, Vaughn.
Oh no, she talks when you just sit there. Nice.
Watch it, slime ball. I don't have time to mess with you today.
Ah.
Sometimes I have to be strict.
Good.
Here goes nothing.
I'm just curious if I'm gonna miss something in these early screens. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
That's what I said. Yeah, way more confident. I mean, that frog lived outside her house. You'd think she'd have some way to deal
I
with it.
refuse to pick wildflowers unless I really need them. I might need this.
You might.
Ugh. I guess it doesn't like my perfume today. I really should clear this weed patch someday. It does keep the squirrels down, though. I guess it's not hungry for that. I guess it's not hungry for that.
Does it love blueberries?
I guess it's not hungry for that. There's already something in there.
You don't say.
Hey, my old spell book from magician school.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Chill out.
Hey!
What? Oh,
Who ripped out all
wow.
the pages?
Alright. Sandwich spell. Great. Thornton's Potion Primer. This is not a spell, this is a recipe. Mix ingredients in cauldron, fills 2 flasks. Oh, okay. I see. I guess that does constitute a spell if you don't have to put the sandwich together yourself. That is a very wizard thing. Wait, there's a lot of other things on this street? This was a street? Funny. Can I solve this tic-tac-toe? Okay. Shoes flying. Hot air. Okay. Skeptic spell. Rabbit foot, sweet and sour sauce. Gotta go to Taco Bell. Blizzard tears. Oh wow. Okay, so this is all real, I assume. This is all relevant. Oh, we're missing a page, obviously. Swamp snake poison to scare bears. toadstool, onion. Cute.
Oh, great. These kitty potions are going to be a big help. Where's the teddy bear potion? That would be useful.
They might actually be.
Where is that fairy? I thought it was right about here. Big Pinky Pants.
What? Big pinky pants?
Pinky Pants, my favorite.
Pinky pants. I guess I see it. Oh wow. Hello.
At last. I thought I'd never get here. Howdy, Bruce. When does the barge leave? I have to get to Morning Mist.
We leave as soon as you pay your fare.
Uh-oh.
Hey, I've been robbed.
Sandwich?
I don't have any money right now.
You're the alchemist. Make some gold.
Yeah, so the manual talked about how important gold making was to the history of alchemy in the kingdom until...
Maybe I could hijack the ferry.
Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna still idle.
Kyrandia could use an assignment.
Then I did read. Now he wants some gold.
Well, did you make some gold?
Okay.
I'll find some somewhere.
Is that in here? I assume no, because that was kind of an important thing. Costume spell. Snow, musk, feather, sugar. Do blueberries count as sugar? Oh, we go this way. Back to it.
Gorgeous mountains.
Gorgeous mountains.
Gorgeous mountains.
Gorgeous mountains.
Catch anything yet?
Not yet.
This is the music I hear start when I talk to people.
Do you guys have any gold?
No.
I need some gold.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Do you guys have any gold?
No.
So what's funny is that actually Christmas Lemmings came out the same year, so that was a kind of relevant thing. 94 also. Oh, yeah. No, so Subtitles is on here. Sorry, I forgot to do that. Oh, is it not? Oh, I guess it would be in ScummVM. Yeah, I could go do that real quick. It's weird to me it's not on by default, because I kind of remember it being a thing. Let's just see. Oh. Cool. Anyway. Save load error. We got there. We did it. Let me quit playing. I'll be right back. Do the game. But yeah, I would like to have the text on the subtitles. Okay. Game options. Both. Both or singular. Cool. I've lost it to 0%. Well, I have to go listen to some. Well, I could go skip it, I guess. I had to pick up some stuff. I had to pick up a toadstool.
Uh-oh. I might
Uh-oh.
need this.
Over there.
Ugh. Hey, my old spell book from Magician's
Get to see this animation again.
Hey! Who ripped out all the pages?
Oh, frog.
Where is that fairy?
I didn't see
thought it was
frog.
right about here.
Oh.
Ooh, I love these.
Alright. We missed an onion before. There was an onion called for in that spell book.
At last. I thought I'd never get here. Howdy, Bruce. When does the barge leave? I have to get to Morning Mist.
We leave as soon as you pay your fare.
Oh, got the yellow text.
Hey, I've been robbed. I don't have any money right now.
You're the alchemist. Make some gold.
Kyrandia could use a new sign maker.
I mean, it clearly says fairy. I think it's fine.
Thanks for the snack.
No, my onion!
We didn't have time to pack a lunch.
Why would you eat my onion? You want a toastal?
Thanks for the snack.
These men will just
We
eat
didn't have
anything
time
I hand
to pack
them.
a lunch.
I can make them a sandwich.
Thanks for the snack.
We didn't have time to pack a lunch.
Certainly hoping the first thing I don't do in the game where you play as the girl is make a sandwich.
What a bizarre affliction. Kyrandia is disappearing right before my eyes.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Xanthia!
Yeah?
Hi, Xanthia. Wait until you see my new rope trick. I'm getting to be quite a good magician.
I'm sure the kids at your next birthday party will be very impressed.
Got him.
Oh, Xanthia, you're just jealous because I have my new assistant to help me.
Yeah, Marco, that's great.
Oh, it's Marco.
Where is your hand anyway?
What?
Oh, he's around here somewhere. He seems to really enjoy hiking in the swamp. Here he is. Hello, Mr. Hand. Are you enjoying your hike?
I'd love to stay and chat. But someone has stolen my equipment. I have to walk down to the center of the world to get one of those anchor stones.
What? Who would do such a thing?
I don't know or care, but I'm too busy to stand around here doing nothing.
Are you gonna eat my onion? I'd say.
Can we help?
Do you have any gold?
Nope. Sorry. Please let us help you.
I'll get it done myself. Thank you, though.
Can we help?
Do you have any gold?
Nope. Sorry.
Nope, sorry. Oh. Oh no. Okay. That Simon Says? Yeah. Alright. Well, this seems like a thing I'm just supposed to do. But why, I don't know. Okay. That's weird. It does a different thing when I hit it the second time. These are the beats. Hi, doggy. Oh, I'm gonna... What? Hang on. Something happened. It is Simon Says. Yay!
Cute tune, but inaccessible to the masses.
Yeah, I didn't understand what it was trying to, like, convey to me. For one thing, I didn't know it was Simon Says yet, so... Wait, was that... Did I not get anything for this? Was this just for fun? No, that's okay, game. Nope, they're gone. Oh, who is? Oh, mice person. A fellow mouse.
Looks yummy.
I didn't know the mice people started in this game. They're in book 3. I guess there's cat people and then you turn them into mice.
Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that! For a minute I thought my tail was a snake.
Save again, because, I don't know, I feel like I'm making some progress.
Where do you think you're going?
Move over, cheese breath.
Rude.
I don't have time for this.
You're not getting past me, sister.
You're just not getting past me. Just no, you need a sandwich? Scare bears. Onion, smell of eggs. He did say he was a scaredy. Toadstool, lizard's tears. Kind of close to that.
Great. These kitty potions are going to be a big help. Where's the teddy bear potion? That would be useful. Do I smell cheese, or is that you?
I didn't notice it until you got here.
Gotta. Hello, Higa. How you doing?
Beat it, Blondie.
Oh.
What's in the cave?
None of your business.
Stuff and things.
I wouldn't drink that.
What? Okay, here. What? I need... I need that.
I wouldn't drink that.
Well, don't. Oh, it's over there. Oh, I'm sorry. It's right there. I thought it went in the drink.
What are you? Where do you think
We've
you're
been
going?
through this conversation.
Move over, cheese breath. I don't have time for this.
You're not getting past me, sister.
Okay. You want blueberries?
If it's not cheese, I don't want it.
Oh, okay. So all the cheese and salts were valid. You do want cheese? Oh, the music just completely died. Alright, can I make cheese? can I reverse a sandwich spell by taking a sandwich apart? First, I need the entire sandwich.
Oh, great. These kitty
Yeah,
potions.
wait.
Where's the teddy bear potion? That would be useful.
What happened to Magician Boy? Like, can we help? Like, do you have gold? No. And then they're gone. They're out of here. Great.
Catch anything yet?
Not yet.
Gorgeous mountains.
Vicious mountains. Double time. Alright, so we need cheese or gold.
This doesn't seem fair. I'm on official business.
Now let's read the book more intensely. So we've got a sandwich spell, flying, costume spell to look like a abominable snowman, and this thing, which we would need windy wolf, which is not a thing. I don't know what a windy wolf is. And this needs a cauldron, this needs a cauldron. These all need a cauldron, which we don't have.
Maybe I could hijack the ferry.
Yeah, do it.
Did he get this tub from the Vikings?
Damn. The insults.
Big pinky pants.
Big pinky pants. Cheese.
Well, well, well.
Oh,
Marco, what happened to you?
Marco.
What? I like doing this. I've come to help you.
Oh. Okay.
Are you having fun, Marco?
Very funny, Xanthia. I came to help you out.
Thanks, but no thanks.
You left me like 3 screens ago.
Please, Xanthia, let me help you.
This voice.
Hey, let him down. It's already got its mouth full. It's already got its mouth
Yeah,
full.
it's like smell an onion, you know? What calls for onion? Well, again, we don't have a cauldron, so maybe we just have to keep on exploring until stuff like this happens.
Aren't you gone yet? Aren't you gone yet? Hurry up!
Hurry
Are
up!
you gonna hang around here forever?
What are you, Toad?
Hurry up!
The thief didn't mess with your things. Senseless. Mosquito repellent.
Oh, this is now burnt out.
The
Okay.
embers have cooled down.
Get a thing of embers? I guess we're like looking for the cauldron. Oh, heck you. Right Unite, that'd be fantastic. We do need cheese right now. There is a rat that wants cheese. And I do not have cheese. I just have this idiot. Who is like, I don't know.
Are you having fun, Marco?
Very funny, Xanthia. I came to help you out.
Thanks, but no thanks.
You just take his shoes
Hey,
off.
let him down. The stump is empty, hidden safely away. Look what I found, hidden safely away.
Yeah?
Look what I found.
Incredible. Who knew it was in there? We get this sick track, and then we talk to any of these stereotypical idiots, then we get goofy music. Because we're surrounded by fools.
Well, did you make some gold?
I'll find some somewhere.
Okay, so I assume this is like the last thing I need to do is make gold. But cheese is not necessarily my goal, it's just getting past the rat guy. And that guy's stuck in a plant's mouth. Maybe there's some more stuff I haven't clicked. Did this really not help me to Simon Says game? Maybe you have to do it again? Yeah, see, the thing that's happening here that's weird is it started over, but like I don't know what it wants from the beginning of this, because if I hit this... Oh, I see. That's why it's confusing, because like I hit it, and then it does the sound twice, but like it's telling me to do it, or it repeats it. It's the one time I hit it, and then the second time is just it's starting the next part of the puzzle. Welcome back, Anthony. We're doing this again, because I don't know.
Cute tune, but inaccessible to the masses.
What is that joke?
Creepy roots. Creepy roots. Creepy roots.
Creepy roots. Because it repeats instantly. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A single note, and it's like, it's a little wonky, you're right. Usually you start Simon Says with like, what, 2 notes?
I'm ready for my nap.
I'm ready for my nap. Maybe there's something in here I missed. I guess like if we don't pick him up. No, there's no getting past him at all.
I wouldn't drink that.
Well, no one suggested it. Okay?
I wouldn't drink that.
What do you want?
Do I smell cheese? Or is that you?
I didn't notice it until you got here.
Maybe it's you who smells like cheese.
Beat it, Blondie.
Welcome in,
What's in the
Suzu.
cave?
None of your business.
I'll just keep talking, see if anything comes up.
Move aside, mister. I'm in a hurry.
Not likely.
Please.
You know, you're quite attractive when you're angry.
Oh,
Last chance, or I'll...
You're what?
Please.
You know, you're quite attractive when you're angry.
can I just nuclear? Like, can I just? I don't like this person. Okay. Well, we're surrounded by bookends. Just a bunch of idiots. Do you have rat blat? Yeah, let me see. Destroy rat. I mean, I assume we're trying to make a scare thing for him, but we don't have a cauldron yet. Yeah, motherfucker. Out there. This is definitely early 90s. We made a woman the protagonist, so all the jokes are going to be about that. Like, for good and for bad. Like, okay, kind of progressive, good for you, but then also... like, I'm the male guy and I'm an idiot.
Are you having fun, Marco?
Very funny, Xanthia. I
like this
came
guy's-
to help you out.
This voice this guy's doing is
But
wild.
no thanks.
Hello, Xanthia. I suck ass. Real bad. And I will be here to be nothing but a foil for the entire adventure. Please enjoy my complete buffoonery. Oh, the frog's back, in case we want to do that again. Oh, we never did this in this save.
Watch it, slime ball. I don't have time to mess with you today. Sometimes I have to be strict.
Yeah, so what you don't know, Suzu, is that you get eaten by that when you're Brandon in the first game. It's just a quick death.
Swamp mud makes beautiful tiles.
Mm-hmm.
Swamp mud makes beautiful tiles.
Living in the swamp is the dream.
Aren't you gone yet?
Okay, I like that the fawn is just sort of like moving around in here. Let's see. Doing different stuff.
Aren't you gone yet?
Okay, yeah, that's a good bit.
Do we have any rat poison around here?
Good, good. Yes.
Why would we? I like
Oh,
rats.
welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Howdy, howdy.
I think there's something in the cave, but the rat won't let me pass.
Good so far. We are stuck on the first set of puzzles.
Did you ask politely?
I've got to get past that rat. I think there's something in the cave, but the rat won't let me pass.
Did you ask politely?
No. I mean, yeah, actually, yes, we said please. Quite a lot.
Aren't you gone yet?
I think we've seen all the things that the fawn will be doing.
Aren't you gone yet?
I've got to get past that rat.
Oh no, is there somewhere we didn't walk? Okay, why are you back? We got 2 people in a boat who are fishing. And we've got somebody who wants gold. And we've got a rat that wants cheese, who's very rude. And we got this idiot.
I guess it won't eat that.
Yeah, make the other head eat
I guess
something.
it won't eat that. I guess it won't eat that. Hey, let him down.
I really feel like we could use a cauldron. Like maybe we need like an impromptu cauldron. Like we could just stick stuff in that stew in the cave. Try that. Gorgeous mountains.
Gorgeous mountains. Pookies, pookies,
Cookies?
pookies. Pookies, pookies,
Yeah.
pookies.
Why are all the flowers named like this? You're a real jokester of a botanist somewhere.
This jerk is really slowing me down.
I just walk over him. Like, did you just try pushing past? Like, this guy seems like a real idiot. Just like, is he gonna do a pull a knife on you?
What do you want?
Just no buzzer.
Last chance, or I'll...
You what?
I wouldn't drink that.
Sleep again while he's sleeping. It's like it's a puzzle game or something. Like I need to actually think about it. So he's scared of his own tail. Okay. So what?
I wish this rat would just leave.
Yeah, that would be nice. Let me see what else you say.
He's in my way.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I wish this rat would just leave.
You have to say rat like that?
He's in my way.
Okay. Yeah, I'll scare him with a toadstool.
What do you want?
You want this?
If it's not cheese, I don't want it.
Empty bottle?
If it's not cheese, I don't want it.
Okay. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I really don't. I like how the music just dies. Nothing going up there. But this is just a Simon Says thing for fun.
Creepy roots.
And it's got creepy roots. Can I bottle you? No, no, I don't. No, we're good. We're good. We don't want to play Simon Says. Thanks, Tree. Yeah, that screen exists.
No luck? Don't you fellows have jobs?
Get him.
Hush!
Nope.
Nice bobber.
We think so.
Hey, you know what? Nice bobber.
Nice bobber.
We think so.
Sturdy chain. Better than the boat.
I really can't click on everything about this,
Sturdy
huh?
chain.
Sturdy
Better than the boat.
chain.
You boys are here every time I walk past.
Nice bobber. Welcome in, Mooware.
Don't you fellows have jobs?
Hush!
Oh, they're... Oh, maybe they want a bottle.
That won't work as bait.
That won't work as bait. They're gonna eat everything else I have.
Thanks for the snack.
We didn't have time to pack a lunch.
You boys are here every time I walk past. Don't you fellows have jobs?
Fellows.
Hush!
Nice bobber. Gorgeous mountains. Nice bobber. Anyway, beats.
Hey, where's the gold?
You'll get it.
Oh, a worm in a swamp? It does...
Do you really need the gold?
I mean...
Do you really need a ride?
I mean, it would be nice if an NPC said, like, man, it would be nice if we had bait, and not, like, respond to a random thing with, that's not bait. Like, they didn't ask for bait. Like, it's okay to, like, go, like, tell a player what to do sometimes.
I wonder if the roots grow straight. I wonder if the roots grow straight.
Like, I don't know they need bait. They're just there. This guy needs to get out of a tree. That's kind of obvious. I mean, there's bugs to the tree, but they just play Simon Says. They don't seem interested in leaving or becoming bait. We can do this again.
Watch it. I don't have time to mess.
Get outta
Sometimes
here.
I have to be strict.
I mean, I don't think I've missed a thing to pick up.
Aren't you gone yet?
Bottle?
Swamp water.
Okay. That makes sense. Drink it.
Yuck.
Why? I didn't... I mean, I didn't tell you to. Delicious. Now I'm gonna offer swamp water to everybody. Oh, maybe this thing.
I guess it won't eat that.
No, but thanks. Thanks for the snack.
No, I'm a blueberry.
Swamp water.
Swamp water. Alright, well now I can try swamp water old things. Everybody will just eat my food. If I hand it to one of these guys, they're just gonna eat it. So is there anything in here about swamp water? Blizzard tears. I don't have any mustard. Hot air. Okay. Well, that would come out of that guy. That's for sure. Feather, leather. Sweet and sour sauce. Not that it's available to me. Snow. Okay.
Pinky pants, my favorite.
My favorite. Wow. No, my bottle.
Ugh.
Alright, well, we're going into an ad. Let me go ruminate on some of this. Do you want it? Do you want this?
I only deal in gold, sweetie.
God, and they're getting called Sweetie, too? They're gonna pull the whole book on me. Blondie.
But
No,
giving
of course.
me food or drinks won't get you a free ride. Thank you. But giving me food or drinks won't get you a free... Thank you. But giving me food or drinks
Right.
won't get you
See
a
you after
free
that.
ride.
Free
Thank
ride.
You. But giving me food or drinks won't get you a free ride.
Alright, well, I've been making notes here. Very important notes. Trying to think through what's going on.
Beautiful mountains over there.
Beautiful mountains. Yeah, welcome in, Capel. Yes, Brandon is the foremost on footwear. But this guy's barefoot, so I guess he's not a subscriber. Oh right, I fed that guy all my stuff. Load. Alright, so we got some swamp water also. And maybe we can have different kinds of liquids.
Swamp water.
Swamp water.
Are you having fun, Marco?
Very funny, Xanthia. I came to help you out.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Please, Xanthia, let me help you.
Like, what? What are you talking about? Like, I get the general bit, you know, like, oh, yeah, you're a lady, and I need to help you, so, like, but look at me, I'm in trouble, but, like, also, like, what are you talking about?
Hey, let him down.
Okay.
The stump is empty. Hidden safely away. Look what I found. Hey, let him down.
Alright, we got this, and I guess I need to think about this more. Windy Wolf, smell of eggs. Okay, sulfur. Onions, lizard tears. So, like, onion and toadstool I have. But, like, these are all cauldron stuff, so I feel like that's not useful
I wish
to
I
me
had
yet.
a cauldron.
Yeah. Oh wait, I hear a fly. Oh, that's just him. I'm like, oh, good bait. No, it's just this guy. Got fly, little fairy wings.
Hey, where's the gold?
You'll get it.
Will you drink this?
I only deal in gold, sweetie.
Sweetie.
Did he get this tub from the Vikings? Sturdy chain. Better than the boat. No luck?
No answer. They don't even want to talk about it. Well, I could drink swamp water until I get super sick. And that's a possibility.
Yuck. Swamp water. This jerk is really slowing me down.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm doing this, but
What do you want? If it's not cheese, I don't want it.
Last chance, or I'll...
You'll what?
Please.
You know, you're quite attractive when you're angry.
Last chance, or I...
You'll what?
ooh. Sorry about that. Huh. That's how it is. Stuck at the beginning. Haven't done a dang thing. Except for successfully play Simon Says. Well, at least this game hasn't changed from the first one, that's for sure. Is this something?
Pookies.
Cookies. Like, just a bunch of people who want things I don't have. And someone stole the cauldron, so like I'm not expecting to get that right away. Maybe I need to entice the frog.
Yuck. I wonder if the roots grow straight. Big pinky pants.
Big pinky pants. Do you say something on this screen?
Ugh. Creepy. Ugh. Creepy.
Do I want a frog?
I'm tired. I'm ready for my nap. I'm tired.
I'm tired. Hi.
Thanks for the snack.
Oh my gosh. Like, I have an inventory of a few things and everybody just eats it.
Aren't you gone yet?
Why would... Looks like my 7 years bad luck has already started. Mosquito repellent. Now who would break my Christmas ornament? The embers have cooled down. Mosquito repellent. Too bad this isn't a magic carpet. Oh, my glassware. Swamp water. I refuse to pick wildflowers unless I really need them.
Okay.
I refuse to pick wildflowers unless I really need them.
Okay.
I refuse to pick wildflowers unless I really need them. I guess it won't eat that. I guess it won't eat that. I wonder if the roots grow straight. I can't break this one.
What?
That's twisted.
Yeah.
Hey, the bark on this branch is still moving.
Oh. Okay. Well.
I already have one of these.
Okay. Oh, failed the game of click everything. Well, that looks like bait. And also maybe something that will scare a rat, potentially.
Try this as bait. It looks like a worm.
Nah. We don't use live bait.
But, what?
Try this as bait. It looks like a worm.
Nah. We don't use live bait.
Okay. Just a hint at that it might be able to scare the rat with it.
This jerk is really slowing me down.
What do you want? If it's not cheese, I don't want it.
Just put it next to him while he's sleeping, I guess. What my first plan was there, and then I thought maybe interacting was the right choice.
What do you want?
Last chance, or I'll...
You what?
Okay. Well, if it looks like a worm, maybe I can feed it to the plant. The other plant. We have a new thing. We can try it on everything. It is the adventure game way. You know, ideally, it comes to me why I would do a thing. But the sad truth is that you can kind of come up with a narrative reason why just about anything would work. This guy could love onions. And he'd be like, oh, I love onions. And then we're on our way.
I already have one of these.
Okay.
I guess it won't eat that.
No, but thanks.
Right, maybe I'm still missing more stuff. Though it did make sense that one screen I walked past would have something on it. It seems like almost every screen is giving me something. It's really just not gonna...
Hush! You'll scare away the fish. Hush, you'll scare away the fish.
Yuck.
That won't work as bait.
Swamp water.
We don't use live bait. And then they eat everything else I have. But this is like a tree branch. Like, what do
These
you
guys are idiots. Try this as bait. It looks like a worm.
Nah. We don't use live bait.
Man, that's a frustrating answer. It's like, no, this just doesn't count as good bait. We need bait that we want. Or do we even want bait? Like, is this even a problem that you have? What do I even get for this? A chain? A bobber? Like, how does that help me?
Pookies.
Cookies.
Pookies. Hey, the bark on this branch is still moving. Hey, the bark on this branch is still moving.
Alright, maybe put it on the ground next to the plant? I kind of think that sometimes the first puzzles in an adventure game, especially like when you haven't touched before, you know, is like almost the most difficult because you're just trying to like, what kind of puzzle solutions are you looking for? Like, what do you want from me exactly? I don't know yet. Huh? Huh?
It's already got its mouth full. It's already got its mouth full. It's already got its mouth full.
And I can't combine things because that's what the cauldron's for. Like, that's obvious. Mix in the cauldron. Mix. Cauldron. 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 Cauldron.
The stump is empty. Hidden safely away. Look what I found.
It can't fill the stump with water.
Aren't you gone yet? No thanks. I've got plenty of those. No thanks. I've got plenty of those. No thanks. I've got plenty of those. Yum, that was good. Yum, that was
There's not a
good.
single character who will not eat anything that's edible in my inventory if I give it to them.
Yum, that was good.
Which is kind of a funny bit, honestly. It kind of makes fun of Brandon. Because I assume she won't. Actually, that's a good question. I don't think I've used most of my items. Second. Let's try seeing what she thinks of all this stuff.
Ooh, crunchy blue.
Oh, she's gonna eat it too.
That didn't help my breath.
Why does everybody just eat everything? Huh? Huh?
Ew, I didn't like that.
Okay.
That didn't help my breath.
Huh.
Ew, I didn't like that.
Well, that did something. Well, let's feed a mushroom to idiots. dock. This is probably just for, like, convenience later, would be my guess, is that a boat's there and then it can take me back to my cauldron room or whatever. Yeah, here, eat this.
Thanks for the snack.
Ill effects?
I already have one of these.
I think I'll get my mushroom back.
I only deal in gold, sweetie.
Pookies.
Cookies.
Creepy roots. Creepy roots. I'm tired. I'm ready for my nap.
Ah,
I'm tired. I'm ready for my nap.
I have access to other liquids? It'd be nice if you could dump the swamp water back out and not just have to digest it to empty it. Oh, I left it in.
Yuck. Swamp water.
It looks a little bit better than swamp water there, but alright.
Did he get this tub from the Vikings? Did he get this tub from the Vikings? Kyrandia could use a new sign maker.
Hey, where's the gold?
You'll get it. Do you really need the gold?
Do you really need a ride?
I've got to get past that rat in the cave.
Try a mouse trap.
Do you really need the gold?
Do you really
I mean, that could be a
need
hint,
ride?
but I was trying. Yeah, I think I need to... Well, so I don't know that I can combine anything yet.
What do you want? If it's not cheese, I don't want it.
Please.
You know, you're quite attractive when you're angry.
Last chance, or I'll...
You're what?
I wouldn't drink that. I wouldn't drink that. Is it stalagmite or tight? Is it stalagmite or tight?
Oh, tight's in the ceiling. Because it's tight to the ceiling. Stalagmites on the floor. Explain that to the children.
Is it stalagmite or tight?
Onion? Oh, I can't drop anything here because there's already something there. Like, this is the trouble with, like, where I'm at this game. It's like, I legitimately don't know what kind of verbs
What do you
it's
want?
accounted for. Like, can I place stuff next to characters and they'll notice it? I don't know.
Please.
You know, you're quite attractive.
Last chance.
You're what? If it's not cheese, I don't want it. If it's not cheese, I don't. If it's not cheese, I don't want it.
Just in a deathly silence.
I wouldn't drink that. Is it stalagmite or tight? I wish this rat would just leave. He's in my way.
She'll say something different when he's asleep.
I wish this rat would just leave. He's in my way. I wish this rat would just leave.
Don't use live bait. We have a bobber. Bobber is not live bait, so they're already good. They don't need bait. Like, so they want a lure? I need to make them a lure. But like, what is more a lure than like a quivering branch?
Hey, the bark on this branch is still moving.
Thanks for the snack.
We didn't have time to pack a lunch.
Try this as bait. It looks like a worm.
Nah. We don't use live bait.
Nice bobber.
We think so.
No luck? Don't you fellows have jobs?
Hush.
Confounding. What?
Aha! I can still use this.
What? What? Just under this rug? I just managed not to click here. Go back to the VOD, I swear. I clicked on this.
The embers have cooled down.
What is it? It's water. Specifically
else
the
under there.
lifted part. I see. She gonna drink it?
Ah.
Okay.
Aha. I can still use this.
Yeah. Not here. Just there. That's evil.
Aha. I can
That's
still use
actually
this.
evil. That's not okay. Like, what? Not here? But here? Yeah, are you kidding me? And not just like in this general area, but here. That's
Too
that's
bad
not
this isn't a map.
that's not good. Okay, cool. Well, now we have water. God.
Mosquito repellent. Senseless.
I'm filling my inventory with more and more things. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I'm getting to the point where it's like, okay, if there is some pixel hunting I'm failing at, I guess it would be nice to know now, because I haven't done... I feel like I've pretty much exhausted this
The
area
stump
now.
is empty. I'm tired. I guess it won't eat that.
It's water. Like, is there anything else I just didn't click in the screens that are available to me now? If anyone has looked that up for me. But you don't have to. Just in case you're to hold on to that information. I'm pretty certain though, people are just gonna drink my water.
Thank you, but giving me food or drinks won't get you a free ride.
Thanks for the snack.
We didn't have time to pack a lunch.
That won't work as bait.
You can go left from the boat? Oh gosh, really? Oh, great. Wow. I mean, I've been really trying like every corner. It's like the one I didn't try, and it actually is something. That's awful, thank you. Oh, goodness. Oh man, I just didn't know there was a whole other
Everything is
area?
I'd better hurry.
Man, that's awful. This really looks like the dead end on this side. Alright, well I'm gonna be really religious about checking every corner now. Because I thought it was just a little bit obvious. Well, good for you, Anthony.
A few more of these and I could fly across the lake.
Yeah?
I can't believe they make soup out of these things.
What?
I can't believe they make soup out of these things.
Mess? Feather.
Foyers. What are you looking at? Don't look at me like that.
Soup.
Foyers.
Welcome in, Claire. We were stuck because we did not click on the edge of one screen.
Why
is a
doesn't
real
the
shame.
sound sync?
Yeah, and I can go this
I
way.
can't jump that far. Why doesn't the sign sink?
That's a good question.
I think the secret with quicksand is to run across it quickly.
Yeah? Hang on.
This looks firm enough to support my weight.
Tragic. It's very nice of it to, like, get her attention first. What has it got? A parakeet?
I think the secret with quicksand is to run across it quickly. This looks firm enough to support my weight.
Okay, you're just gonna do that again? Skeleton key. Oh, it is a skeleton key. Okay, well, we got more to... Oh.
No problem. Must be a magic tree. I can't tip it over. I knew it would be easy.
I think the hand's still gonna kill me. Oh.
Gruesome.
Oh.
A skeleton key.
That's it, huh? That's the solution to your puzzle is notice the tree and click it.
Grr, grr, grr. I've heard it all before, pal. I can't help myself. I like living dangerously.
Is that giggle? Oh gosh. Yeah, at that point the skeleton didn't care so much. Its prank was over. Well, that was awful.
No problem. Must be a magic tree. I can't tip it over. I knew it would be easy. Grr, grr, grr. I've heard it all before, pal.
Ooh. Oh, is that cheese?
Ugh.
Oh. No, it's something that smells like sulfur. Or something that smells like rotten eggs, actually.
That water is hot.
Are they not going to explain it smells like rotten eggs?
Yuck! Yuck! Yuck!
I mean, it's an important thing to know that sulfur smells like rotten eggs, but, like, are they really not going to say that? These games, man.
That water is hot.
Hot?
Ah, this steam is good for my complexion.
Mm-hmm.
I may smell funny, but I'll look great.
Are these pookie pants? Oh, these... whatever. Can I get hot, steamy water? And we have a heck of an inventory brewing. Go get, like, produce down one. And we got, like, let's see, rocks, got kinds of waters, miscellaneous.
Ah, this steam is good for my complexion.
All right, Anthony. I'm fine now. I don't need to. I'm still observing everything. Did we see a lizard? I mean, I still don't have a cauldron, so it's kind of moot.
My little camping cauldron.
Oh, well, there we
The
go.
thief must have hid it here.
Of course. This did not occur to me to click left of that place
But at
because it
least
did
it's
not look like a way to go. And they do at least give you this really solid indicator whether or not you can click go direction. It's early yet, so I didn't think to do it.
The hollow is empty.
Okay, so now we've got a cauldron, we can do things. Wait, did I not get the key yet? There we go.
A skeleton key.
Let's see, we got like key down here.
Gruesome.
High five.
Need a hand? Need a hand?
Well, okay, so now we can do things. Okay, lizard tears. Yeah, onion, toadstool, smell. Windy wolf. Windy wolf.
I'm not in the mood for this.
What?
My cauldron has nothing but water in it.
I thought I saw an eyeball. Oh. Okay. Off a rock. What's a windy wolf? Let's see. Scare bears in wood. So is this to to make the plant scared or something, or is it for the rat? Who knows? Charcoal, moss, snow, feather, hot air, red leather. Oh.
Ouch! That fireberry's too hot to pick.
Yeah, since when?
Is there some way to cool it off? That should cool them down. A fireberry. I've heard King Brandon's horror stories.
Well, he got out of there fine. Like what? What horror story?
Why take only one when I can have two? I'd hate to leave any of these left growing in the swamp.
Of course. Okay, fireberries. What's frog. Larger frog. Sentient frog.
Aren't you Fawn's friend?
All sentient frogs.
Aren't you afraid of warts?
Must be manure. I can't believe he actually bought a bag of manure. Nobody stole any of his stuff. I can't blame them. dried herbs. Can I have this flask?
Sure. There's flasks lying all over this country.
Go ahead. Take it. Yeah, take it.
Yeah, take it. Yeah, take it. Good toad person voice.
Hello, Xanthia.
I'm having problems with a rat.
Why don't you make one of your potions? Don't take my mosquito candle. Have you gotten past the rat?
Not yet. Nobody stole any of his stuff. I can't blame them.
Damn.
Nobody stole any of his stuff.
Oh,
I
good
can't
froggy
blame
mode.
them.
Was that Frogger?
What is that stuff?
Xanthia, Claire. He's from the first game. She just helped you on your way. Got kidnapped. Now
You
she's the
still
protag.
here?
Not my choice, Herb.
Herb.
Nobody stole any of his stuff. I
Yeah.
can't blame them.
Okay, frog
Tiny
stool.
stool.
It belonged to our buddy
Oh no.
before he croaked.
Oh shit. I saw another frog that might want a stool.
What is that stuff?
Anybody? Anybody want to answer that? No?
What is that stuff?
You got to say for yourself.
What is that stuff?
Can I drink it?
Yuck.
That's just swamp water. That's the answer. Yeah, point and click games are fun. We got a little bit stuck because simply did not click in the right places quickly enough. But we're learning.
Nobody stole any of his stuff. I can't blame them.
Aren't you afraid of warts?
What is going on in this cauldron in my lower vision here? Did a little boat go by? A lot of great animation in this.
Boy, he's got a lot of junk.
Who does? I mean, who owns this place? It looks kind of like a
Nothing
gathering.
useful, though.
I mean, this is the most humanoid frog, so I assume that's who you're referring to.
Boy,
but
he's
I
got
see
a lot
many
of junk.
talking and sentient creatures here.
Aren't you afraid of warts?
They-
Aren't you Fawn's friend?
Oh wait, what happened to text boxes?
You still here?
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
I'm not leaving.
I've got enough junk in here already.
It's released in 1994. It is just over 30 years old. Wait. Hang on. Doing math. Is that right?
Nothing useful, though.
Yeah, and it's actually the same year as Christmas Lemmings is what we were playing last week. I didn't actually realize that when I went to go play Holiday Lemmings, Christmas Lemmings. I think we exhausted most of that area. You can make saves, but you can't get rid of them. Okay.
I can't believe they make soup out of these things.
Is a crocodile a lizard? Or is it it's a crocodile, right? It's a crocodile, not an alligator. Do you have any tears? Plant food.
Throwing something might upset him. Wow, he swallowed it whole.
No.
Wow, he swallowed it whole.
Tiny stool.
Wow, he swallowed it whole.
Oh, what won't you eat?
Wow, he swallowed it whole.
What about a rock?
Wow, he swallowed it
Incredible.
whole.
You just want to eat my whole inventory? You want a skeleton key?
I don't want to feed him that.
Oh, now you have a limit. Now you have restraint.
Wow, he swallowed it whole.
Yeah, God forbid he eat the skeleton
Wow.
key, but he can eat every
He
last
swallowed
other
it
item
whole.
I have that I don't have other versions of.
Wow, he swallowed it whole.
Want a feather? Oh. Oh, wait, get the tears. Get the tears. Oh, okay, no, it's good. Oh my gosh. That's a children's, like, giggle. Kids, don't try this at home. Don't tickle a crocodile.
Maybe the crocodile ate the thief.
Maybe. Load. Croc. See, this is where adventure games, like, this is where the rubber hits the road, because, like, yeah, I don't know what to do, because sometimes it can be use feather on crocodile. And this happens. Oh, tentacle. I see that. Get out of there.
I'm definitely not going to drink this.
Yeah? You're playing along? Okay. I see. What is a windy wolf?
I don't remember seeing any beavers around here, but then again, I didn't look for them.
Oh, the onion works too? That's fun. That makes sense. I'm glad there's more than one solution. Oh my gosh. That's a good face. Oh, you probably
Maybe the
don't.
crocodile ate the thief.
Oh, we can say that we've solved one puzzle. Let's tickle the crocodile. I was literally just in the process of feeding the crocodile my
definitely
entire
not going to
inventory
drink
when I
this.
solved that, so I don't know how much credit I can take, but it's something. I found a sulfur rock, so we're like 90% of the way there. We just need to find out what a windy wolf is. Well, that sounds like a flower, right?
Fuzzolas.
Buzzzolas. Those are pinky pants. Let's go see if that frog wants a stool. Hopefully, like, I've learned my lesson when it comes to just not clicking on enough things. I know what this game is going to ask of me, and sometimes it's to click within 10 pixels. Because they hate
Gorgeous
me.
mountains.
Right, let's go see the frog. Yeah, this frog. Oh, you. Yeah, you. Do you want a stool? No.
No, but thanks.
And food.
I could have done that.
Okay.
Please, let me help you.
I'm not sure how much help you would be.
Fine. But if you ever need me, I'll be there.
Okay.
Why don't you go play with your hand?
He's around here somewhere.
I think it's intentional now.
He seems to love walking in this swamp.
Was this the original Shrek? Oh. I have an ad. Alright, I'll stop. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see. I feel like I should almost organize my inventory here.
Nasty weeds, nasty weeds. Why don't you go play with your hand?
He's around here somewhere. He seems to love walking in this swamp.
Okay. Musk. We don't have any snow. Mustard, ground lettuce, no. Flying shoes. Lizard's tears again. Snowman regular. Snowman abominable. That's funny. Regular snowman, abominable snowman. Okay, so Windy Wolf is what we're looking for.
I refuse to pick wildflowers unless I really need them.
I guess its question is like, is the mushroom a windy wolf? Like, I don't know what a windy wolf is. I don't remember picking what she said when she picked it up. Doesn't seem like it is, though.
Pookies.
These are pookies. this a thing? No. I have a tiny stool skeleton key.
I already picked the fireberry that grew there.
Yeah.
No! Hot!
Okay.
Must be manure.
You still here?
Not my choice, Herb. Nobody stole any of his stuff. I can't blame them. Dried herbs. Boy, he's got a lot of junk. Nobody stole any of his stuff. I can't blame them. Must be manure.
Aren't you Fawn's friend?
Okay. That's right before we did this.
I could have done the lead.
I'm not sure how much.
Fine. But if you ever need me, I'll be there. No, thanks though. No, thanks though. No, thanks though. No, thanks though. Thanks.
I guess it's not hungry for that. 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 I guess it's not hungry for that.
No, thanks though.
Pinky pants, my favorite. This looks like fawn size.
Oh, okay, there we go. Finally. A clue. It really just like leave you completely hanging. That's like the whole game. Oh no, you found a tiny stool. Good luck.
Aren't you gone yet?
You want a stool?
No thanks.
Oh.
I've got plenty of those.
Nothing else under there.
Aren't you gone yet?
Plants. Oh man, I feel like we're really close to something, like a breakthrough. Something's gonna happen other than these sick beats. Wait, what are you? Are you a thing? I need a botanist.
How's business?
I haven't had a paying customer all day.
Oh,
You look thirsty. Why don't you take a break?
Ha! You can't trick me.
Have you always been so unreasonable?
Pay me. I'll behave.
You look thirsty. Why don't you take a break?
Ha! You can't trick me. I only deal in gold, sweetie. Thank you, but giving me food or drinks won't get you a free ride.
cool.
I only deal in gold, sweetie.
Skeleton key. A key that could open anything. I see a skeleton key?
That won't work as bait.
I mean, no? Stool?
That won't work as bait.
Let's see. There's so much more stuff now.
Hey, the bark on this branch is still moving. Creepy roots.
Wow, so I opened up new screens and I got myself access to 1,000 more items, and I still don't have enough to solve this problem. I think I'm trying to do this swamp snake push because, like, yeah, he was worried about a snake, so it's like the obvious thing I need to use on the rat. And we're so close here. Let me put all the stuff together I need. So sulfur, tears, onion. I figure some stuff respawns, so you don't need to be too worried about it. Fireberry. Windy Wolf. I mean, the other ones were all like, okay, you need to find a lizard, and you need to find something that smells like sulfur, which, like, okay, they didn't
That
even...
looks like a big
Or
anchor.
you supposed to, yeah, something that smells like rotten eggs, which you need to know what do you say?
Gorgeous mountains.
But like, what's a windy wolf?
I can't believe they make soup out of these things. Foyers.
Oh. Voyeurs. Thought that was the name of the creature, but no.
I already picked the fireberry that grew
I see
there.
that.
Herb's patio.
Herb's
Herb's
patio.
house.
Herb's house.
Herb's house.
It seems like
Herb's
Herb
house.
might have the like a plant or whatever herb I'm looking for. I got a lot of stuff in here, but
Thank you, Xanthia. I've got enough junk in here already. Thank you, Xanthia.
oh,
Nobody stole any of his stuff.
I can like
I can't
grow
blame them.
something in here.
Yuck. There's hardly any place to set anything. There's hardly any place to set anything down. Nobody stole any of his stuff. I can't blame them.
Yeah. But
More
this
flowers that aren't really flowers. More flowers
oh, okay.
that aren't really flowers.
Well, just about to say, oh, the windy wolf. There it is. Hey, Squirrel Pascals, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. We are a couple hours into being deeply stuck in Kyrandia Book 2, and we're listening to some of the sweetest beats of 1994. Oh yeah, no, this is what it is. This is the magic. We live here now. And this game is particularly egregious
Aren't
in
you
that
gone yet?
it really wants me to click on very specific pixels. Like I had to click inside this. Right here. It had to be right there. Nowhere else. Right in
Why
there.
would someone steal my equipment?
Why would they do this to you? Although I'm still not sure why I would need water. Because I seem to have some. Yeah, it's pretty evil.
The embers have cooled down.
Okay. Right now, we're trying to look for something called a windy wolf. Which I don't know if that's a real thing. I assume it isn't.
You still here?
And every time I give people things that
Why
I
would
have,
someone do this?
they eat it. People love to eat what's in my inventory. I can't trust my protagonist or anyone in this entire world with a single thing. They won't tell me about it, they're just gonna eat it.
No! Hot!
What you deserve.
Yuck!
Like, also, you need to know, like, you need to have the real-world knowledge that smell of eggs refers to something that has sulfur. Like, that also, I feel like, is... Alright, well, great. That's nice, Anthony. Unfortunately, I do sort of... I feel like we got past that barrier. I've not been stuck that long on it. But I'm probably gonna... regret saying that, because half the time I've been stuck in the first one, it legitimately was just didn't click somewhere. And I guess I'm not super keen on letting that take... I say if we go to another commercial and I haven't done anything, I will ask. But I'm feeling like we're moving at the moment. Got so much goddamn shit. This inventory is absurd. I got more stuff than like Agent 47 would have on a normal day. Got a baby stool. I got a skeleton key. I know that mouse just wants cheese. I don't even need to go in there. And I'm still flummoxed that this was just a music puzzle. It's also always the same. Like, you'd think if it was just for fun, you would change the puzzle up. Because then it would be infinite entertainment for the kiddos. They could just boot up Kyrandia Book 2 for a little bit more Simon Says.
Cute tune, but inaccessible to the masses.
Yeah. That's a little too underground, you know?
Creepy Roots.
Like Roots. Be a funnier joke if it was actually underground. It's not above, it's above ground. It's fine. Fine. Lizard's Tears. We did make a crocodile cry, and we could do that again. Wait, let me just...
Swamp is beautiful.
It sure is, Anthea. Look at that. Alright, Oh, no. I was just making a joke about it being underground. At least I was trying to make a connection that doesn't exist. This is kind of underground. And there's a rat in here. And this guy sucks. Not because he's a rat, just because he's got a bad demeanor about him. He's a little chauvinist.
Thanks for the snack.
Stop eating my stuff!
We didn't have time to pack a lunch.
Everybody, just tell me if you want it. Ask first. God.
I'm sure this will all work out.
Yeah.
I suppose this questing is less painful than paying taxes. Swamp mud makes beautiful tiles. I wish the ferry left from here. I'd ride anything now. I wish the ferry left from here.
Oh yeah, no, it's nice and goofy. And it's like just a little bit goofier than the first one was. Like, I think the first one was maybe slightly more self-serious, but also, like, the deaths in it were very silly, so maybe, I don't know. They're leaning into it, is all I'm saying. Back, beast.
I guess it's not hungry for that. I guess it's not hungry for that.
I could fight back a tiny lion in a tiny circus.
I already have one of these.
Sure do. I think what needs to happen is more pixel hunting. I think I just missed something else. That's my guess. Because, like, I know I can make a cauldron spell, but I think I can only make one of them. Like, I don't have anything to make the sandwich. Hot air is interesting. I have a feather and red leather. Flying shoes. That's a possibility. That might be soon. Sweet and sour sauce and lucky horseshoe. None of this sounds like I'm gonna do it. I don't have snow or charcoal or musk. Sugar, like, could be in blueberries, so it's a possibility. But this is for sure the thing I'm trying to do.
This swamp is full of corners.
What?
Easy to get lost. This swamp is full of corners. Need a hand? I'd better be careful not to lose this in the quicksand. I'd better be careful not to lose this in the quicksand. I'd better be careful not to lose this in the quicksand.
And then this is just the hot spot. No, wait.
Fuzzolas.
No, they're fuzzolas. Yeah, of course. Sorry, how could I forget? Hi, buddy. Just the laughter is so funny.
I can't help myself. I like living dangerously. Looks like Bryn's old hairdo.
Get her.
Looks like Bryn's old hairdo. Fazola's.
Fuzzolas. Pinky pants. Fuzzolas.
This steam is good for my
Steam.
complexion.
I guess this would be hot air, right? So if I needed...
Yuck. That's hot water.
Hot water. Okay. Is that a windy wolf? It is no longer hot. Now it's just water.
That's hot water.
That's hot water.
In my cauldron, I have some hot water. In my cauldron, I have some hot water.
Okay, let's go back.
In my cauldron, I have some hot water.
Oh, okay. So it's staying hot even though I'm moving screens now. Hot air. I mean, like, can you put hot air in a cauldron and it not be hot water? Feather and leather, red leather.
Maybe the crocodile ate the thief.
Maybe.
quicksand.
I mean, it's definitely really interesting the amount of things that you can collect in this. So, like, they make the... You actually have to think about what you're putting in the cauldron. That's neat. That's legit neat. This is, like, an incredible amount of items, though. It's a little intimidating.
Don't take my mosquito candle.
Good frog voice.
You still here?
Not my choice, Herb.
You still here?
I'm leaving, I'm leaving. It's sunk. Hello again. It's sunk. Hello again.
Okay.
It's sunk. Hello again. Must be manure. Nobody stole any of his stuff. I can't blame them. Nobody stole it. I can't blame them. Nobody stole it. I can't blame them.
Aren't you afraid of warts?
Aren't you Fawn's friend?
I've got enough junk in here already.
Blech.
What?
I don't feel any faster.
That's funny. I feel like I'm gonna poison her with the random stuff I'm making her drink, though.
Yuck. Nobody stole any of his
It'd
stuff.
be funny if, like, halfway through this game, she just falls,
I
keels
can't
over,
blame
and
them.
dies because I kept on feeding her random things.
Must be manure. Nobody stole it. I can't blame them. Nobody. I can't blame. Nobody. I can't blame.
Don't take my mosquito. Don't take my mosquito candle.
Oh. Well, so far I'm proving that I'm very bad at finding the pixels I need to click. Because I'm pretty certain I'm just missing an item at the moment. Let's see, I need to give somebody gold, but that feels like the end of the area. What did my notes say? So yeah, we need a worm or some sort of bait. We probably need lead. We need gold, and we need so cheese is not necessary. We just need to scare that mouse. And Marco sucks. Brandon sucks too.
This swamp is full of corners. Nice bobber.
We think so.
Nice bobber.
We think so. That won't work as bait. That won't work as bait. That won't work as bait.
Oh, I don't need a feather for this, right? Yeah. Red leather? Like, have I stumbled across anything that could be red leather? You're like, I need one more item for this to be good. Good flush noise.
That won't work as bait.
They're just gonna eat. Just gonna eat all the food. Did they even eat the onion? And then this is just this screen.
Pookies.
And these are just Pookies. Like the bear from Garfield. So I saved this guy from the plant, and I got nothing for it. Like, legitimately, this was a, like, and he's just gone. So now there's just a plant here.
I guess it's not hungry for that. 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 Nasty wheat. Nasty wheat.
Yeah, like, what was the point of saving that guy?
I refuse to pick wildflowers unless I really need them.
Well, I don't even know what they are. Are these windy wolves? They just look like, cattails or whatever.
Aren't you gone yet?
Sure
The
have
thief
been.
didn't mess with your things. The thief didn't mess with your thing. I've walked far enough.
Yeah?
I should be there already. I already have one of these. I've walked far enough.
Oh, so roadblocked. And like every time I've made progress, I've just gotten more things. And I'm pretty certain I can't make anything. This is sound impossible, but I don't know what red leather would be. And these people have been zero help. No, because I can't make mustard. I don't have mustard or ground wheat, lettuce or cheese. If I had cheese, I would give it to the rat. That guy just wants gold anyway. He said free food wasn't gonna get him to budge.
Gorgeous mountains. Pookies.
I keep saying the hand likes to walk around in the swamp. I don't think that's anything. Is there anything in here?
Is it stalagmite or tight?
Look it up, kids. We won't tell you. We're not that kind of game. If you want an education game, you find something else.
I wouldn't drink that.
What is a windy wolf? What is it? What? Like, oh my gosh. Welcome in, Zoe. How are you doing? Yeah, get your education elsewhere. Oh, Windy Wolf. Where are you? If I was a Windy Wolf, what would I even be? Oh yeah? Did you used to play a bunch of edutainment games? I got a recommendation to play Pajama Sam. Oh, okay. Cool. I haven't ever played Pajama Sam before, so that sounds like a cool idea. I was doing the 12 games from 12 friends thing, which is still open, by the way, if anybody has suggestions. I've gotten quite a few, but not up to 11, which was what I was looking for. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I heard Jam was talking it up.
Nobody stole any of his stuff.
Nobody stole any of his stuff.
I can't blame them.
It smells like shit.
Aren't you afraid of warts?
Nobody stole any of his stuff. I can't blame them.
Alright, well, yeah, I guess I'm like... I mean, I've reached the point where, like, I don't know what... Like, I don't think... Like, I guess the question is, have I just not clicked something? Have I just not gone somewhere? Or do I have everything? And I just need to use it on something to make progress? You have everything. What? Well, that sucks. Okay, yeah, I've been sitting here thinking I need a windy wolf.
Phew! This looks like fawn size. In my cauldron, I have some furniture.
Okay.
In my cauldron, I have an onion, a sulfur rock, some reptile tears, a mushroom,
Leather is skin. Is this leather? Is the bark a kind of skin? Yeah, this is the problem, is it's like, before I was told that I have everything, I wouldn't think I have everything. It's as simple as that. Load. I'm gonna try all this, I guess.
cauldron, I have a mushroom, some reptile tears, a sulfur rock, an onion, some gnarly bark. In my cauldron, I have a mushroom, some salt, an onion, some gnarly bark.
I guess that's not it, right? Like something probably would have happened. Am I trying to replicate this potion right now? Or am I not trying to do that? Because I'm guessing now that the answer is no, I'm not. You are, okay.
That looks like a big anchor.
It does? Where? I want their anchor.
In my cauldron, I have a mushroom, some reptile, a salt, an onion, some gnarly bark.
Well, okay. Guess I didn't try the stool. Huh. Is it stupid? Or is it just that do I just not get it? Like, I mean, like, I don't know what they mean then. Because, like, I just simply don't have a thing. It's a bit. Okay. Okay, Windy Wolf is what kind of joke? Like you said, I have it already. Like whatever the fifth ingredient is, I have it. Like not that I can make it, that I just simply already have it. And that doesn't make any sense because I know what I have and it's a bunch of produce, a skeleton key, a stool, some water, and like I got 4 out of the 5 and that's a little bit frustrating and it's like, okay, now come up with what these 2 words mean to you? Is it a funny bit? Am I gonna laugh? Oh, you said it's a bit stupid. I thought you meant like it's a bit like a comedy bit. Because it could also be that.
My cauldron has nothing but water in it.
Smell of eggs is sulfur. Onion is onion. Lizard tears took a little bit of a stretch because it's a crocodile and you have to be like, well, that's a lizard. Toadstool, it's like, well, that was obvious also, so it's like a give me like the onion. Windy Wolf is 2 words, it's an adjective, and, well, onomatopoeia. Like, this is a nonsensical piece of information that makes me think it's a common name for something that I don't know. Therefore, like, I don't have enough information because I'm pitching, I'm pinning that and going, that's a name for a thing I don't know what is. Whereas the game's like, no, it's a jokey name for a thing that's pedestrian that you already have. There's also the last bit below.
Beautiful.
No, what version of the word bit are you talking about? Like, in the recipe. Oh, mixed with hot water. Oh, well, yeah. Well, I hadn't gotten to that step, so... Wait, so... Oh, shit. So I had already tried it. Okay. Man... Okay, well, then, yeah, now that means that now I have to go try the things I've already tried. Quick, we gotta beat the ad.
This looks like fawn size.
What's it made
Looks
out
like
of?
Fawn size.
It seems kind of important to me, Potion Master. Not relevant to you, you think? What this is made of?
I don't want to lose this.
I do.
Yuck. That's hot water.
Okay, well, I think the root made a little more sense, so...
In my cauldron, I have some furniture, an onion, a sulfur rock, some reptile tears, a mushroom,
Oh, hi, Midgie.
some hot water.
This game's being mean to me. Oh! Well, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh my gosh, you subscribed to Prime. My goodness. Oh, thank you so much. How y'all doing? You did it. You made emojis happen. Click here. So let's see. I think I need this Gnarls Barkley.
That's hot water.
We're learning about how potions work. Or we're not learning about how potions work. Oh yes, Merry Christmas. A dairy Christmas and a Happy Moo Year.
In my cauldron, I have an onion, a sulfur rock, some reptile tears,
that is the Kyrandia feel. We just played book
mushroom.
1.
some
And
gnarly bark,
there was definitely a lot of just
Some
standing
hot
around trying to...
some hot water.
What? Did you say some hot water twice?
In my cauldron, I have an onion,
Uh-huh.
a sulfur rock,
Indeed.
some reptile tears,
True.
a mushroom,
Mushroom.
some gnarly bark, some hot water, some hot water.
You can't have double hot water. What are you doing? That sucks. Alright, load. Alright, it's already got
In my
hot water.
cauldron, I have some hot water.
After quite a lot of prodding from chat, I have determined that potentially it's this that is red is Windy Root? No. Nope. Because like that's what I'm trying to think for like red leather, right? I'm trying to do two things at once. 1 second. Load. Okay. What's this potion? Feather and red leather?
That's hot water.
Okay, well that didn't do anything either. Okay. Oh no, Windy Wolf is.
In my cauldron, I have an onion, a sulfur rock, some reptile tears, a mushroom, some hot water. That's hot water.
You know, that's actually kind of a lovely suggestion.
Ooh, now that's hot. That's hot water.
How many times do you think she'll say it? You think she'll just like say it
hot
3
water.
times and give up?
Ooh, now that's hot. That's hot water.
You know, at some point, water is just hot. I think it's
That's hot water.
I think it's boiling. I think that's about as hot as water gets. At least not in the fantasy world.
Ooh, now that's hot. In my cauldron, I have some hot water. 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 Some hot water.
Anything else?
An onion. A
Oh, we got an ad.
Some reptile tears. A mushroom. Some hot water.
Alright, well, I'm gonna keep doing this. Okay, Anthony, you're saying, yeah, the color. I know I'm in an ad, but. Yeah, the one at the end is really fantastic. We might need to replay that for people when they get back from the ad.
That's hot.
Water cools if you leave the screen so you can get some water, warm water in there too. Warm
That's
water.
hot water.
This is content, baby.
That's
It's good to
hot
see you
water.
both. Getting a little extra time to stream during hours people can
That's
watch
hot
a stream during the holiday here. The beat, at least.
Phew.
Oh, and get some warm water? Yeah, that'd be pretty good. I don't know. I mean, I think just saying hot water over and over again is pretty funny, though.
That's hot water.
Okay, I got a minute and a half. I'm gonna take a small break. I'll be right back. Alright, welcome back. Let's see what's in our cauldron.
In my cauldron, I have some warm water. Some hot 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 water.
Mm-hmm.
Some hot water. Some hot water.
Okay.
Some
Anything
hot
else?
water.
Okay.
Some hot water.
Hmm.
Some hot water.
Just some?
Some hot water. 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 Some hot water.
The hot water dance beat
Some hot water.
Dance
Some
remix
hot
of this.
Water.
Oh,
Some
thank you.
hot water.
Yes, yeah, let's hydrate,
An onion.
everybody. Oh, an
A
onion.
sulfur rock.
Oh.
Some reptile tears.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think we hit a limit. We unfortunately didn't read the rest of it. We've we did it. We found the limit. But no, let's not keep doing this. We're flushing this. Anthony, I don't get the joke. But I'm not really sure what a good hint would be. Because I'm lost. Let's see, I need to die to a crocodile.
I can't help
Think?
myself.
Oh, actually, we should. For everyone who just joined, we should
I like living dangerously.
we should make this thing cry.
Maybe the crocodile ate the thief.
Maybe. No, I actually meant to just die. Oh, wow, speed up. No! Alright, well, we've died twice. That's gotta be for something, right? Is this it? Okay. What in the world? Craft developer stopping us from burning the game down, yeah. It seems like there is a limit to how many hot waters you can put in a cauldron. It's higher than I would have thought. Windy Wolf. Alright, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna look up Windy Wolf on the internet. First Google result is Kyrandia 2, what is Windy Wolf? It is also the mother of one of the dog pilots in Hatchimals. Okay. Alright, well that's something. Oh my gosh. It's like a little too much for a bit. There we go. This is Windy Wolf right here. Stick you in the cauldron. There you go. Get in there. Yep, we did it. What is a different word for a dog's wolf? Wait, didn't I already do that, though? You're telling me to put bark in there? Because I did. You kidding me?
Phew.
Wait, okay, for one thing, okay, play on words is what you're telling me. That Windy Wolf is a bark. So Windy Wolf means a gnarled bark. Well, thanks for watching. No, okay, fine. That's awful. That's real bad, folks. That's not good. I don't know what that is. That's not a joke. Okay, I thought I did this, though.
In my cauldron, I have some hot water.
We're trying to make the last spell, or we're trying to make this. And I've been stuck because I've been looking for like plant life or something called Windy Wolf. But what chat informs me is that you are supposed to just, I assume, try stuff until something works. And then after the fact, you're supposed to go, oh, I see why that worked. Because it's a play on words. But it's not one that's very helpful.
In my cauldron, I have some gnarly bark, an onion, a sulfur rock, some reptile tears.
And now I'm learning that the hot water has
A
to come
mushroom.
last,
Some hot water.
I guess. Or nothing happens. Or you have to do it in a magic place. I still haven't gotten any feedback from the game that I'm doing anything. But one of the ingredients is incorrect? Lizard tear, onion, sulfur rock.
Phew!
Really? Like, we spent all this time trying to convince me what the last ingredient was, and it's this thing, right? It's a winding wolf. The gnarly bark.
Phew!
Gnarly bark's correct. I mean, I know you didn't, but like that was my assumption, was that I'm just missing the one thing. This is awful. Why are they doing this to me? This is the very first potion I get to make is one that like I can't even figure out. Toadstool. So you're telling me the sulfur rock is wrong because it's not the smell of eggs, it's the thing that makes the smell of eggs?
I don't want to lose this. I don't want to lose this.
Because it's also reptile tears, it just says that. Oh man. Oh. But like, okay, I guess I just don't get why this is the first thing you have to do, because like, I am just trying to be literal because it's like the first cauldron thing, so I'm like trying to figure out how the cauldron even works, right? Like I need feedback to learn how something functions. Like I think it's a lot to have me go like 2 wordplay jokes? Like, but okay. It's the toadstool. It's not the mushroom. Because they hate me. Cool.
Phew!
I need this. Well, no, I don't. I know where to get water now. Okay. Cool. I think that was bad. And mostly because it's just like 0 to 60. It's like, it'd be fine if, like, I already knew how the cauldron worked. Because I don't know when I'm done making the spell. Like, I thought maybe it would have to, like, be triggered somehow, or be in the right zone, or who knows what. So that seems tough. Oh yeah, I just didn't, I don't know. Like, I just started playing this game and we spent a lot of time before I realized you can click here. I don't know. Like, this doesn't look like a way to go. Like, this most certainly looks like a way to go.
This guy is too strict.
And that didn't.
I only deal in gold, sweetie.
No Crystal Chronicles. Well, fair enough. What is, really? Windy Wolf is gnarly bark? Like, that's such a weird thing to... The toadstool is actually funnier. That's actually kind of good. Like, I don't know, it's a squiggly whine noise. It's a winding whine. Winding whine would actually almost be better. Winding dog whine.
What do you want?
I've got a little present for you in this bottle.
Alright, cool.
Smells better in here already.
Wow. Rude.
Now, to find the lost treasure.
What? Ah!
That's impressive. There must be something in there.
Oh, yeah? That sounds fun. 1 second. Well, I'm already reset, so we can do both. Am I gonna turn into a nag?
What do you want?
Check this out.
Check this shit out. Oh, okay. That's fun. Medusa's hair.
Smells better in here already.
Pretty
now,
good.
to find the lost treasure.
No one ever said there was a lost treasure, just that there's a rat guarding part of a thing. It won't explain what.
That's impressive. There must be something in there.
Well, it's a good thing we have a skeleton key.
I love fungi.
The toads talked about a treasure. When? What? They did? They did? They told me a friend of theirs died, and they told me to get out like 8 or 9 times.
I'll bet this helped him whistle. His handkerchiefs must have been huge.
The toads talked about a treasure. When? No. Getting ahead of things. Head.
Any worms crawling in or out?
Oh, that'd be
He
good.
must have been a big boy.
Yeah, this is definitely like a Monkey Island thing, for sure. What else we got? Hot air, feather, red leather.
His handkerchiefs must have been huge.
Ah. Oh. Oh my god, we're playing Simon Says again? Oh, well that's... I guess that's why the other room exists, is so that you can do it here. Oh. Well, now I need to know what it was. purple to blue to... I'm sorry about my head right. Red. I guess to yellow?
Weird bugs.
And then it was orange. To... cyan. Sure. Very important. You can? That's fun. Well, I think I do know it, though. That's
They
fun.
must be fruit flies.
Yeah, I think I got that right. Well, where did I even get the blueberries, though? I think I need to write this down. Yeah. All right.
There must be a lever or something.
Must be. Okay. That's green. Oh, I made this too small. Purple and orange. Light blue, red, yellow. Great. Okay. Green. Dang it. Red. Nice.
Wonderful. Piece of cake. Hey, an alchemist's magnet. Now I can change lead into gold.
Great.
All I need now is lead.
Is that gonna be a pun? Yeah, I guess I didn't, like, I was not aware there was going to be, like, I don't know, just out of the gate puns on what you're holding. Like, why would I think that? That definitely got me stuck for a while. Oh, the blueberries were at our house? Yeah. By the way, is there anything else in here? Just double check. Oh, good. You can still play with it. That's important.
Any worms crawling in or out? He must have been a big boy.
Hey, tickle him. A funny noise. We're dealing with some very funny wordplay. Some even questionable wordplay, perhaps. Like, his toadstool, as in like a name for a mushroom, and a toadstool. That's good. That's fine. The winding bark as or the winding wolf as meaning gnarly bark is bizarre. It's just odd. Yeah, that'd be fun. But like, I mean, the toadstool, like, I don't know. It's like the whole idea that I needed to use puns at all, and then to be like, oh, hey, stool's back. That's nice.
Can I have this flask?
Sure. There's flasks lying all over this country.
Go ahead. Take it. Yeah. Take it.
Like, when did they talk about a treasure? I really don't remember that.
I found the treasure.
Wow. Are you rich?
Not quite.
Oh.
But I do have an old alchemist's magnet.
Excellent.
Too bad there's not much lead around here.
I don't own anything
Yeah,
made of
feather
lead.
makes sense.
Do you guys know anyone who'd have some lead?
I might have been talking over when they said something about the treasure.
Maybe the local fisherman
Might be a streamer
knows
thing.
someone.
Local fisherman. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So now we gotta solve the fisherman plight. I guess this is where I got the hint of what I was trying to do, and I
Aren't you
missed it.
Fawn's friend?
Remember that line?
Aren't you afraid of warts?
Remember that line?
Why couldn't that chest have had some gold in it?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Maybe the pirates buried their gold somewhere else.
Do you guys know anyone who'd have some lead?
Just one voice call line?
Maybe the local fisherman knows someone.
I was trying to pay attention, but I'm assuming it just like... I missed it. I missed it somehow.
That's twisted.
That's twisted. It's like windy, even. Windy wolf. Okay. Now we know a little bit about what's going on here.
Big ugly weed. Well, I am a little thirsty.
Michael there.
Yeesh, that can't be good for my split ends.
Oh, I can't. Just put it on the ground. Oh yeah, no, Marcus is doing great. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, let's go talk to the fisherman now. And like, also, let's check the spell book. There's sandwich, flying shoes. Well, none of this sounds useful, but of course that's not.
I already have one of these. Ruth, do you have anything made of lead?
Not at the moment.
Do you know where I can find some lead?
I don't know. Ask Herb.
Okay. I'm gonna take that as I already got the hint about that. So it's you fellas got lead by a lead anchor.
Sturdy chain. Better than the boat. I need some lead.
Well, you can't have our anchor.
I really need it.
We're staying here until we catch a fish.
Okay.
I really, really need some lead.
If you'd stop bothering us, maybe we could catch something. That won't work as bait.
Try this as bait. It looks like a worm.
Nah, we don't use live bait.
Oh, we have a feather, so that might be a hint that we want to make flying shoes.
I need their anchor.
Yeah. I think that's for a later puzzle or something. There's also this. Sugar.
Well, I am a little thirsty. Yeesh, that can't be good for my split ends.
Nothing.
Stop!
Well said.
That won't work as bait.
Well,
Did
I
they say
am a little
something?
thirsty.
I thought it was over. Sometimes you can't tell with the pacing.
Yeesh, that can't be good for my split ends.
Stop it! You'll scare the fish.
Well said.
No, if I had cheese, I could have given it to the rat. Oh man, I forgot which one of these is the... Oh, whatever, it's fine. There was something about them and cheese. That sounds interesting. But we certainly couldn't have had cheese until we moved the rat, because otherwise we could have given him cheese. Unless we could make something that looks like cheese, but then, like, why would we do that? Yeah, that's, yeah. I figure we will eventually get cheese.
His handkerchiefs must have been huge. He must have been a big boy.
Mustard. Okay, I don't think we're making the sandwich. This is probably like one of the things we will be able to make soon. Because I have a feather. And I mean, maybe. I don't know what charcoal would be. Or moss. Floss, dental floss. Yikes.
This
Ugh.
was well engineered.
Yeah? Oh,
I knew there'd be cheese in here.
okay.
Nothing else in there.
You sure? You want to like double check?
Nothing else in there.
Want to like, you want to put something in there? Why was there cheese in there? Okay, Anthony. Yeah, well, that makes some sense, but also, I don't know. It's more like I had to click it twice. And so I thought I had everything. And I don't know, is that fun? Is it fun that the player just didn't click something and so they got lost for another hour? Oh, I could try giving this to them. I feel they're just gonna eat it. I want you to get max clicks out of this.
Here, try this cheese for bait.
Yeah?
At this point, I'll try anything.
Okay. I thought I would have had to do something first, but nope.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Now I feel like a real alchemist.
I mean, it's a magnet, right? So... I mean, was that what I wanted to have happen, or is that bad? Oh, really? Yeah, no, that's fair. Thanks for much for the cheese suggestion, because I think I would have been stuck again. So far, I am not picking up what
Your
this game is
boat
putting
doesn't
down.
have an anchor, does it?
No need. It's got magic steering.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. So this is in... Yeah, I'm not too worried, I guess, yet. Although you can die. This one gave you the most trouble, huh? Well, I can see that. Like, so far, they came out the gate, like, fighting energy. My gosh. Okay, so I need the flying spell to get over there. Maybe. Was there a down screen to the screen to the right? Let me take a look. The third game's got a lot going on for sure. There's some bits. I was watching some of that played recently, and definitely has moments that are tough. I think it has more going on though, so there's probably like a lot of lower hanging fruit that's easier to solve, and you don't feel like you're getting stuck as often. Down here. Oh, sorry, we already got a little stream delay. So down from here, or down from the boat. The third one is a bit of a fever dream. Oh, here. Yeah. Well, this is where the hint for the skull is. This is where you learn. Will I just get more blueberries?
They must be.
Oh, okay. Well, it makes sense that I have a magnet, so I thought I would just be able to dredge it back up somehow. Like, part of what I'm thinking right now is that I gotta go out there. I can't just get it from here, but it's not giving me any feedback
Now
about that.
I feel like a real alchemist.
It's not way into feedback. It's with the boat too? The anchor? No, I just talked to him. Like, I literally watched them drop it in the water.
Have you seen the fisherman?
Not since this morning.
Oh, you'll find them.
I know
Oh,
what you're
okay.
thinking. That leaky boat of theirs couldn't make it across the lake.
I need the fisherman's lead anchor.
Are you going to turn it into gold or something?
Yeah. Yes.
They don't call me the master of potions and alchemy for nothing.
Who calls you that?
Have you seen the
I
fisherman?
didn't think that was over.
Not since this morning. I know what you're thinking. That leaky boat of theirs couldn't make it across the lake.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm on that now. Like, everyone is implying that I need to just start exploring again. Ah. Oh, wait, are they dead?
Beautiful boat.
Are they at my house? I guess it doesn't matter. I got the anchor. I'm just curious.
Aren't you gone yet?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm just wondering. We are unroad blocked at the moment, and it's lovely.
Now I feel like a real alchemist.
Take it.
A lead anchor. Now all I need to do is turn it to gold.
Oh. It's as easy as that, everybody. That's alchemy, baby. It was in the instruction booklet, too. Let's see here. This? There we go. Yeah. What I was talking about earlier is I've got, like, multiple versions of the instruction booklet. And I found this one that has, like, this cover. Which, even though the box art looks like this, and you get... This scan is nuts. It's so high res. I don't know why. But, and then I got this picture of the CD. Yeah, straight to gold, you know? It's just that good. They have it that figured out. But what's funny is I also have this manual, which is like a little bit lower rent. And I don't know what that's about. Like, they took the same text and they put this graphic design is my passion stuff over it. But anyway, what I'm getting at is it was all talking about how alchemy was important and turning lead to gold was a big economy boom, and then eventually it all sort of fell apart. Yeah. No, it's like, why is this one like this? I put this on my social when I when I was talking about advertising the stream. I got this background, but this one looks a lot nicer. Like, see, they took this all the graphics from this one, and then they just copied them into this one, it's quickly as they could. It's like, what is this? What have you done to these graphics? Wild. Anyway. Alright, we got the anchor.
Beautiful boat.
Beautiful.
That's a lot of gold.
Anchor's worth. So easy to read.
I already have one of these.
The ankle bubble burst was pretty awful. Crashed the economy for magical goods and services. What?
I accidentally burned it down.
Good voice.
Can you fly me to Morning Mist Valley?
I will, if you find the 4 letters I dropped.
A Dragonite from Pokemon.
If I find your letters, will you give me a ride?
Sure.
That's pretty good. That's a good bit.
If I don't get those letters back, I'll lose my job.
I just accidentally burned it down. I don't know. Is this game just this one area? Okay. Well, let's look around. Are the plants blocking me? Oh, maybe. Let's go look. Well, so, the Marcus character was being hung by these earlier for no reason, and then I fed them. Turn to gold.
I guess it's not hungry for that.
Oh, that's good. Well, we should save. Aw. Gonna make a sad face. Kinda looks like there's not gonna be a way this way, because... No, I actually literally couldn't make one more character. It wouldn't let me. I hit the maximum character limit. Oh wait, that's not true. How'd I get this? Oh, whatever. Or maybe it didn't want me to do a capital C? I don't know. Now I'm confused. That's a capital I. Oh. It's confusing.
The stump is empty.
Stump's empty.
Beautiful boat. Beautiful boat. Beautiful boat.
Go this way. I just gotta go look around. Ah.
A letter.
Do we read it?
Malcolm the Jester.
Yeah?
Castle Kyrandia. Return to sender.
Federal offense.
Watch it, slime ball.
I mean, it's to Malcolm.
I don't have time to mess with you.
I gotta
Tom.
know what's in this letter. She really not gonna open this? That guy's a...
Sometimes I have to be strict.
I mean, one federal offense after another, right? I mean...
Malcolm the Jester. Castle Kyrandia. Return to sender.
Just trying to get him to sign up for Sirius FM.
Aren't you gone yet? No, I've got plenty of those.
I've got plenty of other people's mail. Okay, this place looks clean. I mean, I don't mind it, because this beat's pretty good. So being stuck here for a long time hasn't been awful. You guys eat a letter? Oh, maybe the crocodile ate a letter and I gotta go tickle it. Okay, Midgie. Thanks for hanging out.
No, thank you.
Big fan of that guy. Yeah, no, it's really great that you were able to catch some of the stream live. Ooh. That's funny. I like that. Who's this to?
Farmer Greenberry. Morning Mist Valley. Kyrandia KY.
Yeah, happy holidays. Happy Moo Year. No. Oh, we can get some more reptile tears while we're here.
I'm definitely not going to drink this. Aha, a letter. Herman Munster, Acme Cheese Factory, Timber Mist Woods, Kyrandia KY.
Kentucky?
Another one.
Alright, 3 out of 4.
The hollow is empty.
Maybe the frogs took it. High five, skeleton.
I can't believe they make soup out of these things.
Ah, yes, the Terminator.
Nobody's stolen
I wish it was doing a
stuff.
thumbs up now. That'd be pretty good.
I can't blame them. Have you guys seen any loose mail around here?
Nope. We've been here all day.
Are you sure you haven't found any letters?
No.
Okay.
Aren't you afraid of warts?
Well, I believe him.
Absolutely no loose mail around here.
Nope.
Herb's patio.
Well, sounds good. They're clean. But do I have to keep asking? I guess I didn't. I'll keep asking.
Are you sure you haven't found any letters?
No.
You're not sure?
Absolutely no loose mail around here.
Nope.
Are you sure you
Okay,
haven't found any letters?
No.
Okay, I'll be back.
There's the first one.
Thanks. Where's the other 3?
There's the second one.
Thanks. Where's the other 2?
Yeah, we'll get back to asking them.
There's
I got some
another
more
one.
questions for them about the mail.
Thanks. Where's the last one?
Wait, I dropped a save right now. Yeah. Is that bad? You're not actually telling me to go ask them again, are you? Because I got repeating dialogue. Oh, you can read the mail? Oh.
Herman Munster, Acme Cheese Factory, Timber Mist Woods, Kyrandia KY.
Oh, I think I know what you mean. Like, so one thing is I owned Manic Mansion for the NES as a kid, and I'm not really sure if I ever beat it. That might be something we should do. And not on the NES. I think it's not. They added music to that version, I think, but I think it's a better version on PC. From what I hear.
Let's steam this open.
Thank you so much for your suggestion that we add mustard to some of our cheese products. While this would indeed save our customers valuable time when making sandwiches, as your diagrams so elegantly illustrate, our marketing department has informed us that some people prefer to use mayonnaise instead. Sincerely yours, Monterey Jack, VP in training. Add mustard to your cheese. That is interesting. I feel like
I'll bet I could steam open one of the letters.
I feel like that's almost something that Heinz would have done by now. Make a must cheese.
Let's steam this open.
Alright, we gotta read the Malcolm one. The Wheels of Fate. We keep your world alive. Dear Mr. Malcolm, semicolon. Semicolon? It has come to our attention that you, being in charge of Kyrandia, have failed to care for the country in a manner befitting your position. As you know, there are many other suitable applicants waiting for the Kyrandia slot. Should a vacancy occur, and we must warn you that any further abuse of your part would place Kyrandia Prime franchise up for some reassignment at the board's next meeting. Wow. What? M. Millhouse, head mechanic. Like a Krantz situation, yeah.
Let's steam this open.
Dear Herman, I have moved back to Mother's house. Ever since you lost your job at the bridge, life has been unbearable. That stupid green color of your complexion, the mechanical way that you constantly swing that saw around. Oh, enough to drive me nuts. Best of luck on your new job as a cheese cutter. Oh no, Herman's still a zombie? Oh, that's awful. Your job at the bridge. What was Herman's job? He's a bridge custodian? Herman, you've changed ever since you became a zombie. Oh no, Herman. I feel bad. Alright, where, if I was the last piece of mail, where would I be? Yeah, he got better. He's gonna be a... Oh, we got ad, actually. Ad time. Be back in 3. Alright, we're back. Yeah, no, I had heard Manic Mansion played better on a PC, but yeah, my experience was the NES one. And I think it was one of those situations where I just sort of like stumbled around in it as a young kid and never got... I blew up the mansion a couple times, I know that much. Alright, let's keep talking to the toads. This might be a bit.
Absolutely no loose mail around here.
Nope.
Nobody stole any of his stuff. I can't blame them.
Hey, that's our new furniture. Aren't you afraid of warts?
I've got enough junk in here already.
What is that stuff? Herb's patio. Are you sure you haven't found any letters?
No.
No, you're not sure.
Absolutely no loose mail around here.
Nope.
Are you sure you haven't found any letters?
No.
Got terrified by Edna as a kid. Never got far. I played it as an adult, expecting a brutal experience with constant soft locks, but it actually didn't age too poorly. That's good. How many alternative endings there are? Almost all mistakes still allow you to take a different ending. Oh, interesting. Yeah, janky controls. Take some patience, for sure.
Nobody stole any of his stuff. I can't blame them.
Is this like a... I'm just wondering if like they're lying to me and it's actually in here. I just need to like look.
Nobody stole any of his stuff. I can't blame them.
Concentrating face.
Aren't you afraid of warts?
Dried herbs.
Dried herbs.
Nobody stole any. I can't blame them. Nobody stole any of his stuff. I can't blame them.
It'd be funny if it just fell into your book.
I already picked the fireberry that grew there.
It feels like it has to be in this area, because I feel like did I exhaust everything else? I'll go double check. I'll just do a sweep of every other area. There's not much else. Oh, okay. I'm like over here like, I'm suspicious of you, Toads. You're lying to me about this. Oh, look at this. We filled it up. Every item, every slot and item. Let's go steam this one open. Who's it to?
Scotia, evil sorceress, care of the Dark Army, Castle Samaria, land 13127, lore.
Lore? In the land of lore. Alright, we're gonna go steam this open and then we should have found all the letters. Lands of yeah, I figured this was referential, it seemed that way. Oh.
Let's steam this open.
Miss Scotty? Jones Archaeology Research. Thank you for your interest in the Nether Mask. We believe the ancient temple which contains this artifact lies buried in a region currently occupied by the Herbish Mine Company. Herbish. Received some correspondence with another Nether Mask aficionado in your area. His name is King Richard of Glen Rock. Was this game any good? Or was this series any good? You two could collaborate on any further excavation projects. Thank you, Professor Jones. Is that supposed to be like Indiana Jones?
I'll bet I could steam open one of the letters.
Oh. Even hints at it.
That water is hot. I'll bet I could
Yeah,
steam
okay.
open
She
one
even
of the
hints at
letters.
it, yeah. That's cool. Because I wouldn't have thought to do that. I would have just given the mail back. Well, in fact, I did. Oh, it's like an NES, old school NES hard kind of game. Not for the NES, just really inscrutable. Gotcha. Interesting.
There's the first one.
Thanks. Where's the other three?
Did you tamper with this mail? I'm gonna have to turn you in for a federal offense.
There's the second one.
Thanks. Where's the other two?
There's another one.
Thanks. Where's the last one?
Goofy dragon.
You're too heavy.
Thanks. You really know how to flatter a person. How about if I get rid of this anchor?
Thanks. As long as you're going to morning mist, could you deliver one of these letters for me?
Sure, as long as there's no postage due.
Really good RPGs, visuals, music's all brilliant. That's cool. Oh, yeah, the earliest RPGs I played were Super Nintendo games. Oh, it landed in the boat. That's funny. Oh gosh. That's scary. Oh. Really? We're doing this? Blobber?
Much better. Hey,
Welcome.
everything has fallen out of my knapsack.
My stuff! Oh, except for the letter.
Farmer Greenberry, Morning Mist Valley, Kyrandia, KY.
Kentucky. Kyrandia. Blessing of adventure game. An empty inventory.
I didn't know
Yeah.
agriculture could be that dangerous.
Could have been worse. Well, this is a pretty little environment.
My, what beautiful wheat.
Wheat. I'm aware of the wordplay now, so that's gonna definitely
Is that
help.
Stonehenge?
That's it. There it is. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Is that Stonehenge?
What? It's talking about real world Scotland in your fantasy game?
Aha! Civilization at last.
Okay, in before Monty Python joke.
Could you please open the gate?
You can't come in.
No pedestrians on Tuesdays.
I don't think today is Tuesday.
You'll have to leave.
No women without goats.
I know a goat.
So long.
Who's also a woman.
See you around.
Nobody's going in today. We're
Damn.
full.
Full of beans, maybe. Open up.
I'm definitely full of beans.
Sorry, it's in the manual.
No strangers in groups of 1 or 3.
I'm with the Royal Mystics. I'm on an urgent mission. And if you morons don't let me through, the whole country is going to disappear.
Sorry, no magicians without a note from a donkey.
I know a donkey. Good hit her.
Bye-bye.
Oh.
Best of luck. Have a nice day.
I can't exchange pleasantries with idiots. Hey, you! I'm in a hurry here.
Sorry, no emergencies without a permit.
That's funny.
I demand to speak to your superior.
Sorry, we're self-employed.
Self-employed.
Is there something I can offer you?
Sorry, we're uncorruptible.
Completely honest.
Mm-hmm.
I demand to speak to your superior.
Sorry, we're self-employed.
Well, I'm not getting my Monty Python joke, unfortunately.
Is there something I can offer you?
Sorry, we're uncorruptible.
Completely honest.
What kind of city would have a mustard-colored flag? Farmer Greenberry, Morning Kyrandia, KY.
Yeah, Monty Python-esque, but I was expecting, like, your mother spelt of elderberries kind of situation.
I demand to speak to your superior.
Sorry, we're self-employed.
We don't even work here. We just like to guard the gate. Oh, cheap.
What beautiful wool. I don't want to get anywhere near that thing. What beautiful wool. What beautiful wool. Is that Stonehenge?
Can I pet your dog? Can I pet your dog? I'm gonna pet that dog.
He's just a puppy. He's just a puppy.
He's just a puppy.
What do you know about those guards?
Never go on a picnic with them.
Huh?
They love sandwiches but won't admit it. They'll eat all yours.
Okay. Man, if only I had some cheese, huh?
Boy, there's more crime in the country than one would suspect. I'll bet the
90s
farmer would
crime
have
line.
grin. Everybody loves a helpless nincompoop.
Jeez.
What pretty vinegar.
Want to drink it?
Keep out of my cellar.
Nobody goes in my cellar.
Keep out of my cellar.
Now I want to go in your cellar. Oh.
I'll give this back.
Shit, I don't have a bottle for these reptile tears.
Please, may I look in your cellar?
I suddenly need to be in your cellar.
To see if there's something in there that would help me get through the gate.
Mm-hmm.
If I had wanted to have people borrow my things, I would have moved to the city in the first place.
Whew, what bad taste. He must be a bachelor.
Wow. It's right there.
Please, it's a matter of national security.
Kind of true.
Looks like my little cellar is more secure than your whole country.
I'll get her.
Kyrandia is your country, too.
Actually, I was born in Miltonia.
Okay.
Small town jerk.
Damn.
Yuck.
Yep, that's me.
Whew,
I'm a small town
bad
jerk.
taste. He must be a bachelor.
Keep out of my cellar.
Dragon tears.
He's just a puppy.
He's just a puppy. Oh. Oh?
I am very disappointed in you. Look what I found in your room. This is Xanthia's stirring paddle. If you find any more of Xanthia's stolen equipment, return it immediately.
Oh no, the hand stole everything. Oh, what in the world am I looking at?
The water is hardly flowing.
Get up there. Seems kind of obvious what to do.
Hey, that stick is jamming the gears.
Uh-huh.
Strange. That looked like a piece of the fishing boat.
That's an animation you got there.
What a refreshing cascade.
Yep. That's what I was thinking.
What a refreshing cascade. He looks grumpy.
Sure does.
But I'm not the one to cheer him up.
The hand?
He looks grumpy. Wow, that electricity looks dangerous.
I mean, I'm seeing a hand, right?
Now it's turning smoothly.
I mean, are hands actually like a race in this? Like, is it not just that one gloved hand? Are there many?
The valve is now open.
Is that good? Oh, is it? Do I put wheat in this?
The grain has been smashed. How can I scoop it out?
How indeed. Your hands.
There's some ground wheat in there. If only I could scoop it out.
I kind of got the sense it was the mill, so that's good. See, this puzzle's like Uh-oh. Holy shit! Oh no. Yeehaw. Wow. Vaporized.
I am
Sent to
very
heaven.
disappointed in you. Look what I found in your room. This is Xanthia's stirring paddle. If you find any more of Xanthia's stolen equipment, return it immediately.
The glove is a parlor magician that wants real magic and has stole all of Xanthia's things because it's jealous. That's my guess on that.
Hey,
there.
that stick is jamming the gears. Strange. That looked like a piece of the fishing boat. Wow. That electricity looks dangerous. The grain has been smashed. How
The
can we
bunny
stop
is
that?
adorable.
The valve is now open.
Okay, so water is now flowing down there. And we'll come back here for grain, I guess.
He was picking up another shipment of mustard.
Oh, like you make mustard from mustard seeds. Yeah, that makes sense. That's why you have the machine in the first place. This game is wild. What am I looking at?
So this is where it fell. Is that an elephant or an aardvark?
I don't think it's an aardvark.
Is that an elephant or an aardvark? Hello?
Yeah?
Boy, this one's really shy.
Is that Stonehenge?
Those are much too small to pick. You'd think they'd pick someone more outgoing for this job.
It's probably like growing mustard, right? Snowball, snowman. We have vinegar for some reason. Farmland 2. Alright.
Boy, this one's really shy.
Yeah.
It might sink and I may never see it again.
True.
Ooh, tangy. Ooh, tangy. Ooh, tangy. Ooh, tangy.
Interesting. Just like an infinite source of vinegar for some reason.
In my cauldron, I have some vinegar. Is that an elephant or an aardvark? Those are much too small to pick.
Oh, right. Who am I trying to give this letter to? Was that the farmer right here?
Are you Farmer Greenberry?
That's me. Thanks for the letter.
Aren't you the Mustard King? I'd love to get your secret recipe.
The greenberry recipe is mix ground radish with vinegar. That recipe's been in our family for generations.
Really? Well, now I need a radish then.
Surely you could get them to open the gates for me.
I don't know. They're pretty strict.
come on. Doesn't anybody care that Kyrandia is disappearing?
You mystics need to learn how to calm down.
Surely you could get them to open the gates for me.
I don't know. They're pretty strict. Keep out of my cellar. He's just a puppy.
Some vinegar and oh, geez, does that work? Good question. No.
In my cauldron, I have some vinegar, some vinegar, some vinegar, some vinegar,
Yeah.
some vinegar,
Oh, okay.
some vinegar.
That it? All right. Well, that's really funny that they did that. Flush all that vinegar. Okay, look, I just need to know what the answer is. Yeah, what's in the cauldron?
In my cauldron, I have some vinegar,
Okay.
some vinegar, some vinegar,
Alright,
Some
see you, Anthony.
vinegar.
4,
some vinegar,
5,
some vinegar,
6,
some vinegar,
7,
some vinegar,
8,
some vinegar,
9,
some vinegar,
10,
some vinegar,
11,
some vinegar,
12,
some vinegar,
13,
some vinegar,
14,
some vinegar,
15,
some vinegar,
16,
some vinegar,
17,
some vinegar,
18,
some vinegar,
19,
some vinegar, some vinegar,
21,
some vinegar,
22,
some vinegar,
23,
some vinegar,
24,
some vinegar,
25, 25. Man, that doesn't even feel like the limit. Goodness. Well, let's get rid of 25 vinegar. Alright, well, thank you, Anthony, for hanging out. Alright, so we can't get the stuff out yet. We know there's some grain in there. And since we opened this valve, that's probably why the elephant is,
I don't think I want to do that. I'll give this back.
Let's go follow that person who went walking the other direction.
Hey, what are you?
What does it look like? I'm a ghost.
What are you, stupid?
Do you know how to get in that farmer's cellar?
He's pretty protective.
So I saw a ghost, like in a farmland, haunted to forever haunt a bale of hay because maybe it got impaled by this pitchfork, almost like I did.
This ghost could help me.
And the first thing I thought to ask is, hey, do you know how to get into the cellar?
I'd love to help you, but how?
I'm like a genie. Get a bottle to carry me.
Okay.
Why can't you get inside a body by yourself?
Alright, will do.
Somebody has to do it for me.
I didn't know agriculture could be that dangerous. If I do help you, will you help me?
Well, I know you'll feel better about yourself. And that's a start at least.
That's true. If you were, like, trying to get into someplace, probably asking a ghost for help how to get through a wall makes a lot of sense.
Why can't you get inside a body by yourself?
Somebody has to do it for me.
Ooh.
My, what beautiful wheat. What beautiful wool.
What beautiful mountains.
This wheat looks healthy. That must be the famous Morning Mist Aqueduct.
Famous. World over.
If I do help you, will you help me?
Well, I know you'll feel better about yourself. And that's a start at least.
Oh, did I not walk this way yet? No, there's this, yeah.
Maybe these idiots are related to Herman.
Oh, get Herman. Herman's living a tragic life right now. His whole family left him.
Nothing in there.
I don't know if you read his mail. Well, he also didn't get his mail. Well, no, he's going to, I guess.
What kind of city would have a mustard-colored flag?
Place that grows mustard.
Hey! The forest is on fire!
Sorry, no fires after breakfast.
Good roll.
Sorry, we don't take bribes.
I heard you do. I heard different.
We love sandwiches.
Wait, I heard that too.
Look out! A huge monster behind you!
Not allowed. Monsters are on Mondays.
Someone is killing you? That's not possible. That's not legal.
Now what would a sheep want with that?
Alright, so I need a way to contain a ghost.
No, thank you. Actually, I do enjoy scaring people. No, thank you. No, thank you. Actually, I do enjoy scaring people. No, thank you.
He's just a puppy.
Hello? Those are much too small to pick. It might sink and I may never see it again. Boy, this one's really shy. You'd think they'd pick someone more outgoing for this job. Boy, this one's really shy.
It really kicked up the jams in this one, too. Kind of unfortunate this one didn't do as well as one, because, like, there's definitely a lot more... It's just definitely a bigger game, feeling anyway, already. At least it's more complicated so far, and the first two areas are very diverse feeling.
Now it's turning smoothly.
It may or may not be a bigger game, I don't know that for sure. But Kyrandia 1 was actually fairly small package. You can get stuck for a long time though, it turns out.
Is that an elephant or an aardvark?
does not look like there's anywhere to go on this screen. Could I turn this off and would that be helpful? I turned that on before I visited the screen and I'm not sure. Oh, there was a person who walked that way too. Oh, I missed.
The valve is now closed.
Okay, nothing in these directions.
I need to get through that gate.
Well, I need to make a sandwich, is what I'm hearing.
Is that an elephant or an aardvark? The hose doesn't work. The hose doesn't work.
Okay. I guess I could try filling the water bowl. That makes sense.
It might sink and I may never see it again. The valve is now open. I need to get through that gate. It might sink and I may never see it again. It's probably safe to drink.
Probably. Yep, no. Hose.
My cauldron has nothing but water in it.
Oh!
Wow, that must be very fertile soil. I already watered the garden. Lettuce.
Let us begin.
A radish.
Awesome.
A radish.
Awesome.
A radish. Lettuce. Lettuce.
Cool. Okay, so I need to grind the mustard, or the radishes.
I already watered the garden.
Oh, maybe I can use the water bowl.
Now I've got ground grain. There's some ground wheat in there. If only I could scoop it out. The radish has been smashed. How can I scoop it out?
Okay, well, so I can do infinite of that. Let me see. What am I trying to accomplish here? Ground wheat? Okay.
Now I've got ground radish.
Okay. So can I just put... Oh, I don't have any cheese.
I need to get through that gate.
So if I just did ground radish and and vinegar, I would be good. But now I need to... Do I need to deconstruct cheese? Where's a... Can I milk these sheep? Can I milk this dragon?
Just a puppy.
What do you know about those guards?
Never go on a picnic with them.
Huh?
They love sandwiches but won't admit it.
Boy, there's more crime in the country than one would suspect. In my cauldron, I have some vinegar, some ground radish, some ground grain,
Sorry. Sorry.
Oh, you got it. The way the game works, it has to be before you put it in the cauldron. That's a shame. Thanks for the update on that. I am still looking for cheese, obviously, but yeah, that's good to know that I'm not going to make another silly mistake.
Wow, that must be very lettuce. Lettuce.
I need lettuce? Yeah. Yeah,
Lettuce.
that's a little
A
silly.
radish. A radish.
I was worried about that when I was doing it, so
radish.
it would have been the second thing I tried once I got cheese. But right now, we're hurting for cheese. If only we had a stick that turned things into cheese. Oh, you know, his cellar probably got some cheese in it.
The radish has been smashed. How can I scoop it out? I don't think I want to smash that. It might sink and I may never see it again. Now I've got ground radish. Farmer Greenberry's original recipe.
Well, why would you just eat all the mustard? Why? Why would you just eat the mustard? Just look at it. Just look at the mustard and say, oh, wow, cool, it's mustard. Ugh. Lady. Oh, mustard, don't mind if I do. Get a spoon. Well, I mean, I guess, like, because of the radishes I have to grow again. I guess what you're telling me is I can just come back here for more radishes if I needed to.
Wow, that must be very fertile soil. Lettuce. 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 A radish. A radish. A radish.
I thought there were mustard seeds when people made mustard. Is that a joke? That it's not actually mustard?
The radish has been smashed. How can I scoop it out?
Ah, crap.
Now I've got ground radish.
Big pinky promise. No Kyrandia. Oh, interesting. Yeah, they probably just took that feedback to heart.
Hey, what are you?
What does it look like? I'm a ghost.
What beautiful wool. I'll bet a flask would work better for this.
Well, it would be really nice to have some empty beverages. I just have
Now,
this.
what would a sheep want with that?
That's a good question. I'm glad she had like a message for it. I just need I need another container. Well, can you haunt my vinegar bottle, Mr. Ghost? Ghost buddy?
No, thank you.
I'll bet a flask would work better for this.
Milk that sheep.
He's just a puppy.
This wheat looks healthy. Maybe I could just drop down the chasm of Everfall.
Sounds good. Oh, I remember the chasm of Everfall. That was in the funny cave. Well, that cave's gone from the opening.
What kind of city would have a mustard-colored flag?
Mustard-colored flag. Did you throw cheese at me?
You fellows are starting to annoy me.
Sorry, we're not allowed to annoy people without hats.
Would you really like to come in?
It's about time.
Sorry, just kidding!
Nothing in there.
Okay, good. Thank you for saying it. Like, look at this log.
Nothing in
you
there.
always make me look at the logs. Is there anything in the log?
Nothing in there.
I'm going nuts. We gotta check all the logs. There could be cheese in there. Man, remember when we had cheese? We gave it away.
Sorry, we don't take bribes. Sorry, we don't take bribes. Sorry, we don't take bribes. Sorry, we don't take bribes.
Look, just throw some cheese at me. Just cheese. Just, you got any cheese? Can you ask that?
Why do you keep bothering us?
Yeah, what are you? A nut?
Yeah. Make sure to check all the logs. Or literally anything, really. But logs for sure.
Anything in here? One of my flasks.
Incredible. Well, okay, so the solution to the ghost problem is right here, but, like, also I need this for... milking. I need to milk. Although maybe I need the ghost first. Oh, you know what? The farmer probably has a cheese machine.
I wonder where I can get this guy a body. I don't think I want to do that.
Damn it. Come on, do it. Put a ghost in a potion.
Keep out of my cellar. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm not gonna take your ghost bottle. Oh. Duh.
I wonder if this body will work.
This area almost feels easier than the first area. Like, that cauldron puzzle was
Thanks.
nuts. What? Wow, that was the ghost of Mario. Mario. Yippee yahoo. Oh.
Look, I'm free.
Get back to work. You haven't fulfilled your contractual obligation.
No way, fatso.
Whoa.
I'm not working that garden again. See ya.
Aha! Now to investigate.
Silly scarecrow, you're supposed to be in the field. Oh, it's a murder cellar. Uh-oh, doilies, scissors. Oh no, it's not the doily room, is it? That's the third game. That's the third game. Third game.
These look dangerous. Never again.
Certainly don't want to have to make doilies.
That doesn't look like my kind of tool. Acme cheesemaker.
Yeah, I figured. Oh, let's go milk a sheep. I knew the cheesemaker would be in here.
Ew, what bad taste. He must be a bachelor.
Damn. Guy's catching strays and he's running around chasing a ghost. Yeah, it could be the prison for all I know. That's pretty funny.
Nothing in this flask.
No, sheep.
Who says milking a sheep is hard?
I didn't.
My, what beautiful wheat.
Sheep milk. What kind of milk is sheep milk? I know about goat's milk. Or goat's cheese. Goat's cheese. Oh.
Now there's milk in there. Let's try it now. Is that cheddar or Colby? This cellar's bigger than the house.
Yeah, a little bit.
I know there's something useful in here.
What? Get the cheese.
This looks like that Rat's brand.
Colby cheese is what kind of cheese? Cow's milk. Okay. So no. What
How
kind
do
of cheese
you
you got
get
a
this in
sheep?
here? This cellar's bigger than the house. That doesn't look like my kind of tool. There's a hole in the bottom of this. A horseshoe. A horseshoe. An old horseshoe. An old horseshoe.
Got enough for a horse. Alright, we got enough for a sandwich. That's nice. What do we need horseshoes for? It's like a skeptics.
Woo! What bad taste. He must be a bachelor. In my cauldron, I have some mustard, some vinegar.
Oh no, there was vinegar in there already? That sounds like it's gonna fail. That could fail.
The grain has been smashed. How can I scoop it out? Now I've got ground grain. If I fill a flask, will there be a sandwich in it?
Sandwich potion.
I don't think I want to do that.
Give this poor dragon a sandwich. Oh, the gate was that way. The gate was that way.
Sorry, we don't take bribes.
Instant sandwich. Hey, you guards! Don't let anybody disturb my picnic here, okay? I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll leave the sandwich here. Now to hide.
Oh, is that what the log for? It's not even an entire
Finally.
sandwich.
Does this roll down their windows? Ew, I'm not sure I'd want my drinking water coming through a dead horse.
A seahorse. Oh, we have an ad, sorry. Oh, it just started. I probably went through the gate. Alright, I'll be back in a bit. Alright, welcome back. Ah, we got through the gate. Cat's jumping on the table. He's getting a little close to his
There
dinner
has
time.
to be a patriot around here somewhere.
Patriot? Oh, somebody who cares about the country. Wow. All these good-for-nothing country people don't care about the
What
kingdom.
the heck is that?
Big fish.
Who left this lying around? This stuff looks familiar. These look like used potion ingredients.
Oh, hang on, I gotta pay attention. Wrapper.
Another
Orange.
page from my spell book. I'd better put it back in the binding.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Buzz, heart of gold, 2 black pebbles. Teddy bear potion. Oh yeah, she mentioned that earlier. Rance potion. Effect may be erratic. But yeah, it's just wild that the first thing you have to make is one that has 5 ingredients. It needs to, well, 6 ingredients. It needs to have hot water. And it's got 2 puns in it. It's like, let me just mix a simple thing first so I know what happens. So, it's such a harsh start to the thing, because this whole area has been so far much easier.
The sheriff appears to be in a trance. You call that a building?
Oh, so someone's already done a tranche potion to them. So they use seawater, eye of newt, and citrus extract. And so they used an orange for the citrus.
That is certainly one of the most unusual buildings I've ever seen.
Eye of newt, seawater. What was in the packet? Eye of Newt. I feel like that's a pun.
You call that a building? The sheriff appears to be in a trance. Is that a fish head or a bird's tail?
She just not gonna go this way?
I never saw a fish with feathers.
Huh.
Instant sandwich. Something shiny is in the water. Something shiny is in the water.
Eye of Newt. Oh, seawater. Seawater's easy. What? This is weird. She just will not go in that direction. Oh, there we go. Okay. Whoa. Uh-oh.
I wonder how Fawn is doing.
Okay. That was probably why, because there was like a cutscene. They wanted me to go a certain way.
Is that the Easter Island bunny?
Haha! Cute.
Is that the Easter Island bunny? Is that the Easter Island bunny?
This is a cool screen. Look at this. Trapper Keeper art-ass screen.
Is that the Easter Island bunny?
Also, all these are reminding me of like Lemmings levels from a different perspective.
How cute. A swing for the kids.
This seems like a way to die.
I don't think I can reach the rope. It could be dangerous.
Thumbs up. Good job. You got this. Okay, I was right. That's correct.
I never did like gym class.
Alright, so we probably want to float over this. Hot air feather. Check maybe Radek, mix and cauldron fills 1 flask.
I'm more the intellectual type. I don't think I want to look down.
What was the horseshoes for? Must be activated at an altar of doubt. Well, that looks kind of like where I'd put an altar.
Is that the Easter Island bunny?
Huh.
Artificial newt eyes.
Oh, okay. It just...
That was my last package.
Wait. Oh, okay. Someone stole your ingredients. And it was probably the glove.
Mud.
Oh.
Now that's going to be valuable.
Because the glove was right there.
I don't think I need any more mud.
I don't need any more mud. Okay, so we don't have any newt eyes, so we need something that rhymes with newt eyes. We need some new eyes. We need some...
Are those fish working?
Holy shit.
What bait shop did they get this from?
What an
Weird
image.
boat.
Weird boat.
Big fish.
You know, it's kind of interesting they never revisited this series. I feel like there's a lot of people who have nostalgia for it. Like, Monkey Island got
Big fish.
crazy modern remakes.
He
Not
seems
crazy,
to be in
but
some
like,
kind of
they kept going to Monkey Island.
He seems to be in some kind of trance.
Okay.
Big fish. Big fish.
Do we have like an anti-tranche? Sleepy time magic. Can I scare people out of a trance? Well, we don't have
This
sulfur
boat
anymore.
here has to be the answer to my problem.
Sure.
He seems to be in some kind of trance.
Alright, well, hang on. I'm going to be right back.
You call that a building? Something shiny is in the water. So, where's all the mustard for sale? Bigger than mine.
Wait, what is?
Bigger than mine.
This chest?
Bigger than mine.
Huh.
Why is there no glass in this window?
Is that the joke that I'm thinking it is?
Why is there no glass in this window? Shouldn't these be refrigerated? Shouldn't these be refrigerated? Hey, this guy's a zombie. Is that Mustard Island? What's wrong with your map? What's wrong with your map?
Oh, what is wrong with this map?
This must be High Moon. This must be High Moon.
High Moon goes to
Is that
Mustard Island.
Okay. Business must be good. All orders to Herb the Toad must be COD.
Those of
Odd filing system. Who would need 10 barrels of mustard?
A restaurant?
There has to be a boat around here somewhere.
Just a lot of cool screens.
Drinking and dragons don't mix.
We're doing this again? Okay.
This brings back bad memories. This brings back bad memories. This brings back bad memories. Here we go. There's probably a cover charge, too. Must be the drunk dragon. Drinking and dragons don't mix.
Drinking and Dragons, yeah, it's a joke.
The Mary Mercier Mustard Company.
Funny they keep making me do this same puzzle. This time it doesn't make as much sense, right? Like...
Uh-oh. This place looks dangerous.
Oh, is a loom guy here?
Do you know which boat goes to Volcania?
It's a ship, not a boat.
Excuse me. That was a transportation question. Not a nautical quiz. So where's Farmer Greenberry?
I lost him out in the wheat fields.
Do you know how I can get out to Volcania?
Nobody goes there. Too dangerous.
I didn't know you would desert your post.
I don't need a morality lecture, thank you.
Any idea how I could get a boat to Volcania?
Sorry.
Nobody seems to be using this. So, do you know which ship goes to Volcania?
The mustard barge is the only one that even goes close.
The mustard barge?
How do you think the natives get their mustard?
The natives?
Sure. Cannibals.
What?
So, do you know which ship goes to Volcania?
The mustard barge is the only one that even goes close.
I didn't know you would desert your post.
I don't need a morality.
I must get to Volcania. It's a matter of national importance.
Forget it. Volcania is just a bunch of baloney.
Don't you pirates have a boat?
Wave reform.
Great.
I must get to Volcania. It's a matter of
We're
national
done hitting the sea.
importance.
Forget it. Volcania is just a bunch of baloney.
Oh, he's getting ready. Ready. Oh. Oh, he's getting ready. Ready. Oh. It's pirate poetry night. Nobody leaves without reciting a poem.
Oh, really?
Hey, get out of my way, wench.
Oh,
Hush. He's about to begin.
Thirsty Dick Richard went down to the water. His mama said, "Dickie, don't wade. In over your knees." But alas, for her pleas went unheeded and most unobeyed. For young Rick was quick to dive in and stick in the mud, headlong and head first.
uh-huh.
And as much as he'd squirm and gyrate like a worm, his problem was breathing, not thirst. Do-wah-de-water, dicky-dicky, don't wade. Do-wah-de-water, do what your mom said. Dip-de-dip, but don't slip. Won't you please try to keep your knees dry?
Huh.
Do you know which boat goes to Volcania?
Lester is very shy.
A shy pirate?
I suppose you're perfect.
Boo!
Leave him alone, you bully.
Nobody leaves without reciting a poem.
Nobody leaves without reciting a poem. Doors are barred. Welcome to open mic night.
Looks like Brandon's picture.
Oh, that's nice.
Looks like Brandon's picture. Nice keg. Nice keg. The mustard barge?
How do you think the
natives?
Sure.
Cannibals.
Cannibals.
Alright, recite a poem. No one had to be good.
Excuse me. Hey!
Oh.
Thank you. Nobody barfs much on the wharfs, but rub-a-dub-dub, and most lose their grub. Heave! Heave! Ho, ho! Over the rail your biscuits go.
Oh my gosh. Poetry night was never been this good. Alright, well, I guess you get to escape now.
I wonder if this taffy is safe to eat.
Ew.
I wonder if this taffy is safe to eat. A shy pirate?
I suppose you're perfect.
Oh, wow, hi.
Hey, lassie, care to try your luck? Just find the P.
We're getting swindled by a giant
Luck could be
squid.
easy. See? Double your money. Care to play?
No, wait, I was gonna play.
Do you know anything about trances?
My favorite kind of customer.
What?
Gamblers who disregard actual statistics.
Huh?
Hey, it's free advice.
What?
Gamblers who disregard actual statistics.
Huh?
Hey, it's free advice.
Oh, I guess you can't actually play the game.
What?
Gamblers who disregard actual statistics.
What is taffy?
I have got to find a boat to take me to Volcania. Huh?
Huh?
Hey, it's free advice.
What?
Gamblers who disregard actual statistics.
Okay. If I go back in here, do I have to recite more poetry? Oh no.
You wouldn't recognize iambic pentameter if it bit you on the arse.
Damn. Poetry night got ugly.
Oh, and I suppose you're the haiku expert. Get out, you illiterate cretin. You stay out of this.
I can't believe these jerks don't have a boat.
There's like stuff like this, like what is this? It looks like it's something.
Is it getting dark out? Or is it getting dark out? Or is it just me?
That looks like something too, but I guess not.
Interfere and I'll slit your gizzard.
Oh.
You stay. Hey, that's my gold tooth.
What? I guess there is a puzzle here. Really?
Don't they ever wash these things?
Like if you just kept eating taffy? Obscure and disgusting death. Well, okay, I'm in.
Excuse me. I couldn't possibly drink anymore.
Is it obscure because it's a lot?
Excuse me. I'm definitely not going to drink anymore.
Is it like root beer or taffy? Or both? Oh.
Too much sweet stuff. I wonder if this taffy is safe to eat.
I think I would be haunted by this as a child. It'll take a minute.
I couldn't eat any more.
Oh, yes, you could.
I wonder if this taffy is safe to eat. I'd better not eat anymore.
Oh, there we go. That sounded pretty
I
final.
wonder if this taffy is safe to eat.
5 things of taffy and you die.
Too much sweet stuff.
Oh, so like, is it already too late? Or do I have to keep going?
Excuse me. I couldn't possibly drink anymore.
Or did I reset one of them with the other? Keep going! Chug, chug, chug.
I don't feel so good.
There we go.
Uh-oh.
Let me walk over here to die. Oh, God.
Quick, get a wallet.
Jeez. No. Well, yikes. Okay.
Get out, you illiterate cretin.
Yeah, that one's pretty gross.
Interfere and I'll slit your gizzard.
What happened to Xanthia? Oh, yeah, you know, she got to a poetry night and died in her own vomit.
You stay out of this. Hey, that's my gold tooth.
Okay, so he's not gonna let that go.
Get out, you illiterate cretin.
Ugh.
You stay out of this.
Oh, that seemed pretty horrific. Just poetry night was wild.
I'm busy. Get out, you illiterate cretin. You stay. I mean it. Get that away from me. I'm busy. Don't touch me. Stay out of this, lady. I'm busy. I mean it. Get that away from me. I'm busy.
I might need to do a spell here to get sleepy time magic or something. Fuzz Heart of Gold. 2 black pebbles. I could also put people into a trance, but I would need citrus, which these pirates have never seen in their lives.
I don't think I need any more taffy.
Root beer. Lucky horseshoe. Okay, so we have that. Is that the only thing that needs a horseshoe? Rabbit footprint. Okay. So that's the mud, right? Because we found the mud by the statue. Sweet and sour sauce. And then lizard tears again. Good old tried and true.
I can't believe these jerks don't have a boat.
I don't know what your deal is.
Ew, I'm not sure I'd want my drinking water coming through a dead horse. I guess I should give Fawn a call.
What?
Fawn, Fawn. Come in, Fawn.
So then I told her, you'd better get your butt in gear and get going or I'll...
Fawn? Fawn, can you hear me?
Oops. Hi, Xanthia. Did you get the anchor stone?
Not yet, but I'm making progress.
Are you?
How's things in Kyrandia?
You'd better hurry. Brandon came by and told me Darm has vanished. And Bryn's temple just disappeared.
Yikes.
If you don't hurry, you'll be the only mystic left. Then what will we do?
Thanks for the encouragement. I'll call you later. Any ideas how to undo a trance?
Huh?
Do you know how to undo a trance?
Huh?
Alright, enjoy fighting over your sandwich.
I'll give this back. Dragon tears.
Okay, so we need lizard tears, horseshoe, got that mud. Sweet and sour sauce. Is that just the mustard? We just make more mustard and that's sweet and sour sauce? And it's crowded in here.
The radish has been smashed. How can I scoop it out? Now I've got ground radish.
So I guess taffy could be potentially a thing. It's like sweet and sour being like taffy and vinegar or something weird.
In my cauldron, I have some reptile tea, a horseshoe, some mustard.
Nah.
It was smashed. Now I've got ground radish. I already have something in my bowl. Ooh, that's hot. Now I've got ground radish. It was smashed. Ooh, that's hot. Now I've got ground radish.
Those three things for sure. Lucky. Oh, wait. Lucky horseshoe. Eh? Lucky horseshoe? Man, they really want you to just know some real-world knowledge. I don't even remember this one. It's a horseshoe. The upside-down horseshoes are unlucky. And these are lucky. It has to be, like, well, with the top up is unlucky, I think. If I remember correctly. The hell is sweet and sour sauce, though? Is it mustard?
Maybe this aqueduct goes to Volcania.
Yeah, so, no, this is the opposite. This is lucky. Okay, I had to look that up. Lucky horseshoe. Very versatile for holding tools of all kinds. Your blue bowl is very versatile for holding tools for all kinds of stuff.
I'm sure there are no boats bound for Volcania here. Farmer Greenberry's original recipe.
I see. I see. Thank you. That, sure. Yeah? What? Oh yeah, no, I did know about horseshoes having a position for luck, but I got it backwards, so there's that. I believe it's this. You want...
Maybe this aqueduct.
I'm actually having trouble looking it up on the internet because so many things are lucky horseshoes, or just like from media. But it's the position. I think it's this. I think it's upright like this. I'm finding a lot of clip art that does it that way, weirdly enough. Alright, let's just try this. Oh, no. Wait, did I miss something? Rabbit footprint. That has to be the mud. Sweet and sour sauce lizard tears. Oh, hang on. No, okay.
I have a funny feeling about this horseshoe. I haven't seen any horses around. I have a funny feeling.
Okay, that's definitely the right one. Well, the mud was by the rabbit statue, which is why I thought it was what they meant by that. But I guess it's not enough. This game's wild. Oh, you mean like the rabbit statue has to like come to life and stamp it? Like, but I thought that was implied.
I've got to find a way to Volcania.
Yeah, they're just gonna fight over a sandwich forever? Well, I mean, whatever. Yeah, I was just thinking, like, okay, it's next to the rabbit foot, or it's next to the rabbit statue. It's got, like, a raised paw. I was thinking, like, oh, that's it. That's just the hint that it's the right thing, but... No, this game wants more than that. That's wild. Never enough. What are we doing? Go that way. I want that thing in the water, too, but... Yeah, it's like... Oh, but it's over here. I see.
What do I do with a muddy footprint?
Ah, okay. Wow. Okay. I didn't even try that. Skeptic Serum. The hell is Skeptic Serum?
What the heck is that?
A fish.
You call that a building? You call that a building? That didn't snap him out of it.
Oh, well, thanks for not wasting it. What does it do?
I don't think I needed to do that.
Go to the people in the bar, hopefully. But I thought I would just make them go to sleep. Oh, maybe these people are skeptical? I don't know.
Sorry, we don't take bribes.
All the people in trances, that's not going to be
There
good
has
enough.
to be a boat around here somewhere.
What are you, a bingo player? If you think it will help, you can put your little lucky charm anywhere you want.
Oh, don't.
See, I only play for gold.
Oh, must be activated at an altar of doubt. Oh. Yeah, I forgot about that part.
I'm sure there are no boats bound for Volcania here.
Altar of doubt. See, I'm worried I haven't been there yet. Oh, okay. I think that was supposed to be a scene from earlier, not the supposedly he'd already lost the farmer.
This aqueduct goes everywhere.
Aqueduct goes everywhere. I mean, what I really want to do is get the gold tooth out of the bar. Heart of gold. I don't know if that refers to the tooth.
What do I do with a muddy footprint? Aren't I the clever little scout? That would make a tremendous keychain.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a lucky horseshoe, good. She also mentions she talks to those horseshoes differently than these.
I haven't seen any
Yeah.
horses around.
Whereas this one, she says
I have a
this.
funny feeling about this horseshoe.
Okay, so I've got Skeptic Serum, but it's not activated.
In my cauldron, I have an orange peel.
Yeah, orange peel's not gonna do you any good. I gotta go save. I have to save where I after I've made that, maybe, or maybe not. I don't eat it yet. I'll just keep all this. I'll just get the footprint and leave it at that for now. Go.
Hey, that stick again.
Ah.
Hey, Mr. Stick, are you following me? Ew, I'm not sure I'd want my drinking water coming through a dead horse.
Dead horse. Buzz. How to get this?
What do I do with a muddy footprint?
Stick. Think I can do with a stick?
Never again.
Oh, shears. Never again. What happened to you and scissors? You shout and stick at me? That's the old stick. Oh, I mean, I'm working my way through things, so you don't need to try to hit me.
Whoops.
Only friend.
Mmm, soft. I like the new look.
I got wool now. That's Fuzz. Fuzz, Heart of Gold. Heart of Gold. The 2 black pebbles. One flask. So I can make one of them go to sleep? Sounds kind of like the solution to the bar scene. Hot air.
Hey, Mr. Stick, are you following me? Hey, Mr. Stick, are you following me?
You mean golden grain, right? So, like, grain is gold.
Anything in here?
Yeah, is there, like, cheese in there for no reason?
There's not even a needle in there.
Ah. Double check the cellar. Well, I don't think we need unlucky horseshoes. I put those back.
There's a hole in the bottom of this. Acme Cheesemaker. Acme Cheese. That doesn't look like my kind of tool. I doubt there's a direct tunnel to Volcania in here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I might as well just see like what I get when I get water from this fountain. Is it just water? Maybe salt water.
Ew. Salty and fishy. Oh, now this looks safe.
Warm water. Gonna get colder? Yes. Now it's just water. Okay. Must be cold weather. At least sound for later then. Hot water, yeah. Do I even need hot water now?
I have got to find a boat to take me to Volcania. Does this roll down their windows? Somebody should wash these windows. Where's Brandon when you need him?
Ah! Guy sucks.
What's wrong with your map? What a stiff. Bigger than mine. Huh?
Hey, it's free advice.
Drinking and dragons don't mix. The Mary Mercier Mustard Company.
Black pebbles. Heart of gold. 2 black pebbles. Well, it seems like we have a lot of open issues here. And I'm not exactly sure what they want me to do with the people in a trance. I'm thinking I'm like nearing the end of this. I think maybe we're gonna go through an ad and I'm gonna have to do like another hour. And we'll end for today and I'll resume on Friday. But not just yet. Feather, red leather, and hot air. I don't know, the windy wolf thing means that, like, sometimes I'm just not gonna get it. Like, gnarly bark, windly wolf. That one is bizarre. That was a strange decision. Now I can't trust anything.
I never did like gym class.
Oh, hey, hi. Wow, thank you for the raid. Mako. NC? PT, how you doing? What were you playing? Let me give you a shout out. How's everybody doing? How was the stream? Were you also doing DOSember?
I'm more the intellectual type.
Howdy. We've been banging our head against Kyrandia Book 2 all day. Oh, thank you. Defeated by a safe box in an obscure game. Well, that sounds exciting. I love to be defeated by a puzzle in an obscure game. That sounds like bliss.
Gym class.
Today I have been confounded by many a puzzle in this game. Many a wordplay. Lighthouse the Dark Being. Interesting. Interesting. I do like a lighthouse. Do you want to see Xanthia die?
I don't think I can reach the rope.
Right now
it
we're
could be dangerous.
Trying to figure out some potions we could do to get us through our current problems. I love the thumbs up. I got this, boss. I do not have this, boss. Oh, DOSember all month? Fantastic. That's a lot of fun. It's a cool event. This is the first time I've participated. Awkward. Oh no. That cat-mouse dynamic. Yes, welcome in, first-time chatters. I am Herboa. I play a variety of games. I play retro games and new games. But yeah, for DOSember, I'm getting back to Kyrandia because I played the first one as a kid. But I had never played Kyrandia Book 2 in my life. Oh, we hit an ad. I'm very sorry. I'll get you on the other side.
That is certainly one of
We'll
the
take a
most
break while we're in the
unusual
ad.
buildings I've ever seen.
But yeah, thanks again. Oh, welcome back. Oh, wow. So that you just refused to accept the input on the puzzle? Oh, that sounds like a real nightmare. It can always be tough, especially in a game that you haven't played before and there's not a lot of people in chat who even know about it. You just be spinning your wheels forever. But yeah, Mako, thanks so much for the raid. And if you've got a raid and run, do some post-stream self-care, I understand. But we'll,
Is that a fish head or a bird's tail?
we'll be keeping with this for a little bit longer. Another couple hours at least, maybe. See if we can make a dent in what I've got to do in this area. Right now I've got a bunch of people in a trance. And we've got like a poetry night gone wrong. And then this person who's here. You have so many items in this game. Oh yeah, thanks for the follow also. Yeah, by all means. Go treat yourself. Happy holidays. Oop. G1. G1! Oh no. My keyboard has multiple layers. Got a cheesecake waiting for him. Ooh, a cheesecake. Oh, I do like a little cheese.
I've got to find a boat.
Don't want to be a
somewhere.
stereotype, but there was a rat in this game that just wanted cheese. Well, thank you.
You
This is my,
wouldn't recognize iambic pentameter if it bit you on the
Oh, right, I
arse.
haven't been in here yet. Yeah, poetry night went bad.
Oh, I suppose you're the
Thank you so
haiku
much.
expert.
Really? You hadn't heard of Kyrandia? That's interesting. Oh yeah, this avatar is fantastic. You can see the credits below, who was responsible, but they're a great artist. They took my my commission idea and made it a reality in PS2 style, and also I have a ability to do this. I can also glow.
I can't believe these jerks don't have a boat.
Get out, you illiterate cretin.
That's just a thing I do.
You stay out of this.
They made me in a lab. You know how it is.
I mean it. Get that away from me.
I think we want to get this
busy.
person's gold tooth.
Get out, you illiterate cretin. You stay
Ah,
out
you
of
know.
this.
I'm not all Jerboa, I guess.
What sissy
Got some deep
pirates.
fish in there somewhere.
Interfere and I'll slit your gizzard.
Not my gizzard.
You stay out of this. You stay out of this.
We did see a really awful death in here earlier, which I'm not going to repeat. Where she just dies in her own vomit from eating too much root beer. It's kind of wild.
Get out, you illiterate
It just takes a while to do, is the thing. You just have to keep drinking and eating taffy until things go badly.
Stay out of this.
This is a lot to take in. There's like 4 whole characters in this scene.
Get that away from me.
Can I talk to the bird?
I'm busy.
Oh, whoa! Wow, Doki, thank you for the raid. That's 2 raids tonight. How was Salmon? I assume you were playing Salmon Run. Doki raid. How was it? How was the overfishing? Did you get any scores that you thought were halfway decent?
I can't believe these jerks don't have a boat.
Ah, yes. So I can't take this person's tooth. They're not going to allow it.
My gold tooth.
Do you know anything about trances?
Nope.
Wing Lancing. Oh, okay, cool.
Looks like Brandon's picture.
Tell me the comp and tell me how it went. Yeah, alright. Hit me up. Octobrush, Blob, Nova, and Hydra. Well, I think because most of those are not guns, that I would say is freelancing didn't go so well. And also, well, Hydra is a particularly difficult weapon. And Octobrush doesn't help round it out, so... yeah, I don't think that went particularly well.
The sheriff appears to be in a trance. You call that a building?
I call it a fish.
That part looks like a fish. I never saw a fish with feathers.
I mean, the whole thing kind of resembles a fish. Is she just gonna eat this sandwich?
That is certainly one of the
Eat
most...
it.
Is that a fish head or a bird's tail? I don't think I wanted to eat that.
The sandwich? All went meh, yeah. I like Blob. Blob's kind of fun in Salmon. But, like, I guess it's not the... It's nice painting, you can get yourself around, but...
I never saw a fish with
Oh my
feathers.
gosh. Guess I'm a little overwhelmed with the number of things we can do at the moment. It feels like I want to stop the bar fight. I wish I knew what this was up here. Wish I could see it. Yeah, that comp is that comp. Yeah, those are a lot of weapons that are like, I actually don't mind Hydra when things are going well. Well, Hydra's just a bad when things are going poorly, which is often. Oh yeah, you know. No one can ask for such a thing. So is there any point to keep this wrapper? Or am I just supposed to have it to know that I need newts? Eyes of newts. Ugh. Yeah, I have so many items this game. There are 4 whole rows of items. The first game was much simpler. You only had 2 rows of items. But since you can make potions, like we have a potion we can make right now. We have a lucky horseshoe and a stamp of a rabbit's foot and reptile tears because we made a dragon dog cry and sweet and sour sauce, which we made from taffy and vinegar. And now we've got this. But it doesn't work yet because it's not activated.
I don't think I needed to do that.
Yeah. Also, yeah, thankfully we can carry a lot of items. Yeah, it had a tiny inventory, but it also didn't have, like, it didn't really have a lot for you to need to do with items. Like, there was some potion mixing in a late game puzzle. There's apparently not many soft locks. Like, I thought maybe there was going to be, and I've been saving a lot, but apparently this game is really generous with, like, providing you with repeats of items and stuff, so that's not really a concern. Like, a lot of this stuff, like, I had to make a sandwich, and then, like, you can just go and get the ingredients again. Entirely soft lock free, this game. You spend a lot of time trying to break it. Interesting.
I've got to find a boat to take me to Volcano.
So you have never found a soft lock once? That's interesting. That's good. I'm glad.
Drinking and dragons don't mix.
So can I play this game with the squid here?
What are you, a bingo player? If you think it will, hey, I only play for gold.
Oh, I need to give them gold. Oh, so I need the tooth. Okay. So I want the tooth to give to this person so that I can play the shell game.
You wouldn't recognize iambic pentameter if it bit you on the arse.
One exception is not writing down the Firefly code, it's random every time. Did that just repeat that every time I come in?
You wouldn't recognize iambic pentameter if it bit you. Oh, I suppose you're a haiku expert.
Haikus don't have iambic parameter, right? That's parameter. Iambic parameters. Don't got those. That's more of a limerick situation.
I wonder if this taffy is safe to eat.
I should just like go drop some items somewhere because I don't really need to be holding on to all this lettuce. Game's got some beats, though. Doing a bit of wandering right now.
Shouldn't these be refrigerated?
What is it? Is it mustard?
Shouldn't these be refrigerated? What's wrong with your map? All orders to Herb the Toad must be COD.
I don't know what COD is.
My cauldron has nothing but water in it.
But not warm water.
I like the new look.
Root beer. Yeah, I feel like anything with snow, that's not going to be relevant right now. And we've done this potion, and we know we can't make it. This one, the teddy bear one, the sleepy time, that sounds good, but heart of gold, like, what is that? 2 black pebbles. Anything that resembles black pebbles? Going hard on adventure games, being King's Quest 2, 5, and 6.
I've got to find a way to Volcania.
Oh, played through Gabriel Knight 2. I've seen that. Laura Bow. Oh, I've heard of Laura Bow too. Phantasmagoria, yeah. And Zork Nemesis. I don't think I've seen Zork Nemesis at all. And a lot of the King's Quest games I'm not familiar with. See, I had a Mac as a kid. And so, like, I played the original Kyrandia because, like, it came out on Mac, but then I just didn't have access to a lot of these things. So I need to start playing more of them. Which is what this is. I'm doing it. I'm finally playing book 2. And it's been cool. Definitely struggling a little bit right now. No, IBM PCs. I believe these games were also on IBM PCs. I saw the release stuff on the Internet Archive for that. But this is the DOS version.
I doubt there's a direct tunnel to Volcania in here.
I mean, do you want to look? We could make more cheese. Could make more sandwiches. We could give the dragon sweet and sour sauce. That's a funny cartoon noise. And then there's this machine.
There's some ground radish in there. If only I could scoop it out.
Maybe an altar of doubt is something I actually do have access to. But I think it's on the other side of that jump that I can't cross right now, which would mean that I need to... I don't have a feather. Hot air seems like a thing I could fabricate, but I don't know what red leather would be either.
He's going to grow up to be huge.
True.
Look at the size of his feet.
Look at the size of his feet.
I really should go back to High Moon and arrange transportation.
Okay. We're trying to get to High Moon via boat.
Volcania won't come to me. He's going to grow up to be huge. Look at the size of his feet.
It's a good soundbite.
I already watered the garden.
Oh no! Yeah, well, there was something floating in the water that I could try to get.
Are you two the largest morons in the world?
This is our sandwich. Eat it.
Get your own sandwich! I don't care what you're talking about! Gosh.
Business must be good. Odd filing system. Who would need 10 barrels of mustard? I didn't realize the mustard industry was this well developed.
Okay, so I want the gold tooth. I don't know what skeptic spells for. That's probably to remove this trance, right? And that's why I want to do it. So first I need to do the sleepy time. Heart of gold. What could that be
Got to
referring
find a boat somewhere.
Well, I mean, it could be literal. Like I need a lead heart. Like a heart of something.
Ew, I'm not sure I'd want my drinking water coming through a dead horse. Something shiny is in the water. I must need a regular magnet.
Okay, that's a good hint. I was gonna say,
Something shiny is in the water.
I want to fish that out somehow.
That looks like a window in the side of a pile of mud. That looks like a window in the side of a pile of mud.
Well, I guess this is 2 exits, right? Alright, go get yourself some cheesecake there, Mako, and thanks again for the raid. Yeah, nice meeting you.
Big fish. Big fish.
Really, this scene, like a lot of really good scenes. This is fun.
What bait shop did they get this from?
The era of it needs to look good in a screenshot.
He seems to be in some kind of trance.
Oh wait, I didn't think to walk past him. Just walk past him. He's just standing there. There you go.
What bait shop did they get this from?
Steal the boat.
Brass. Brass.
Oh, I guess it's good to know it's not gold, yeah.
What bait shop did they get this from?
Yeah, it's really colorful.
He seems to be in some kind of trance.
Will a sandwich wake
I
him?
don't think that will help him out of his trance.
It would wake me out of a trance.
I don't think that will help him out of his trance. I don't think that will help him out of his trance.
Heart of gold.
Too rough for my taste.
Yeah, thank you for not eating the wheat, but I'm just wondering if you have something to say about it. And black pebbles, I don't know what that refers to either.
Something shiny is in the water. I must need a regular magnet. Something shiny is in the water. Something shiny is in the water. That is certainly one of the most unusual buildings I've ever seen.
It's a weird building.
Is that a fish head or a bird's tail?
Which part? I mean, it looks very fish to me.
That is certainly one of the most unusual buildings I've ever seen.
It's a duck. Well, I guess the question is, did I miss anything? Do I need more items? And I got this thing I'm trying to get, but I don't know how yet. A horseshoe looks like a magnet, doesn't it?
Is that a fish
Like
head
a
or
cartoon
bird's
magnet? So am I supposed to look at a horseshoe and go, oh, I could magnetize the horseshoe
fish with feathers.
and then stick it on a string. Go! What the? Go this way.
Hey, Mr. Stick. Are you following me?
I need to make a fishing rod, I guess. Oh, I could make yarn from my wool, right? Right, so I need to take a stick, I need to make yarn, I need to tie it to a stick, I need to tie the other end to a horseshoe, and then I need to magnetize the horseshoe. Somehow. I need to somehow do all of those things.
They're doing beautiful things with mica these days.
What?
There must be a tremendous erosion problem around here. There must be a tremendous
Yeah,
erosion
right?
problem around here.
That's a funny thing to point out. Just a bell there. Why?
This brings back bad memories.
I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking the bar fight.
You wouldn't recognize iambic pentameter if it... Oh, I suppose you're a haiku expert. Get out, you illiterate cretin. You stay out of this. I mean it.
Okay.
Get that away from me. I'm busy.
Oh, shit. Oh, nice. That's good, actually. I like that solution. Oh, shit, I'm full up on garbage. Here, take some wheat.
There has to be a...
Oh, that's not my gold tooth. It's lead. Regolded.
I knew you'd want to try your luck. Let's go then. Keep your eye on the P.
Ah, fuck.
Pick a shell, any shell. Too bad.
Oh. But I can't soft lock, right? So I could just go back in here and get another gold tooth.
You wouldn't recognize iambic pentameter if it been...
Uh-oh. This place looks dangerous.
Just empty this guy's mouth.
Don't touch me. Stay out of this, lady. Get that away from me. I'm busy. I mean it. Get that away from me. I'm busy.
Let's have so much junk. Alright, let's save here, though. Alright. Let's save here. But there must be a trick to this, though, right? Because, like, I'm just
Keep your
getting...
eye on the P. Pick a shell, any shell. Too bad. Keep your eye on the P. Pick a shell, any shell.
It certainly looks like you can't just do this by sight. Swindling
Too
squid.
bad.
Right, but what do I need to do then? Heart of gold doesn't sound like what a tooth would be. 2 black pebbles.
Do you know how I could get to Volcania?
Sure, I was over there last week.
What were you doing down in Volcania?
Oh, I don't go down below. I just work the crowd on the beach.
Work the crowd on the beach?
Sure. Anyone who still believes in those anchor stones is a natural-born sucker.
Yeah.
What were you doing down in Volcania?
Oh, I don't go down below. I just work the crowd on the beach.
Yeah.
Keep your eye on the P. Pick a shell, any shell.
Oh, okay. He's not putting the gold inside the shells, which I was thinking like I could transmute. That's not gonna be it.
I've got to find a boat somewhere.
Yeah.
Too bad.
Too bad. I gotta somehow win this game, but I'm not clear to me how I would do that. I thought maybe I could actually play a game, but I can't. It's just more of a... more that I'm being swindled here.
Keep your eye on the P. Pick a shell, any shell. Too bad.
I don't think I want to do that. I wish I had a hammer. I could make a gold coin out of this.
Yeah? Just smash this tooth into a coin? Well, okay, but why would you do that? That's the strangest thing to want to do to a tooth.
I wish I had a hammer. I could make a gold coin out of this.
What are you, a bingo player? If you think of one, I only play for gold.
Oh, the magnet is sort of an in-game hint button. Use it on people to make them reveal something that usually vaguely helpful. Oh, interesting.
You really should use a lucky charm. You really should use a lucky charm.
Oh, wow. Never a spoiler, always a hint. I wonder if that's in the manual. That sounds very useful. You know what I mean? Like, is that not, like, written somewhere? Because it sounds like it would be helpful to know. Wonder if it got covered in, like, guides or something. Cauldron allows Xanthia to magically mix certain ingredients. What to do? Flush handle. What to do? There is a number of active areas and objects in the Hand of Fate that Xanthia cannot pick up. Clicking on those areas and clicking objects often initiate actions. For example, clicking on the rumpled rug in Xandra's home will cause her to find a flask of water under the rug. It says it right in the manual where the flask of water is. Yeah, that's wild. This is why maybe it's a good idea sometimes to read the gosh darn manual. That was one of the early things I was stuck on. Right there. Okay. Alright, we gotta start reading manuals when I'm playing obscure adventure games. I was looking for anything about the magnet, but you don't have it at the start, so a lot of this is just explaining how to control the game. How to install an MS-DOS. How to install in Windows. Oh, yeah, giving the blueberries to the fireflies. Oh, does it? Did I just miss that? Interesting. Okay. Well, there you go. Exciting. Useful. Anyway, I'm still stuck.
You really should use a Lucky Charm.
Lucky Charm.
I'd ride Malcolm's boat from the Fountain of Eternal Magic if I could find it.
You wouldn't recognize iambic pentameter. Oh, I suppose you're the haiku expert. Get that away from me. I'm busy. You stay out of this. You stay out of this. You stay out of this.
Sorry, we don't take bribes.
What the heck is that?
You've been here like 6 times.
That didn't snap him out of it.
It feels like the Skeptic's Potion is a Lucky Charm. But it's not activated yet. So now I'm kind of in an impasse, because like I thought I needed to do this before I could solve this rope puzzle. I am the confused. Lucky Charm. Oh, wait, but I got a horseshoe. That's lucky.
Wow.
But like, oh,
They're doing beautiful things with mica these days.
oh. I guess the horseshoe is technically that, but like, in what way would I use it?
I have a funny feeling about this horseshoe.
Keep your eye on the P.
Use a lucky charm.
Pick a shell, any shell.
Hey.
What are you, a bingo player? If you... Hey, I only play for gold.
Do you know how I could get to...
Sure, I was over there last week.
Do you know how I could get...
Sure, I was over there last week.
Okay. Ugh.
Now what would a sheep want with that?
Feels like some sort of like instructional video kind of song. Welcome to Understanding Your Macintosh, Volume 1. Today we'll be covering the mouse. You use the mouse to select things on your screen. Try it now. See? Isn't that amazing? Using the computer can be fun and exciting.
I doubt that pirate can use this now.
Oh. He did say to hammer it into a coin.
Now this looks like a coin.
Heart of gold.
Now this looks like a coin. Who would want a lead slug? Now this looks like a coin.
Okay, well that's fun.
It was smashed. It was smashed. It was smashed. I already have something in my bowl. I don't want to destroy my shears. It was smashed.
My peel. I guess I don't need these things, right? Yeah.
It was smashed.
Because I'm not going to be able to get those back, so that's kind of a hint that I don't
If
need
I
them.
smash this, how can I drink more root beer?
That's a good question.
It was smashed.
My mug.
I doubt that pirate can use this now.
You got like a wool making thing down here too?
How'd he get this in here?
What is it?
How'd he get this in here? I don't want to put that in there.
Well, I mean, so the squid took the gold either way. It didn't need it formed into a coin, so that's probably not why I need a gold coin.
He's going to grow up to be. Look at the size of his feet.
I heard dragons love coin or gold. Look at the size of his feet. But I don't want to drop anything. It's all so precious to me. I don't need our sandwich. Sweet and sour, lucky horse, lizard tears, yeah.
I really should go back to High Moon and arrange transportation.
Yeah.
Volcania won't come to me.
Black pebbles.
That looks like a window in the side of a pile of mud. You call that a building? That part looks like a fish.
Sure does.
That part looks like a fish.
It's like some kind of fish building.
You call that a building? The sheriff appears to be in a trance. That didn't snap him out of it.
Can I get our tooth?
You wouldn't recognize iambic pentameter. Oh, I suppose you're a haiku expert. Get out, you illiterate cretin. You stay out of this. I mean it. Get that away from me. I'm busy. You stay out of this.
Keep your eye on the P.
Yeah, it's not any more special.
Pick a show, any show.
Okay, so maybe I just need the Skeptic's Potion
Too bad.
to deal with this situation. That's the Lucky Charm thing. And if that's the case, then I need the Altar of Doubt before I can solve this. But I can't seem to get there without being able to fly. But now I don't think I need anything to make the pirates go to sleep, since they're just a source for teeth. Who do I need to make go to sleep? Probably nobody yet. Flying sounds nice, though. Hot air, feather of snipe. And red leather. Hot air. Like a balloon? How do you put hot air in a cauldron? Like CO2? And then there's this thing I don't know how to get either.
I wonder how Fawn is doing.
I mean, it seemed like Fawn's just hanging.
I am getting tired of all this hiking. I don't think I need any more mud.
Alright, you say so. Yeah, I made the coin, but I am still very lost because I don't know how to get to an altar of doubt, and I think I need that. Yeah, if you got like a small hint about like what I'm supposed to do, like I guess like I don't know what I'm trying to do right now. There's like 3 things that all need some solution.
Are those fish working?
Are those fish working, or are they broken? Oh, and it is an altar. So, okay. I don't need flying to do that. Or I do need flying, but I can get there. Whichever way that goes. Okay.
How cute. A swing for the kids. I can do it.
What?
I never did like gym class.
So, the idea being that the problem was that she jumped at the rope and it broke, but it's gonna be fine if she gets it with a stick? And somehow this stick, which looks like this, is long enough to reach that rope? Okay. Sure.
I'm not sure if this is the altar I'm looking for.
Yeah, it is. Oh, I get it. Haha. Oh, wow. Cool.
Now it's a complete skeptic potion.
Do it again.
Now it's a complete skeptic potion.
Alright, well hopefully this is what I need to solve the, Alright, so get the stick or die.
I can do it.
I like how this stick, like... It also looks like it's got scaled up. It's not the size of that graphic. It's funny. Okay, well, yes, thank you for that hint, because I kept thinking I needed to float past that or something, because I tried the rope. But I did not try items on rope.
I can't believe I did that.
Keep your eye on the P. Pick Pick a shell, any shell. Too bad.
I think I just didn't know how that was gonna go.
What are you, a bingo player? If you think it will help. Hey, I only play for gold. Keep your eye on the P. Pick a shell, any shell.
I can't believe I did that.
I don't think this is for this, I guess.
Too bad.
I could try using it on the people who are tranced.
So, where's all the mustard for sale?
Okay.
And then I said you can take your mustard. Hey, where'd everybody go?
How much for a ticket on your boat?
We charge 3 gold coins for a ticket to ride on our ship.
3 gold coins?
What's that
That
line
seems
read?
awfully expensive.
We charge 3 gold coins for a ride on our ship. Why'd you say it like that? But okay, that's easy. I just gotta go get that pirate beat the shit. Okay, so now we got a lot of running over that leap to do, so let's go wake up some characters.
You call that a building?
What? Come back here. Here, where are you going, tiny man?
I'm too busy to chat, Missy. Quit poking me.
No.
You're not very good at making friends, are you?
No.
Quit poking me.
I'll do no such thing. In fact, I have a stick.
You're not very good at making friends, are you?
Get poked.
Quit poking me.
Nope. Better go get some more potion.
I wonder how Fawn is doing.
I'm not.
How cute. A swing for the kids.
I think that's a funny line because it's like very obviously like a death trap. It's sort of like, oh, what a delightful swing for the children.
I'm not sure if this is the altar I'm looking for. Now it's a complete skeptic potion. Now it's a complete skeptic
That's a cool
potion.
effect.
Nice altar.
Nice altar.
I can do it.
Stick. Okay, for one thing, when the stick was like in the game being animated out of the seahorse, I don't think it was that big. It's a lot of hit and miss with me when it comes to like some of these puzzles. They're like, oh, I guess that makes sense. Sorta.
What the heck is that?
Oh my gosh, you've seen it. It's old news. It's a fish. It's also a building. And oh no, it's Marco.
So, how do you like my help so far?
Pretty good. Pretty helpful.
I can hear the ocean. Announcing the annual Miss Kyrandia beauty pageant. A thingy. thingy. A thingy.
A thingy?
How'd you get in there, Marco?
My hand and I were coming to help you when something hit me on the head and knocked me out.
Your hand, probably.
When I woke up, here I was.
This will look good on my record at the next review.
Alright, well anyway, I got more people to wake up, I think. Is that it? There's just those 2 people? I'll see you later, Marco. What's down here?
Are those fish working?
What a nice nap.
I need to get to Volcania.
Sorry, we don't go that way.
It's a matter of national security.
Get a voucher. Otherwise, don't bother us.
I don't have time to go get a voucher. Please, can't you put it on the Royal Kyrandian Mystics account?
You'll have to talk to the clerk if you want to arrange a group discount.
It's a matter of national security.
And then we're repeating, I guess.
Get a voucher. Otherwise, don't bother us.
Alright. Okay, I guess that's everybody who was asleep. I woke the clerk
Wow,
up.
they're doing beautiful things with mica these days. There has to be a boat around here somewhere.
You wouldn't recognize iambic pentameter.
Uh-oh. This place looks dangerous.
Yeah, not really.
Get out, you illiterate cretin.
Am I gonna get another tooth, or do I have to wait? Welcome in, I underscore be back, or I will underscore be back. Welcome in. Yep, Kyrandia Book 2. Here we are. It's my first time playing this.
Interfere and I'll slit your gizzard.
I don't think he's gonna... I think I need to turn that tooth into a coin. It's a little tedious. What's the choice of them wanting to have, like, 3 gold coins, I wonder?
I doubt that pirate can use this now.
Have you ever, knocked more teeth out of his mouth than makes sense? Like, have you gone past, like, 30-some? Like, does he just have infinite teeth in there? Yeah, cool.
I have got to find a boat to take me to Volcania.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, there's no real reason to make it a limit. It'd be funny, but if there was a limit, then you'd hit it at an awkward time.
You wouldn't recognize iambic pentameter if it... Oh, I suppose you're a haiku expert. Get out, you illiterate cretin. You stay out of this.
Hit him.
I can't believe these jerks don't have a boat.
I mean it.
They're in the poetry now. I got no time for nautical needs.
Busy.
We just keep walking by these two people still fighting over half a sandwich. Also, I magically made them half a sandwich. They also wanted you to solve the gambling game outside. Oh, so you'll get like another gold coin that way? Oh.
I doubt that pirate can use this now.
Oh, because this is just like the more obvious thing to do. Because you crush it, like, I guess they were like, well, you're gonna crush it once, and then that's it? But why wouldn't you just go crush it 3 times? Is there a third game? Or is it just the 2? Or is there a third way to get a gold coin? I guess. My question. Or does the if you win the game, do you get 2 gold coins? Is that what happens? That's the 2 solutions to getting gold coins, I see. So like if that's the case, like then I already don't need to do it. What is the solution to this? Like is it that I just take the skeptic potion? Because I tried doing that and it didn't work. I don't understand how to solve this thing. Like, what's a lucky charm?
Forget it, lady. Hey, I'll go broke with you around. Forget it, lady. Hey, I'll go broke with you around.
You just need your lucky charm on screen.
Hey, Mr. Stick. Are you following me?
Oh, I did do that. I did. Wait, so I did try to do it. Don't think I follow. I had this on screen and then I tried to pick it. It didn't work. Dang.
Forget it, lady. Hey, I'll go broke with you around.
Is this the wrong horseshoe? No, it's the right horseshoe.
I have a funny feeling about
Yeah, that's
this
right.
horseshoe.
Forget it, lady.
Oh, I don't need to, because I have 3 gold
I'll
coins.
go broke with you
I see.
around.
Oh,
Got
really?
to find a boat
Man,
soon.
I thought I tried. Oh well. Okay, well then I did do it, I just didn't do it. I got very close. I don't know how I managed to not actually try to...
So, where's all the mustard for sale?
You'll need 2 more gold coins. You'll need 1 more gold coin. That's it. Here's your voucher.
Cool.
I'd better give Fawn a quick check.
Oh, okay.
Fawn, come in, Fawn.
So I mixed some of the blueberries with that yellow stuff and voila! Wait till you see what this does to my ears. Neat, huh?
That's pretty cool.
Uh-oh. Hello, Xanthia.
You're not messing around with my things, are you?
Who, me?
Any news from Kyrandia?
Things are getting worse. The swamp looks like Swiss cheese.
Yeah,
and
it
I
looks a
hear
lot
the
like me
castle's
now.
almost gone. What's taking you so long?
It's a rough trip, Fawn, and I'd better go. Thanks again for your support. And I really appreciate that you're not messing around with my equipment. Bye-bye.
Okay. Call again when you've got some good news.
It's like when Kate Walker calls his boyfriend to like break up with him over and over again. It's got that vibe. Look, I'm on an adventure game. Yeah, I'll see you later. It's fine. Alright, well, fuck you.
You call that a building?
Oh wait, there's still stuff to do here though,
Unusual
right?
building materials.
I mean, this guy's trapped in prison.
There must be some way to get it open.
Or I'm starting to get the sense that this guy and his dilemmas are optional. That's interesting. Yeah, but like,
Get a magnet and look around in the water.
it would be funny if like he became important later somehow.
The sheriff likes to throw keys into the water.
I figured. I got that. I figured that's what it was. That the key's in the water.
He's a real crackpot.
What?
Oh right, and I've
He
learned
throws keys in the water when he gets upset.
any key. He's high
Some
key.
sort of frontier justice, I guess.
Kind of crazy.
You know, I've always loved you.
Whoa. Okay. I think this thing might just make people tell you the truth.
You know, I've always loved you.
This guy sucks. One-sided, buddy. Move on. Alright, what about him?
I'm a carpenter. This sheriff job is just part-time.
I don't know why that was so funny. Just the way he said it.
I'm a carpenter. This sheriff job is just part-time.
I'm the highwayman. Okay. Well, I've got a stick. Stop it. No, okay.
I must need a regular magnet. This voucher good only on day of issue. Non-transferable. Not good with any other offer. Void where prohibited. Only good at participating locations. Something shiny is in the water.
I really would like to solve this key thing before we leave. I mean, I'm getting the sense it's optional, but I wouldn't mind doing it. I think it would be optional. Sounds to me like you'll see more stuff. Also, like, it's a puzzle to solve, so I'd like to try. This kind of implies I'll be back here because, like, this sleepy time thing. I'm a carpenter. And the mayor thing is part-time. Well, why do you get mad at keys?
You're not very good at making friends, are you? Quit poking me. You're not very good at making friends, are you?
You want a sandwich? The thing is, like...
That is certainly one of the most unusual
shut up.
buildings I've ever seen.
Yeah, but, like, how would I make a magnet? Like, how does one make a magnet? It's like, that's something I don't really... I know how to make something unmagnetized, just heat it up. To magnetize something usually requires another magnet. Do I have anything magnetic? I mean, except for the alchemics, magnetics. True. Taffy? Put the taffy in the bowl, and then use it to put on the thing. I think I overthought it. 1 second. Taffy is sticky, but put taffy on the end of a stick. Then maybe I can get it out. That's like a magnet. Sure. And my stick is kind of magically the size it needs to be for any given problem. So why not? Why wouldn't that work? I'm sorry, Squid, I never solved your dilemma. Shut up! I'm here for taffy.
I am Big Pentameter. Oh, I suppose you're the haiku.
I wonder if this taffy is safe to eat.
Oh man. So you can't really combine many things. I put the taffy in the cauldron, and then I put the stick.
I don't think I want to do that.
No.
I don't think I want to do that.
Yeah, I really thought that I had the horseshoe out and then tried the game. Like, it's really strange to me that that actually isn't what had transpired. I guess I'll just look at the VOD. about how I managed to just leave the room and then not try it. I guess I was really skeptical that that wasn't going to work. Because it is the only instance of, like, object on ground will help. Let's see. Jumble around some old... Oh! Sure? That doesn't make sense, right? I mean, okay, so that's how you would make an electromagnet. But it would have to still be powered. You don't... Well, now wait. So if you made something into an electromagnet and then...
Magnetic.
Okay, no, that's not how... But could you magnetize a piece of metal using an electromagnet? Sure. You could do that. And if that's the game's shorthand to that, that's kind of funny. Yeah, we're leaps and bounds here. It makes some sense. It looks like a horseshoe. The horseshoe looks like a magnet. I was kind of halfway there on that.
A miracle of science.
And then I assume that's it. We just need to put this in the water. A miracle of science.
A key.
Yeah, I don't even need a string.
My
It's
magnet paid off.
Sure did.
That is certainly one of the most unusual buildings I've ever seen. You call that a building?
You're not very good at making friends, are you?
You know, I've always loved you.
Well, I should go talk to the ticket booth and see what his...
Nice luck. Nice luck.
Oh, right, that's an empty one. Okay.
Oh, great.
Oh, that's funny. What? Why are we letting this little man harass us like this?
That strategy didn't work too well.
All I need right now is to get out of here.
I mean, it looks a lot like a magnet, so I guess I see why you might just click it on the electricity and have that happen, but I forgot about the electricity in it several hours ago.
This will look good on my record at the next review. Xanthia, Mystic Felon.
Yeah, it's a little silly that we're in this situation now.
Domestic starfish. I can hear the ocean. A thingy. A thingy.
A thingy. Well, let me keep my magnet. Although, I think I didn't need to have it to be in here, right? So, like, if you think about it, couldn't I have come in here with, like, nothing? Like, they can't be sure I had any items to come in here.
Now what are we going to do?
What bad workmanship.
It's the weirdest perspective on this room.
Domestic starfish. Domestic starfish. Domestic starfish.
Like, I mean, yeah, it's like, kind of logically speaking, like, literally I could come in here with absolutely nothing, right? Like, I could have just gotten naked and come into the cell. Which, if you can't be soft-locked, like we've been told...
The threads are coming out. I just wonder...
Here, use this hook.
Okay.
I'll try to catch that fish.
Yeah, go for it. Wow, okay. Going into dev logic, yeah. Well, I mean, it is true that I have some external knowledge here, which is that you told me you can't soft lock this game.
Thanks. Am I helping so far?
As much as usual.
I'm going to go find my hand.
Look at this guy.
We'll be back to help you.
Yeah, go play with your hand. Alright? Guy sucks. Why did that guy put me in jail? Like,
That lock couldn't
what
hold
was this
anything.
sequence?
I never want to see that lock again.
Why do I still have this key? Yeah, go have fun playing alone with your hand, huh? Buddy? Pal? Alright, well, we've solved the Marcus problem once again. As much as it needs to be solved. Hey, you!
Just like that lass I jailed earlier.
You want to be in a trance again, sir? Because I'm capable of this. I'll come back for you later. Yeah.
You call that building?
What a strange thing. Like, there's like, he's the mayor. The mayor of what? Like, this place, I guess. Mustard Town. And he's just kind of strange. It's fine.
I don't have time to go.
I have a voucher.
You'll have to talk to the clerk if you want to arrange a group
We
discount.
have a voucher.
All right, let's go.
Let's get out of here.
What are you waiting for? Lower the worms!
What I say every time I get in my car. Oh, hey. Alright, so once again, like now that I do notice, why'd they even give me this whole inventory then? But, okay. We did get to see an animation because I had the magnet still.
Now is not the time, miss.
Sorry, I'm not allowed to mingle. No thank you, I'm busy on watch.
Cool water. Looks kind of like they rotoscoped like some footage. Yeah, like that's what I was gonna say. Like I feel like they took like
Seems like a big boat just
sea
to carry
footage
mustard.
and then like rotoscoped a couple frames of it.
Now arriving at Mustard Island, sir.
Oh, that's it. Okay. What?
Danger. Cannibals.
Oh, right. The mustard-loving cannibals.
Mustard everywhere. Doesn't anybody use relish?
Man, this got real silly, didn't it?
Somebody here must love condiments.
This is maybe now approaching this silliness that I was not expecting.
Is this Kon-Tiki's evil twin?
I don't know what that joke is.
Is this Kon-Tiki's evil twin?
Can I have that stick?
Is this Kon-Tiki's evil twin? He already has a toothpick.
Oh, you could have two.
He already has a toothpick. Is this Kon-Tiki's evil twin?
Oh no, it's not going anywhere
This
yet.
isn't Volcania.
No, you knew where we were going. Is this the boat we came in on?
Setting sail for the town
Oh.
of High Moon.
Please, I must reach Volcania.
What?
I
No,
guess you
wait!
took the wrong tour then.
Oh, okay, you can go back, turns out.
Seems like a big boat just to carry mustard.
Please, you're embarrassing me.
Yeah?
No, thank you, ma'am. No, thank you. I'm busy on watch. No, thank you. I'm busy on watch.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
No, thank you. I'm busy on watch.
The pot is empty. The coil of rope is empty.
The coil of rope is empty.
The coil of rope is empty.
Oh, he's just like making knots for
Now
fun.
arriving at High Moon, sir.
Cool. Can't wait to see the mayor again. Anyway,
All right, let's go.
I'll save when I get over there.
What are you waiting for? Lower the worms!
Lower the worms!
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Hidden safely away. Look what I found. Hidden safely away. Look what I found. Hidden safely away.
Sure. You know what? Keep the taffy. Don't need it. I'll go look in there later. Better be in there.
Seems like a big boat just to carry mustard.
Now arriving at Mustard Island, sir.
Yeah, but are they human? Are they cannibals of humans, or are they like radish people? Yeah, naming saves used to be fun.
Somebody here must love condiments.
Wow. It all happened so quickly. I'm sorry. This is the speed of this scene. Little tuxedo on. Oh, they got big carrots. Okay. Maybe don't go south then. Heart of gold, 2 black pebbles. Well, maybe I come here a different... Well, now I'm confused, because this was the way I have to go.
This isn't Volcania. Is this Kon-Tiki's evil twin? Is this Kontiki's evil twin?
Why do you ask?
Is this Kontiki's evil twin? Danger. Cannibals.
The weird frame rate skips that Kyrandia 1 also had for death scenes. Oh, I see. So it is running faster than it's supposed to. That makes sense. It is very funny, though, that it just sort of sped up.
Dang it, Bones. I'm an alchemist, not an archaeologist.
Wow. A little bit of Star Trek reference for you.
Is this Kontiki's evil twin? Dang it, Bones. I'm an alchemist, not an archaeologist.
Guess I could, like, bring a sandwich. That help?
Even the sand here looks like mustard.
It's true. Does a little bit.
More mustard. More mustard.
Oh, wait, I know.
I'm not leaving without my alchemist's magnet.
Oh, really?
I'm not leaving without my alchemist's magnet.
Interesting.
I'm not leaving without my alchemist's magnet.
Huh. Will not leave that on a screen. Interesting.
Dang it, Bones. I'm an alchemist, not an archaeologist.
Costume. Snow, musk, feathers, sugar. I don't have feathers, I think.
This isn't Volcania. Even the sand here looks like mustard. This isn't Volcania. Even the sand here looks like mustard. Mustard everywhere. Doesn't anybody use relish? He already has a toothpick.
Well, at least I got a line for that. Oh, I have this key. Alright, well, I don't know why I'm here.
Domestic starfish. A thingy. A thingy. A thingy. Announcing the annual Miss Kyrandia Beauty. I can hear the ocean.
And unfortunately... Oh, you can't.
I can hear the ocean. What a lovely view.
I'm a carpenter, but I'm building a dirt fish building. I don't think that guy's okay. Very goofy.
What's wrong with your map?
That's Volcania, idiot.
Whoa. Like, what the hell?
What's wrong with your map?
I deserve that. I just bought
That's
a fair here.
Idiot.
Jeez.
Sorry.
Is that Mustard Island?
It's not Ketchup Land.
Oh, I live there.
This must be High Moon.
You must have paid attention in school.
Damn.
I hate mustard, really.
Oh, I could talk to the ship captain of the funny thing.
This uniform is humiliating.
What about the fish? Can I make you tell the truth? I hate being a fish. I live in constant hell.
Sorry, we don't take bribes. Sorry, we don't take bribes.
Setting sail for the town of High Moon.
Look what I found.
Yep, Taffy's still in there. Fantastic. Oh, I know. Like, I can just get them to move the ship the way I want to. I want to go north, not south. Got
The
it.
coil of rope is empty. The pot is empty. The pot is empty.
Get up there. Steer the damn ship.
The coil of rope is empty.
Now arriving at High Moon, sir.
I guess if I could make them all go to sleep, I could take care. I could. Yeah, the teddy bear, sleepy time magic. Buzz, heart of gold, and 2 black pebbles.
This boat here has to be the answer to my problem.
Well, I guess we need to take a better look at mustard.
Mustard everywhere. Doesn't anybody use relish?
Don't want to go south.
Dang it, Bones. I'm an alchemist, not an archaeologist.
Make sure I didn't miss anything here.
This isn't Volcania. More mustard. Is this Kontiki's evil twin? Dang it, Bones. I'm an alchemist, not an archaeologist.
Setting sail for the town of High Moon. No, thank you, ma'am. Don't poke me. Please, you're embarrassing me. Don't poke me.
We're all in big trouble.
I don't see the problem.
Rock by rock and tree by tree, Kyrandia is disappearing.
Sorry, you'll have to take that up with the Royal Mystics.
Ugh.
No, thank you.
We're all in big trouble.
I don't see the problem.
Now arriving at High Moon, sir.
Why won't the boat take me to Volcania?
Because it doesn't go there.
I mean, that's fair.
Surely the boat could go to Volcania if it wanted to.
Volcania does not buy any of our mustard products, and therefore we do not visit that accursed cinder of an island.
So I've got to make a mustard market on Volcania.
How about if you send me to Volcania on a sales trip?
There you go.
But it's not my decision to make.
Is it the mayor's? I hope it's not the mayor's.
Surely the boat could go to Volcania if it wanted to.
Volcania does not buy any of our mustard products, and therefore we do...
All orders to Herb the Toad must be COD. Must be the drunk dragon. Do you know how I could get to Volcania?
Sure, I was over there last week.
Oh, yes. We still got this going on in here, right? Can we get in our tooth? Or are we done with that?
You wouldn't recognize iambic pentameter if it bit you on the arse. Oh, I suppose you're a haiku expert. Get out, you illiterate cretin. You stay out. Interfere and I'll slit your gizzard.
Oh, okay. I get more
You
teeth.
stay out of this.
Sure, why not?
There has to be a boat around here somewhere.
Well, we just gotta turn the boat around. But I think we just make everybody pass out. That makes sense.
Do you know how I could get to Volcania?
No.
Sure, I was over there last week. Keep your eye on the P.
Oh, I don't have a thingy anymore.
Pick a show, any show.
Does this count? No.
Too bad.
I guess that's not a lucky horseshoe anymore. Well, also, it's not a lucky one, is it? It looks like now it's a magnet, so it's not even a horseshoe. It has lost its luck. It now subscribes to science and science only.
A horseshoe. I have a funny feeling about this horseshoe.
Yeah, no, the magnet's moved on.
You wouldn't recognize iambic pentameter if it bit you on the arse. Oh, I suppose you're a haiku expert.
Uh-oh.
Wait, I don't want to be here.
This
I just want
place
to play the
looks
game.
dangerous.
Wait, put this down.
Keep your eye on the P. Pick a show, any show. scumbag. All right, here's your stink of money.
It's really funny. 2 teeth? Incredible. I guess it just duplicates whatever you give it.
So, where's all the mustard for sale? I'd like to book a passage on a boat that goes to Volcania.
This is not the tourist bureau. We're a mustard company here.
What in the world is a black pebble? Like, what do you mean by 2 black pebbles, you know? Like, it's so strange that it's like 1 ingredient is like two amounts of a thing. Doesn't sound like anything. Black pebble. I feel like I exhausted that basement.
Is that an elephant or an aardvark? Is that an elephant or an aardvark? I really should go back to High Moon and arrange transportation.
Are we in High? Well, I guess we're outside the gate. Wait, so if I close this, does it go the other way?
The valve is now closed. That water looks very fresh.
I guess I could destroy something and get pebbles out of it?
This isn't worth ruining.
It's not worth keeping.
I make it a practice not to drink water that has things floating in it. I didn't realize the mustard industry was this well developed.
2 black pebbles. I mean, I got wool, so that's fuzz. I was like, a lot of times I try to fill the water bowl, it doesn't actually do it. Alright, well, we got an ad starting. See you on the other side. Alright, welcome back. Okay, so I think we're going to be wrapping up this hour. Been a long one. We'll resume this on Friday. But I think we've made some pretty decent progress, so hopefully Friday we can wrap it up. So I'm going to keep on banging my head against this part. I'm not sure I need to put them to sleep, but it does make some sense.
What the heck is that?
Oh my gosh, stop being surprised by the fish. I mean, maybe I did need to do this.
Marco!
What?
I never want to see that lock again. Never again. This will look good on my record at the next Xanthia, Mystic Felon. Domestic starfish, a thingy.
What? It's so fun. Like, what am I looking at? It's like the weird pixely thing. It's like, oh, it's a thingy.
A thingy. Domestic starfish.
The snooze.
This will look good on my record at the next review.
Just cannot tell what that's supposed to, like, what is a thingy?
A thingy.
I mean, just don't want to tell me what it is. Is it important somehow? I also kind of don't like how, like, when you try an item that doesn't work on something, it doesn't even respect that you did that. Like, this is something I can click, so if I do this, that should be a meaningful interaction. I think dropping is a strange behavior. It should just say something like, oh, you can't do that. I'm sure we can just capsize the boat. If you say so.
Are those fish working?
Working fish.
I need to get to Volcania.
Sorry, we don't go that way. All right, let's go. What are you waiting for? Lower the worms!
Maybe I gotta trick the fish so it's already too late. Okay, we're going north. We want to be going south.
Seems like a big boat just to carry mustard. Look what I found.
Right, yeah, that's in there.
The coil of rope is empty. Who's steering anyway?
It's a good question.
This uniform is humiliating.
Where's our grog? Where's our grog? No, thank you, ma'am. No, thank you. I'm busy on watch.
Seems like a big boat just to carry mustard.
I just tried the truth teller and everybody, and they want grog, which isn't a thing I have.
Now arriving at Mustard
Oh my gosh.
Island, sir. Setting sail for the town
She said,
of
who's
High Moon.
steering anyway?
Seems like a big boat just to carry. Who's steering anyway? Seems like a big boat just. Who's steering anyway? The pot is empty. Hidden safely away.
Oh, we appear to be off course. Thank goodness for the autopilot.
Let's see.
No problem. We're still miles from that cursed island.
Wrong end again, Captain.
Hey, wait a minute. Volcania? How could this have happened?
How? Ah! Hey,
Good riddance.
my inventory.
I'd better dry off. That's better. Much better. This is
Cool.
not one of the beaches in the travel brochures. Hey, all my stuff is gone again. This is the worst knapsack I've ever had.
Alright. Whoa! Ah! Dang it! Oh, beans. Well, it's fine.
All right, let's go. What are you waiting? Lower the worms!
Fine, we got this.
There's already something in there.
Get
Look
out of
what I
there.
found. Hidden safely away.
We appear to be off course. Thank goodness for the autopilot.
Thank goodness.
No problem. We're still miles from that cursed island.
Wrong end again, Captain.
It just goes back to tying knots for no reason.
Hey, wait a minute. Volcania? How could this have happened?
We get this music choice again, which is great.
Good riddance.
I'd better dry off. That's better. Much better. This is not one of the beaches in the travel brochures. Hey, this is the worst knapsack I've ever had.
Save.
This looks like it could be valuable.
Yeah?
It doesn't look like a fish to me.
Also, like, the first area, everybody's eating everything you have. It's, like, deeply frustrating for no reason. Like, I felt like the second area was way easier.
At least I'll get the souvenir. Oh, look! Half a clam.
Oh, man. So much stuff.
Weird fruit.
Slowed me down with stuff. Cool looking area. Trying to remind me of the dig. What?
Do you know how I can get down to the center of the world?
Things I ask every day.
You have come to the right place, my dear. Please let me give you this brochure detailing my personal guidance services. I can direct you through all the mysteries of the altar at the center of the world. There is a small 2 starfish charge, of course.
Oh? Whoa!
Thank you. You only lack 1 more starfish.
Something's wrong.
Thank you.
Full guide services. 6 starfish.
For full guide services, you need a total of 6 starfish.
Okay.
For full guide services, you need a total of 6 starfish.
Yeah, Morrowind, yeah. Deeply satisfying loot goblin opportunities, yeah.
Where is that?
Frickin' bin stand, yeah.
That smoke stinks.
It's very funny that he is like in this ashen place trying to get starfish from you, like some sort of sea creature. Very silly.
Clear water. Oh, shoot! I'm burning.
Lady, what? What? What in the world? Like, oh, dang it, all beans, all cookie crumbs. I'm literally on fire. I'm turning into ash. You know what? Bye. No, it's okay, buddy. Just gets up. Scumbag. I feel like I'm working on like a match 3 in my inventory right now. This is the life right here. I just want stuff. And you can organize it. There you go. She just died in a fire.
Oh, shoot! I'm burning. Wow, that was hot. Where is that path?
Oh, right, snow. Oh, so just literally walk around it and don't walk into it? Really? Alright. Yep, all the videos they used to show us, like they roll out the laser disc and say, kids, don't play around lava, and here's why. feel like someone was just cranking out backgrounds and they didn't really have an idea what to do. Oh. I mean, this is pretty sick. Like, what is happening here? There's like a mixture of just like surrealism and bureaucracy happening in this game, which is really kind of interesting.
There is a charge of 4 seashells for our pamphlet describing the altar at the center of the world.
Okay.
Portals or vents, it's your choice.
What a cheap door. Department of Anchor Guidance. Department of Anchor Guidance.
Oh, what's the 3 colors?
Department of Anchor Guidance.
One just goes to hell, okay?
You need 4 seashells for the pamphlet.
I mean, I have. $10. Seashell. Okay, I do have 4 seashells. Well, let's keep exploring first. Red is for complaints, yeah. Oh no, all beans, I ran out of inventory space. Well, I know I need the rock for something. Just bureaucrats just hanging out in a lava rock island asking for fees for pamphlets. What an idea this is. And I need this. I need less sand dollars in my life. Makes you think. I need all this stuff. Oh, that one's trying to hide. I'm basically feeling out the area here. What a weird zone. Alright, hi. What's your deal?
Do you know how I can get down to the center of the world?
You have come to the right place, my dear. Take this promotional pen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the pen.
Mom handles all the business.
For only $6 you may buy a copy of our map to the altar at the center of the world.
Okay, sure. You know what? Why not?
Think you only lack 5. Think you only lack 4 more sand dollars. Think you only lack 3 more sand dollars. Thank you. You only lack 2 more sand dollars. Thank you. You only lack 1 more sand dollar.
Here you go.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
A fine first step.
Of course.
Now, in order to actually register you for an anchor stone, there is a small fee of 6 starfish.
Of course.
Mom handles all the business. Mom handles all the business.
Oh, you're just pure of heart. You're just what you are.
Mom handles all the business.
It's all about vents and rocks, my dear.
Vents and rocks.
Is that an elevator? Is that an elevator?
I do like someone just has pulled up a little wooden table.
A sand dollar.
Directly
At least
to
I'll get the souvenir.
the
This
side
looks
of
like
a
it could be valuable.
weird elevator. And they're not going to explain any of this.
No, thank you. I'll require payment in starfish.
Oh, right, of course.
Thank you. You only lack 5 more starfish. Thank you. You only lack 4 more starfish.
It feels like a deconstruction of the adventure game, and we're like in 94. Like we're already thinking about the sort of absurdity of what you're being asked to do in an adventure game.
What's this? A hot air vent?
Oh, is it hot air?
This trip has been hard on my wardrobe.
But oh, I see. So I didn't actually need to do all that. That's funny. So did any of that? Did any of those pamphlets actually matter? That's a kind of a shit. Oh, that's funny. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I just happen to have them already.
Hey, that must be the door to the altar. More of my lab equipment?
You get a flying shoes potion. Oh, you can make the flying shoes potion with all the stuff you have? Oh, because pebbles. I guess I have some pebbles and hot air, right? So I actually walked up to it to get hot air. Oh, we missed out on a character? Save. Oh, I mean, we could load back to... Like, is there another... There's another character around the corner here? I was kind of enjoying this nonsense.
Clear water. Oh, shoot! I'm burnt. Wow, that was hot. Clear water.
A walk around and they spawn randomly character. Oh, weird. That probably requires me to have seen everybody. There's a recipe you can only make up there. It's not the flying shoes ones, is it? Because Anthony says that it made a flying shoes one, but I might need that later. Oh, okay. Jeez, that's wild. And it's just for, like, no purpose? What a strange sequence.
My cauldron has nothing but water in it.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, sure. Hot air. Feather. red leather. And make it so you can't jump down. So you make it and then you're like, you don't get why. So I just stumbled into it. Oh, you make shoes. You actually make literal shoes, and you can just sort of... That's interesting. Is there a down there? No. Oh, I want...
Dirty crystals.
I want my hot air. Wait, let's get rid of my rocks. I just happened to already collect enough heavy rocks. I can go the other way, lady.
What a lousy knapsack. Hot air.
Well, the hot air is going to cool down, right? So I got to come back. Oh, the free pen, yeah. It's free though. I don't need to. I don't need to purchase that. You can survive this. You're fine.
Do you know how I can get down to the center of the world?
You have come to the right place, my dear. Take this promotional pen.
In my cauldron, I have some hot air.
Oh, okay. Still hot. Oh, red leather, so I do need to get the book from the first guy. I require 4 bear arses. Hey!
My name is Xanthia. I'm here from Kyrandia.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Jessica, apprentice wizard from Miltonia.
Cool.
So what kind of calamity has befallen Miltonia?
Rain of frogs.
Oh,
Happens
fuck.
every summer. Disgusting, really.
Yuck. Found the path yet?
Would I still be here?
Yeah, fair.
Found the path yet?
Would I still be here? I thought there'd be more places to shop here.
Yeah?
I'll need a total of 2 starfish. Thank you. You only lack 1 more starfish. Thank you.
In my cauldron, I have some hot air. Winged shoes. I wonder if this guy has... This door can't be the only... I wonder if this guy has a permit. Flying shoes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was muted there. Yeah, that's actually very funny. This whole sequence is very funny. I love that they just keep asking for more and more until they tell you what to do. Oh, hi.
Vents and rocks. The head mystic back home said I was supposed to do something with rocks and vents, but I had no idea this is what he meant.
Well, that's what happened when I used the scepter on some of the ladies. They're like, "It's just rock and vents, lady. That's it. It's like, you don't need all this shit we're trying to sell you on." Of course, that kind of implies like I didn't like I got the shoes for fun here, but this isn't really doing me any good, right? So cool. Yeah, 5 and out.
So, I hear your King Brandon is an eligible bachelor. Is your hat in the ring?
Brandon?
No.
Ha! A little young for my tastes.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So, is there somebody else? One of the famous royal mystics?
Nah. I have sort of a boyfriend, but he's acting really weird lately.
What do you mean your boyfriend is acting weird?
He's not my boyfriend. Just sort of, you know?
Ah, a secret romance. How very sweet.
Do you mind if we don't discuss my personal life? Found the path yet?
Would I still be here?
Yeah, Jessica's funny. Also, I like the, it's a similar thing they did in, like, Paper Mario, or, like, Luigi's Going on an Adventure, very similar to yours. Like, we have a character who's just like, yeah, I'm here too, my kingdom is also under distress, and I am also trying to go to the Anchor Stone. This is just a thing we mystics have to do from time to time.
Mom handles all the business.
And I just love that this man is here, and his only role is just to say that he's useless. Where's all my rocks? Did I leave them over here?
Volcanic bonsai.
Volcanic bonsai. Oh yeah, Jessica, yeah. I don't know, I do like implied narrative quite a lot. I think that's fun. I don't necessarily need them to make good on things that are on the edges of stuff. It makes worlds feel bigger.
What's this? A hot air vent?
So yeah, unless I take the shoes off, we're not going down there, right?
Whoa!
Oh, no, I got you. Oh, magic shoehorn.
No more for now.
Awesome.
What a lousy knapsack.
Yeah, I saw that screenshot. Oh
This
man,
trip
this
has been
speed of
hard
that
on
is
my
just so
wardrobe.
broken.
This looks familiar.
Sure does.
A vent.
Alright, well, I think we exhausted the silly area, right? It was a fun way to
Wow,
die.
This place is spectacular.
Oh yeah. Man, dinosaurs and dragons? This game has it all. And crystals? It's a trapper-keeper dream. It's just more junk.
I'll bet I could jump on his back.
Oh, it's stick time,
But
baby.
I wish I had something to use for bait. I don't think he'll want that.
Take the high road. Yeah, the stick is important. Oh, let's just jump on him, right?
I'll bet I could jump on his back.
See what happens.
But I wish I had something to use for bait.
Oh, for bait?
I don't think he'll want that. I don't think he'll want that. Black pebbles on the ceiling. Why do I get the feeling I'm going to have to make a teddy bear?
Look, thanks. I just need some of that occasionally. It's helpful.
To use for bait down here.
Oh, wow. They're just going to spell it all out for me. Well, all right. Going a little far.
More rocks, more vents. I wonder.
Well, I mean, I came down here not learning the rock and vent stuff, so that's probably best you don't. What is... This place is wild. Yeah, they probably want you to...
These might do something.
They might. I did lose my shoes.
Do you like to play fetch, boy? That dinosaur acts like a dog.
That's fun. Alright, so we can put something asleep. We have black pebbles, but they're up there.
Black pebbles. These might do something. I'll bet he'd like to play fetch. These might do something.
I don't think I get the vent thing, but I'll... These might do something. Lump of lead. Cool.
Too bad I can't buy anything with this.
Oh, now it's funny now we can make everything into gold. Now that that matters.
Hey, that must be the door to the altar. More of my lab equipment?
I want to put this thing to sleep, would be my guess.
How do you aim one of these things? How do you aim one of these things? Mr. Triceratops is blocking the way. Mr. Triceratops is blocking the way.
I guess the whole first area kind of helps you... What's this, flowers?
These might do something. These might do something.
What? Oh, got too hot for you?
Locked.
Oh. Kind of weird. It's got bubbling, so.
It's plugged.
Okay.
How do you aim one of these things?
What does that mean?
How do you aim one of these things? How do you aim one of these things? Locked. Locked.
Just sort of like walked up the door.
Locked.
Okay, well, I got that thing out of the way. Are you gonna, like, talk about any of this? Something as bait. My heart of gold? What? Oh. Well, I don't have any black pebbles anyway at the moment. I don't know what I'm doing here.
These might do something.
These might do something. Oh. That's it, just do it twice. I did not notice that it's...
Those rocks on the ceiling. I'm tired of this game.
I see.
I just wonder.
Yeah.
These rocks should work for the teddy bear.
Right. What was it? Oh, fuzz? Wait, now I don't have fuzz. I had fuzz so long ago. Wait, why did I get the wool off of the sheep before?
I don't think you'll want that.
It was a prank? Like you could do something with it? Because like I was holding on to it thinking I was going to use it for a spell. It's a prank on the sheep. I'll take that sheep.
Locked.
Like, it's a little frustrating because she's not commenting on any of this stuff. Like, what is this? It looks like there's flowers in here, but she's not saying anything about
Crystal
it.
palm fuzz.
What? Oh, well, there you go.
Wow.
Sure.
Crystal palms.
Yeah, well, I think... Save.
Aha! It had a teddy bear in it.
Wait. Oh, and it's got... No, there it
Maybe
is.
this fellow could... I wonder what I could use to lure him over here.
Oh, now it's just warm water. I got one teddy bear.
I don't think he'll want that. I don't think he'll want that. I'll bet I could jump on his back. Even if I can ride him, I can't jump on him from here. I'll bet I could jump on his back. I don't think he'll want that.
Ah! Oh my gosh! What? What happened? Load. Cast a slipper? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I could barely tell what even occurred there.
Aha!
That's a shame if the emulation's sort of breaking down a little bit.
I'll bet I could jump on his back.
Oh, I see. Why is the teddy bear bait? Okay.
My poor dress. Crystal palm fuzz.
It's like just again and again, it's like I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish. The door's locked. And then I just have to like figure out how to get in there.
Perhaps this big boy could force the door open.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But I don't really understand what this thing's
How do you
doing.
aim one of these things?
It needs to, like, eat all the crystals?
It's plugged. I'd better get some more. More of these rocks should work for the teddy bear. I'd better get some more. More of these rocks should work for the teddy bear.
Guess it has to be a big enough lump.
Crystal palm fuzz.
Is it? Is it heart-shaped? I guess that one isn't. So this is not it.
In my cauldron, I have a lump of gold, some
Nice.
teddy bear eyes, some crystal fuzz.
Let's see. I don't remember. I thought I saved before I did that.
Aha! It had a teddy bear in it.
Okay, so I didn't want to do what I did last time. I honestly, this whole section is just sort of happening to me.
No way. No more Rex rides for this mystic.
Okay.
No.
So that's
no
not
more
happening
Rex
again.
rides
Okay.
for this mystic. I'd better get some more.
Just in case. Okay, oh, right. So now we can lead the other dinosaur of the teddy bear. Because dinosaurs obviously love to just chase teddy bears.
More of these rocks should work for the teddy bear.
I thought it was supposed to make people sleepy. A weird video game.
Locked. Locked. Perhaps this big boy could force the door open.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
How do you aim one of these things? Locked.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming in. Have a good night.
No more rides for me.
I still am perplexed in this last bit, but I guess we're nearing the end. Oh, well, we have an ad coming. Alright, welcome back. Ripped up part of our old dress instead of just magically teleporting into the rest of our red dress so we can... The fact that we have to get this ripped a part of our old dress instead of just magically teleporting in the rest of our red dress that we clearly still have in our magical wardrobe. Yeah, I don't understand where we got the red cloth from at all. Like that sequence they just sort of spun around the whole area, and then when they were done, there was red cloth, and I didn't follow that at all. Yeah, but why? Why did I get it during the Rex ride? Where did it come from? Like, did I just miss like 8 frames of a thing where it showed something? Like, I'm being told it's part of the old dress, but I don't know why that would be the case. It was on the cliff behind me in the background. Okay. Oh, I never noticed that. I didn't see that. I didn't see that was the case. I mean, it's a very red room, right? Like it was in here somewhere? And also, I don't know what it's for. Oh, is this a stupid bull riding thing? Oh, okay. Sure. Man, the logic in this game is nuts. Like, they just expect you to, like, just come up with weird Looney Tune shit.
Locked. I bet he could open that door.
Yep. Well, okay. I'm on the path anyway. I don't know why she stood there anyway. You're supposed to jump out of the...
Triceratops is blocking the way.
Okay. Gotta wait till it's in the right position.
Perhaps this big boy could force the door open.
There we go. Well, no, I did it the second time, and I was watching that time.
Locked.
I didn't notice.
I bet he could open that door. I've made it. I've found it. Hey, watch it. Bimbo.
Whoa!
Come on and try.
Come on.
I think you're a chicken.
Xanthia! Thank goodness I found you. The real problem has nothing to do with these foolish anchor stones.
Marco, what do you mean? And how did you open that portal?
Hurry up and get in here. We've got to get up to the Wheels of Fate. That's why everything is disappearing. Whoa!
Marco!
Say, He's cute. Ta-ta!
Oh my god, you can have him.
Oh no. I think it's time to give Fawn yet another buzz. Xanthia to Fawn. Xanthia to Fawn. Fawn, what's this about the wheels of fate? And where's Marco?
Marco and the hand just left. Big hurry.
Open another portal. I've got to come back.
Sorry, no more blueberries left.
Great.
Nope, couldn't possibly.
What's this about the wheels of fate?
Up in the clouds, past the enchanted forest, the Kyrandia wheels are stuck or something.
Swell. I'll start heading that way, but you go look for more blueberries so you can open another portal. I don't want to have to walk the whole way.
Okay.
An anchor stone.
So, like, I guess I thought we were
took
closing
one
in
of
on the end of the game, but I guess now we're not. So, should I expect this to be done? I guess it's not going to be done in an hour. So, I think this is going to be my last hour period. To make sure they're fresh
I already
blueberries.
took one of those. Only one stone per customer. Reminds me of the fisherman.
Plenty left? Oh, okay. Okay, Anthony. Oh, is it? Okay. Well, that's fair, at least.
I better put that page back
But
in my
I
spellbook
have been
first.
playing all day, so I think I will just save the rest of it for Friday. But we'll see what we can do here for a bit longer.
I better put that page back in my spellbook first.
Oh, yes, of course. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been a long day of doing it. Got held up for a bit there, here and there. Party favors potion. Silver statue, rainbow stone. Oh, rainbow stone. A callback, right? Domino. Silver statue. Polished statue. Oh, perform a good deed. Rescue a small animal, plant a tree. Oh. Great favors. Party favors.
Well, I better hurry up to the wheels.
Okay.
That's plugged.
But why is it plugged? Oh, let's just go take this, I guess. Looks like it's ready to go. Oh, wow. Hi.
Ouch! I need a stunt mystic. This outfit is a little delicate for the rough terrain.
You get a piff helmet. Oh, no, just, okay. Sportsy. Where is this wild, where all the wild, or where the wild things are?
Excuse me, can you give me some directions?
These are like Undertale sprites at this point. These faces.
What? Do you know how I can get up to the wheels of fate?
Where's your axe?
I am not the new lumberjack. Did you guys drop this pine cone?
You can have it. We'll make more.
Another flask. Boy, I must have been falling faster than I thought. Flint. Is that granite? Is that granite? Say, if the new lumberjack wanted to get up to the wheels, which direction would you send him?
Oh, so you're a sneaky lumberjack.
Sheesh, and I thought the High Moon Guards were stupid. Do you know how I can get up to the wheels of fate?
Where's your axe?
All right.
I am not the new lumberjack. Must be sandstone.
Okay, flint, sandstone, and granite. Cool.
At last, a real road.
Oh, I got caps lockers here.
Must be union gardeners up here. Are there gophers up here? You'd think that knight would have an axe or something.
Why would I think?
Do you know how I can get past those trees in the road back there?
Oh, they're famous. That's the petrified forest.
Okay.
Wow, what old glass. Don't tell me there's a sewer system up here. Isn't this Richard of Gladstone's mascot?
I don't know that. Oh, they said there's like another series, Richard of Gladstone. That's the lore series.
How do I get past them?
They weren't always petrified.
Oh, they're petrified.
You know?
That's very silly.
Wow, what old glass. So, how do I get past?
They used to be a dance team, the Swinging Saplings.
Awesome.
Perhaps you've heard of them. I'll escort anybody, even a snowman.
All right. Snow, charcoal, moss.
Ew, slime mold. Ew, slime mold. That's too wet. That's too wet.
That's too wet.
Moss. More moss. Must be union gardeners up here. Must be union gardeners up here.
What is that union joke?
Must be union gardeners up here.
Only scab labor is valuable. Thanks, 1994. Thanks for the shit we're in now. Rolling Stone gathers no moss. That's... Man, this game's got it all, huh? Let's see. Moss, charcoal, snow.
That's too dry. That's too dry.
Oh, okay. Snowball. Charcoal. Charcoal comes from flint? I don't remember where.
A sandcastle? Must be union gardeners. Must be union gardeners up here.
I'll escort anyone, even a snowman. you're not going to let me go
What
over
a
there.
gentleman.
But you let me get a
I
snowball.
already have a snowball.
Okay. Weird.
Nervous trees in the highway helper. Nice world. Flint. Must be sandstone. Huh, fool's gold. Some lumberjack must have been busy.
Rolling Stone gather. What's the joke there? The Rolling Stone gathers no moss. I got
Maybe
moss.
this twerp will listen to reason.
This twerp. I mean,
Wouldn't that be a welcome change? Thank you, but I don't want to cross back across the bridge.
That's rough. We all have our jobs to do, though.
A walnut.
found it in a wall.
Must have been Pisan architects. Are there gophers up here?
Snow, musk feathers. Okay, charcoal. How are we making charcoal?
I've got to find some other pedestrian to distract this guy.
Yeah, I got that, but I need charcoal.
What's this? A sandcastle? That's too dry. What's this? A sandcastle? Must be union gardeners up here. Must be union gardeners up here. Isn't this Richard of... I already have a snowball. Must have been Pisan
It's
architects.
like, how am I supposed to get?
Must have
I
been
get stuff
Pisan
from over
architects.
here.
Wow. What old glass.
Old glass.
Not the softest landing pad in the world. Flint.
Charcoal is burnt wood, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's dark.
Some lumberjack must have been busy.
Pinecone. Wigs.
Oh, great. Now I've got pitch on my hands. I hate walnuts. All these mystic toll puzzles are starting to annoy me. I bet these would make nice charcoal if I burned them.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, if I had flint and steel wool, I need something dry.
Maybe I could start a fire with this flint rock.
There we go. Oh, hi, Midgie. Yep, I'm gonna stop this hour though. We are nearing the end. I was in it. I thought maybe it was getting further to the end.
Alchemist, not a horticultural
Then I realized
psychologist.
I got misled a little bit that maybe we were nearing the end, but I misunderstood. Okay.
Maybe I could start a fire with this flint rock. I hope this works.
What? You're endish? Yeah, I should probably save the rest of this. I think I'll have a healthy stream on Friday left of this.
Aha! Charcoal.
Fantastic. Charcoal and moss and snow. I don't know why the rolling stone... I don't know why the somewhat perpetually rolling stone caused a fire.
It keeps going and going.
It's like just a living joke. Okay. Yeah, it does as advertised. Roll. Yeah, but oh shit.
I've got to
Oh,
find
no.
some other pedestrian.
My Rolling Stone. All right. Moss. Snow. Charcoal. Do you want to make a snowman? Oh.
I don't think I want to do that. This is stupid. I don't want to hide that in there. I don't want to hide that in there. That's too wet.
So it's cold enough over there?
This is getting really ridiculous. Are there gophers up here? I've got to find some other pedestrian to distract this guy.
Oh, it's getting stuck in the piles on the side.
That's too wet.
Oh, that's why I lost it before. That's too wet for what?
I wish this Boy Scout would find somebody else to do his good deeds to. Must be union gardeners up here. Don't tell me there's a sewer system up here.
I'll escort anybody. Even a snowman.
Well, I mean, we're close, but I don't get it.
One of these would look good in my yard.
I just want to dance again. I just want to dance again.
I already have a snowball.
She's just gonna go back over here. Give it to the... I don't know. It's like...
Got to find some other pedestrian to distract. I don't think I want to do that.
Yeah, no. Hey, what? Well, why did that work? What did I do differently? She just said, like, I don't want to do that. I clicked wrong what?
That does it.
No, I clicked right.
Go work somewhere I'm appreciated.
Why are you Rayman? Go get some, like, limbs and come back.
Must have been Pisan architects.
Why am I even here?
I think that knight would have an axe or something. Maybe I could scare those trees out of the way.
They want to dance.
You'd think that knight would have an axe or something. Wow, what old glass.
Oh.
Is that foot some sort of livestock? I don't believe I'll eat any milk products here, thank you.
Well, this sure is a scene. It's like what? It's like the trees from Little Big Planet.
An acorn.
An acorn. We took that sprite from the first game.
A dented statue.
A dented statue.
My, what a dented statue.
Oh yeah, I'm having a good time with it. It's just very silly. It's also like the logic is very Looney Tunes, and sometimes I can get stuck for a while because it's like it turns out I need to do something very strange.
I wonder if they're connected.
Although we got through the lava part, which was very silly, kind of accidentally. That went by very fast, and we had to go back to go check it out a little bit longer. We just sort of like put a bunch of rocks in our inventory and fell down a vent, and I didn't understand why.
Those guys look pretty busy.
Wait, so who have we even got here?
Those guys look pretty busy.
Oh, thanks for the follow, his snack. Welcome in. Yeah, the volcano part was very, very interesting. I liked the aesthetic of that place and the weird bureaucracy of people just with like little tables out in a lava field. Strong vibes in that area. Nice deconstruction of just adventure games. Just neat stuff. What is... Okay, snow, musk, feathers, sugar.
Those guys look pretty busy.
Here, where's my stick?
I don't think they'd want it. I don't think they'd want it.
Do I know these people? Doesn't look like I do.
I already have a snowball.
So many Jerboa. Excuse me.
My, what a dented statue. My, what a dented statue. What does this box have to do with that statue?
A dented lead statue, apparently.
Even the dents look shiny now. Even the dents look shiny now. Even the dents look shiny now.
Oh.
A magic drum. A Frank Klepacki special.
A magic drum. Oh, this is the good deed? I don't get that joke. Polish the statue, rescue a small item, and plant a tree. Oh, what, are you just telling me what I'm doing here?
First a hand, now a foot. I wonder if they're connected.
I'm working on it. Rescue a small animal.
One jack.
Oh, stuffing thing.
No more toys.
Okay. Yeah, plant a tree, small. I don't think the foot counts as. I don't think the foot is a small animal. The foot is a beast. Look at that thing.
No more toys.
Plant a tree.
Those guys look pretty busy. Even the dents look shiny now.
Playroom spell.
At last, a real road. Must have been Pisan architects.
Oh, right, they want to dance, so I need music, I guess.
I'd like to be able to get past these trees. I'll put this on the stump.
Yeah. Do what you were
Maybe
born
this
to
will loosen
do.
them up.
Oh, wow. These are the men.
Excellent. This tram will work out nicely.
It's just vision after vision.
Hey, I wanted to ride the tram.
Sorry, today is long lunch day.
Today's your lunch day?
Please, I have to get up to the top.
Sorry, I have to take my break.
Do you want to chat?
Sorry, I can't take bribes.
Can't you? Hang on.
Acorns? Yuck! I hate these.
Well, then just eat it, why don't you?
Oh, thanks! A pinecone tongue sticker. Cool, payday! See ya!
But how can I use the tram?
Well, obviously.
I sure hope this works.
Yes. Okay. I solved one. Me. GG.
Ouch! You'll pay for this.
What? Who are the people even chasing the foot?
I'll teach you to toy with my trust.
Oh no, that guy's fighting with his own hand.
Marco!
Oh no, we gotta save Marco, I guess.
I hope he's okay. What is that hand done to the
Polo,
tram?
sad face.
I guess I'll have to climb the rest of the way.
Oh, the hand. Oh geez, wow, athletic.
It's too cold up here for this outfit.
Is that just a baby with a lollipop?
Wish I'd brought my skis. I lost everything climbing that cable.
Oh, was there a foot thing? Man, this game just lets you skip stuff, huh? Baby is a bald little man. Oh, there's a small puzzle I missed. Man, okay, save. With lore reward, I see.
One of these would look good in my yard.
You live in a swamp. Would just sink. That tree is so happy. I don't think anything has ever been as happy as that tree currently is. Oh, okay, this is the good deeds thing. I just didn't do it. Okay. Plant a tree.
No more toys. Even the dents look shiny now.
Like, what is it wearing, like, boxer, like...
Even the dents look shiny now. Even the dents look shiny now.
Like, is it a pool boy statue? Like, what am I looking at?
Even the dents look shiny now.
And who are these people?
Those guys look pretty busy.
Rescue a small animal. Oh no, like, I like it when there's a puzzle where it's like a clear, like, what do I do to solve this problem? Where it's like, this isn't a problem, it's just silly. Like, I don't know, do I have a feather I could tickle it with?
I don't think they'd want it.
Musk, feather, sugar. Yeah, the jack.
That foot gives me the creeps.
Frickin' foot. Jack. What about the... Oh, I have seeds I could plant a tree with, huh?
I don't think they'd want it. I wish it would at least put a sock on.
That foot is nude! This is disgusting!
Those guys look pretty busy.
You have any decency?
I don't think they'd want it. I don't think they'd want it.
Oh, one of the reasons, sure. If it can be done, and it is good and right to do so, the adventure game promise. Yeah, go get some adventure games. Yo. Silver statue. Rainbow, no, that doesn't seem... Oh no, someone, like, I guess you're telling me it's the good deeds thing, but like, I wouldn't have guessed that, because I wasn't thinking about it. Oh! It just put a toy in its way.
Thanks for the help.
He is rather slippery.
What the heck is that? A wild foot or what?
This is the foot of Balram, an ancient and evil wizard that lived in a galaxy far, far away.
Oh, Star Wars.
He perpetrated one hideous crime after another.
Yeah, one of my pet tags
until
just pizza.
Finally, the forces of justice banded together and launched an astrobomb that blew Balram and his evil planet to bits.
Stuff of legends. We all know this. You didn't need to explain it to me.
After centuries of drifting in space,
Uh-huh.
Balram's parts have begun to land.
You don't say.
We have one of the feet here, and have reports that his nose landed in Miltonia.
Some places
By
got it worse, huh?
themselves, these parts aren't actually too dangerous.
What we really have to watch out for is his left hand. That vile appendage will certainly head for the wheels of fate.
Is that the... I think about...
Try to erase some innocent realm. In order to provide Balram with a suitable void in which to reassemble.
Wow, okay. Well, that explains everything, thank you.
Uh-oh. How long is a long lunch?
No time limit, actually. That's the beauty of it.
Do you know where
Man,
the
I want to go on a
Union
long
Hall
lunch.
is?
Did you look in the trees?
Please, I need need some help here.
Maybe you could climb up by yourself.
I'm pretty strong, but I don't think I could do that.
Yeah, apparently.
Do you know where the Squirrels' Union Hall is?
Oh no, I mean, obviously this would probably sort of come out of the wash if you got later in it. Yeah, well now they're yeah, this is if I got stuck.
Maybe you could climb up by yourself.
I'm pretty strong, but I don't think I could do that. Do you know where the Squirrels...
Did you look in the trees?
I wonder who prunes these. I wonder who prunes these.
Does a squirrel count as a small animal? I have a large animal. I mean, I gave a squirrel nuts. I didn't really need a hint for that. Man, look at these folks. Hang on.
This is not enchanting.
Aren't they? There's a resemblance, huh, Anthony? Yeah, actually, that's Midge. I might have already been thinking that. This is at least like when someone follows or something. I need this as like something on a Twitch alert. Look at these folks. They're so happy. Lovely. Same brain, same Brian, same Brandon. Alright, buddy.
Yuck! I hate walnuts. Acorns? Yuck! I hate these. Cool, payday!
Oh, is it random? Or you just have to give them all of them?
But how can I
It's
use
the last
the
one.
tram?
That's funny.
What's this? What's this? A hitching post for unicorns?
Probably.
I sure hope this works.
Yeah, it's the mix of flavor. Whoa!
You'll pay for. I'll teach you to.
Oh gosh.
I hope he's okay. What has that hand done to the tram?
I double-clicked
Guess
by
I have
accident
to
again.
climb the rest of the way.
I'm sorry.
It's
Alright,
too
well that was
cold up
fun.
here for this outfit. Wish I'd brought my skis.
Kind of a good
I
outfit.
lost everything climbing that cable.
At that 90s Carissa explains it all look.
Leave him alone.
What a drooler.
What a baby.
What a beautiful child you have.
Just need Brandon to show up in a
Neither
window.
one of us talks to strangers, thank you.
Wow.
Leave him alone.
What a drooler.
What is going on Twitch? I think I will be wrapping up this hour
better
still.
get there soon.
Who is a streamin'? Let's just check out this area a bit though before we wrap up.
This looks like the way to the wheels.
I mean, it seems like we might not have much stream on Friday, but it's
This
just been
way is up.
a long
This must be the way up.
day.
I wish I had some climbing gear.
Oh.
This way is up. This must be the way up. I wish I had some climbing gear.
Cannonballs. Alright.
I've got to climb up to the rainbow, or whatever.
Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna wrap for today. We made it up here. I feel like we are in the last few areas. But we will go and raid somebody. Hello, good morning. And a special good morning to the petrified forest. Look at them. Here they are. I wouldn't have to go make a gif of this. Somewhat for socials, but also just for me. They're just so happy. But yeah, good morning. Welcome in. It was Darkmoor Swamp. Pretty good tune from the first area that we got stuck in for 100 years, but we're out now. And we're so free. We're in the later half of the game, I think. And, well, I guess we should just get into it. Let me kill our little friends here. 1 second. There we go. The dancing is ended. Welcome in, Dogi. Welcome in, Raichu Knight. Welcome in, Super Ink Burst. Everybody who stopped by earlier before the ad, hopefully you're still lurking. I'll take that boop. Take that boop to the bank. Alright, let's go. Let's get into it. We got a lot of getting stuck to do. Do you not have a gift recorder, maker, tool, thing, app, software? Sure. I mean, I got like, what, GIF cam? That thing's okay. I just did it with like FMmpeg or something. The thing you just saw was a video of that scene, but I turned it into a GIF later. Alright, so load a game. Here we go. If we want to see them live, performing live, here they are. What do I do with this? Oh, I am going to need that. Can we go back and hear about the plot again? Is that possible? Or did we already do this? Hey, welcome in, welcome in. Always good to have you. Since you know every little thing about this. Okay, that thing's dead. Okay. Alright, well, we could watch the bit going back up again. Yeah, welcome in, Kephal1. I think I'm saying that wrong, so if you can correct me, that'd be fine.
Oh, thanks! A pinecone tongue sticker! Yuck! I hate walnuts.
Ooh, a streak strap. Okay, Cap, that sounds good. Well, welcome in, Cap.
Cool, payday! See ya!
Bye!
But how can I use the tram? I sure hope this works.
But do I even need to feed that guy, or can I just, like, put a rock in the thing while he's standing there? Like...
Please don't tamper with such valuable equipment.
I see.
Yuck! I hate walnuts. Oh, thanks! A pinecone tongue sticker. Cool, payday. See ya.
Reminds me of a Star Runner ate a pine cone. It's a really good sound in that
I sure
cartoon.
Hope this works.
Get in there. Good thing you saw that acorn. Oh, what, on the tree?
Ouch! You'll pay for this. I'll teach you to toy with my trust.
Marco!
Oh no, not Marco.
I hope he's okay. What has that hand done to the tram?
Magic Moss.
Guess I'll have to climb the rest of the way. It's too cold up here for this outfit. Wish I'd brought my skis. I lost everything climbing that cable.
Well, we didn't have skis to begin with.
Leave him alone.
Alright.
What a drooler.
Things I say to people's babies when I walk by.
What a beautiful child you have.
Lie.
Neither one of us talks to strangers, thank you.
Oh, that brew is mine. Yep. Oh, wow.
Dusty feathers. Hey, I'm an alchemist, not a witch.
Aha.
Cozy.
See us going here?
Excellent. I should be able to get some climbing gear here.
Is that a giant cookie?
This looks like an anti-submarine device.
Oh, it's a mine.
This looks like an anti-submarine device.
This looks like a plunger.
I wish this was hooked up.
You do? What are we trying to do? I'll take some cannonballs. Walks into your lodge, starts just picking up cannonballs at random. Yeah, losing all item count. I think we're at 3 or 4 on an inventory reset.
I despise macho taxidermists. I despise macho taxidermists.
That bird made a noise when I clicked it.
I despise macho taxidermists.
Is that my shovel?
Hey, that's our equipment.
Alright. I need to kill both of these men before I get that shovel.
When did this get invented?
Would be useful.
Can I buy some climbing equipment from you?
What would a little lady like you want with such a thing?
I need to climb up to the wheels of fate.
Sorry? We're going hunting ourselves soon.
Please, I really need some
tough. We're after the abominable snowman ourselves.
Yeah, Xanthia just learned to like, hey, look over there, and just take stuff.
Hey.
Yeah, so I clearly need to steal their equipment when they're not looking.
Could I borrow that rope?
Them's men's supplies, darling.
Oh my gosh.
Surely you wouldn't refuse a traveler aid.
We'll need that rope ourselves to tie up the abominable snowman.
Oh, right, I have a spell to become one, so I can go like,
He's a mighty dangerous
look
critter,
at me.
I can tell.
Alright, let's go see what we got in the book here. Musk. Oh no. Well, I do see a rocket ship, so might be able to get a little musk off of that. Snow, feathers, sugar.
Maybe I could distract them somehow. I need to climb up to the wheels of fate.
Sorry? We're going hunting ourselves soon.
Please, this is an emergency. I need some climbing equipment.
As soon as we get up our courage a mite more, we'll go out and get the vicious varmint.
Sorry, ma'am, we're pathetic.
And maybe then you can borrow our rope.
We're just gonna be sitting in here talking about how we need this stuff.
A Unamoose?
A Unamoose? Oh wow.
What is this stuff?
Uh-oh. What is this stuff?
Ugh. Not my favorite scent.
Oh. Thank you. Oh, it reached our follower goal. Thank you for the follow. Unfortunately, it does not tell me who followed. Dragon Claw King 58, thank you for the follow. We have sound some musk. It wasn't too far from the rocket ship.
I don't need any more of this.
Okay. Well, they didn't care about me stealing their musk. What else we need? Here's snow. That seems easy. Feathers and sugar. I really want to stop talking to these people. If I can help it. Oh, you want to talk about this?
Hey, that's our equipment.
What about a barrel?
Is this full of monkeys?
Haha, it's a barrel. Oh, it's funny. I assume, without question, I need to steal this child's lollipop. Like, there's no way I don't, right? Save. Wait, I have a snow area save. I could just right over that. There we go.
I'm not strange, I assure you.
Well.
Leave him alone.
What a drooler.
What a crawler. What a baby.
This looks like the way to the wheels. This way is up. This must be the way up. I wish I had some climbing gear. Boy, this cliff is too slippery to climb without special mountaineering gear.
Oh, can you die though? That might be fun. Want to die trying?
Boy, this cliff is too slippery to climb without special mountaineering gear. Boy, this cliff is too slippery to climb without special mountaineering gear.
Alright, game, where do you want me to click to get snow?
Boy, this cliff is... I wish I had...
Hey, maybe just back here.
Potions.
There we go. Just anywhere in the snowbank. That's good. Okay. Feathers and sugar. Well, I see I need a lollipop then for sugar.
No, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Don't give him that.
Don't give him that.
Don't give him that. Don't give him that. Don't give him that.
Oh, teddy bear. Let me make a teddy bear. We need a fuzz. I don't think we're making a teddy bear again then.
Everybody on this trip has been grumpy.
Sure have. Teddy bear would make a lot of sense. This screen seems useless, but I have not been poking it much
yet. This cliff is too slippery to climb without special mountaineering gear.
Literally everybody has been an obstacle. There's like... You just have Marco, who would like to be helpful, but can't figure out how. And then everyone else is just sort of like, I suck. I'm a dweeb.
Can I buy some climbing equipment from you?
What would a little lady like you want with such a thing?
Good line reads, though. Is there anything else we could steal out of this room?
Poor bear. I'd like to skin these jerks.
Because I could get fuzz off, like, so many things here if I needed fuzz, right? I probably don't. What else does a baby want? Yeah, Abominable Snowman, definitely. I already know I can't make the shoes again. We're past sandwiches. We don't need skeptic stuff. Yeah, he's a good slime ball voice for sure. One of many in this game. Windy Wolf. So I was just thinking about how Windy Wolf was doubly confusing because I was reading it as Windy Wolf, so I didn't even get that it was windy. It's a double word. Like this first puzzle is just so mean. There's 2 word plays in there, and then you also need hot water. It's like this is such a barrier. It's such a spike in difficulty, and then a lot of stuff after it was a lot easier. Party favors. Silver statue. No, that doesn't sound... Trance? I guess if we got some newts. Oh, playroom spell. Rescue a small animal and plant a tree. Twice as bad in the German version, because they messed it up. Oh, that's an interesting story. Like, they tried to do the language thing and it didn't work. They just tried to put together like a compound word, but compound words work slightly differently in German, so they might have just like not done it right at all. Like, clearly if we just put these 2 words together, we'll make up a new German, meaningful Germinal phrase. There's literally no way to know you don't need the mushroom. Yeah, like I get the mushroom joke. The mushroom joke's funny, but like just do the mushroom joke, you know? I think it would have been a lot better if it was just like, oh, wrong toadstool or something. That's funny. Okay. Alright, let's see what we're missing. We definitely need sugar, but we also don't have any feathers.
I despise macho taxidermists.
Oh, feather duster. Okay. That's a feather. Okay, so we've got everything but sugar. Help a small animal and plant a tree. I feel like these are things to look out for, and I may or may not have missed 2 of them. I don't think I've helped a small animal today. And I certainly didn't plant a tree.
Climb up to the rainbow, or whatever.
Although Brandon did 2 of those things earlier. In the previous game, Brandon helped a small animal and planted the tree.
Who'd need a boat up here? Poor bear. I'd like to skin these jerks.
Whoa. Bottle?
Don't give him that. No, thank you.
Oh, wait, right. We have the...
All I really care about is large jewelry. Don't give him that.
All I really care about is large jewelry.
No, thank you.
I already have a snowball. Cozy. Cozy.
I just like having you click on things and you just get funny noises.
What a charming lodge.
Really delightful.
What a charming lodge.
Wish anything else about the interior was charming. Alright, so we need to scare these folks out of here.
I've got to climb up to the rainbow, or whatever.
We know. There's no going back, right? Oh, there is? No, that's just down. I missed a screen. Yeah, random things happening by clicking, for sure. I mean, that's the adventure game.
Boy, this cliff is too slippery to climb without special mountaineering gear.
Yeah, she's giving me every indication that this screen is completely useless until I get climbing gear. And that I'm done. 10% of our way to a putt-putt game, yeah, when things just, like, happen. You click stuff and it's like, oh, look, they're dancing. Isn't that fun? Okay. They definitely pumped up the jams for this sequel. I feel like most of the music in Kyrandia 1 was like a little bit forgettable. But like maybe sometimes that's the job of music, to just be some background and not get in the way. Yeah, a lot of different kind of tracks for sure.
All I really care about is large jewelry.
Well, it really feels like we're not making a a teddy bear again, because this doesn't sound like something we're close to making. We've already made this too, so unless these are puns for even other things, like we're not gonna get a heart of gold again. Black pebbles, they seem very specific to that area. Definitely working our way to this, but I don't know how to steal this. Like stealing candy from a baby.
Everybody on this trip has been grumpy.
Leave him alone.
What a drooler.
Leave him alone.
What a drooler.
Can I put everybody asleep? That'd be the teddy bear. Would make a lot of sense to make the teddy bear here. I have feathers, right?
Leave him alone.
What a drooler.
Oh wait, hang on.
What a sucker.
Okay. Well, she did say she likes large jewelry. That's funny.
We don't need any help from you.
This might be more convincing if they didn't watch me drinking.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a little worried about the crime we took. Oh, they're just gone. They're just gone. Oh my gosh.
Everybody on this trip has been grumpy.
Well, what about you? What a look. Look at look at you. Wow.
Could it be my attitude? Everybody on this trip has been grumpy.
Wow. Oh no. Okay. Wow. Oh no.
This doesn't look too good.
Well, a lot has happened.
Too bad he doesn't use this tub himself once in a while. Drink before Tuesday.
Well, we're all doing an entirely different problem, huh?
Is this how he got so big?
Feathers. Okay, so we could redo it. Oh no, not musk. This is probably the musk,
Smells
right?
almost as good as old Loverboy.
Yeah. Oh, Fuzzy. Fuzzy's Amphio is kind of cute. Snow. We need snow.
I'm really not into disco.
Are we allowed to leave?
Aha! I know I can climb out of here.
Stalagmites. No, well, they're just icicles.
That icicle is out of reach. That branch wouldn't support Fawn's weight. Please, I've got to get up to the wheels of fate.
Yeah.
Maybe I could use that as a piton.
Oh, piton.
Too bad I can't reach it.
What the?
Too bad he doesn't use this tub himself once in a while. Maybe I could use that as a piton. Too bad I can't reach it.
Alright, well. What else do we need? Sugar. Oh, yeah. Okay. And we got musk. We need snow again. That seems like the easiest thing in the world. Yeah, I figured it was a cipher. It does sort of have that, like, vibe.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I'm in a real hurry here.
What of us? Yeah.
Now this could come in handy. What a well-prepared Lothario. Actually, I love your outfit and setup here and all, but...
Sure you are.
I'd love to stay in
I like the heart-shaped window.
but I'm in a real hurry here.
What of us? Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
In our language, the vowels come first.
Oh, so it's like a pig Latin kind of thing.
In our language, the vowels come first.
Actually, I love your outfit and setup here and all, but...
Sure you are.
Oh, so it's like jumbled up with all the vowels coming early? It's kind of interesting.
Must be from a mail order outfit.
What the hell is the snow?
There has to be a way out of here. That cliff is too slippery. That cliff is too slippery to climb.
Well-hidden secret puzzle more peeps will never even find out about. Yeah, it's just like one of those things like you could translate. It's like the Denis language in Myth in Riven. You could spend the time, you know? Oh, ice does kind of... Ice! Okay. I don't think that's fair. Ice and snow are fairly different things. I don't know. I get it. Yes,
I do
that'd be
not
fine.
need this delay.
But why in the world do I need to do this anyway? I guess we just see what happens. Oh, wait, what's going on with my cat blocks? There we go. Well, just because, like, it's magic thinking, you know? Like, it's not exactly scientific thinking, so it's like, oh, well, ice and snow feel like they're different in a meaningful way. Okay. Why are we doing this?
I'm not making a fool of myself again.
We get one. We get one. We get one.
Yeah, I'm not getting what that's saying.
Oh my goodness. I hope I don't run into anybody I know. Oh my, I hope I don't run into anybody I know. I'm not making a fool of myself again.
Welcome in, Midge. Good morning. We're back at it. We've made it to the Abominable Snowman's Love Hotel. We have made the potion that turns us into the Abominable Snowman that he's infatuated with again, but she is not interested in taking it. I can re-cologne, huh? I see.
Is this how he got so big?
There are a lot of ways.
In our language, the vowels come first.
I do not need this delay.
He lifts, bro.
Too bad he doesn't use this tub
And it's
himself
like this whole thing
once
about not being tall enough to
Maybe
reach.
I could use that as a piton.
Piton.
Too bad I can't reach it.
I like make him mix a cocktail and turn back into a scrawny guy. Is that how this works?
Drink before Tuesday.
Oh. Alright, well I made that for no reason. Regular snowman.
Maybe I... Too bad I can't reach it. I don't think I want to do that. I'd love to stay and chat, but I'm in a real hurry here.
What of us? Yeah.
Is this how he got so big? Charming fellow, but lousy timing. That branch wouldn't support Fawn's weight. I'm not making a fool of myself again.
Yeah. Oh, hey. Thanks for the redeem. Is that even close to the color you're going for? I think the color thing might not be functioning. Looks like no. Oh, did it? Oh, okay. I'm icy now, yes. I'm an abominable.
Too bad he doesn't use this tub himself once in a while.
Get him. Get him, girl. Why did I make this again? Stab him. Take me to your leader. Oh yeah, so I play Peak, and a piton is a thing for climbing. It's just like a little thing for wedging into the wall, which like I kind of figured I wasn't there yet, but now that you mention it, I'm still like grappling with what this game wants me to do with all this stuff, but it kind of feels like I'm... Oh.
What?
Oh, God. Well, that would work, it turns out. Oh yeah, Peak is fun. Peak's a good time. We play Peak on this channel sometimes.
I think I'd better stay out of their way.
Oh.
I think I'd better stay out of their way.
Okay, so they didn't show up until I tried to climb.
There has to be a way out of here.
Hi.
You two are big, brave hunters, aren't you?
Yeah, we're crafty woodsmen, all right.
So, you guys looking for the abominable snowman?
Sure are.
We don't need any help from you.
I wasn't offering any.
Oh yeah. Alright. Now we're talking. I don't want to go back in there, but you know, good for them.
Time to give Fawn another call. Fawn? Fawn, how is Kyrandia doing?
Big trouble! Everything is disappearing now.
The roof's gone. Oh, not the front door.
Uh-oh. Hang on, Fawn.
Brandon's gonna come by and
I'm almost up to the
complain.
wheels now. I sure hope this plan works. It's all we've got.
Hurry!
Oh, this must be the building that houses the famous Rainbow Room.
Does it have a rainbow stone? Okay. You probably either love or hate. Well, let's see about that.
I didn't think such a steep roof would hold snow.
I can't wait. The game's pace is like really increased. Like it's a new area for almost every puzzle. Not the rainbow machine.
I'll bet the hand broke this machine too.
Wow. Okay, well, I see a domino. I thought maybe... Okay, here's the other thing. They haven't done much more puns with ingredients since the beginning. That was just to troll me early on, and we've left puns behind.
Nothing may be removed from this room. Nothing may be put on the floor. Do not reorganize the shelves. Absolutely no confetti allowed.
Okay.
I guess I can't put anything on the floor.
Well, you're just gonna listen to a sign? Who cares? Aren't you like the authority? Like what? Who's to put stuff on the floor, police?
I can't tell what colored liquid was in this orb.
Okay, well that's interesting. I get you.
I can't tell what colored liquid was in this orb.
What about this one?
I can't tell what colored liquid was in this orb.
Well, what about this one?
I can't tell what colored liquid was in this orb.
I've got the sense that maybe this is going nowhere, but how about this one?
This weed is the famous rainbow machine?
Damn.
I can't tell what colored liquid was in this orb.
Okay, what about this one?
I can't tell what colored
Oh, this had
liquid
orange
was
in it.
this orb. I can't tell what colored liquid was in this orb.
Music probably needs to calm down.
Bottomless trash can.
Yeah.
I guess I don't need that anymore.
The world?
A bottomless trash can. I guess I don't need that anymore. I guess I don't need that anymore. I guess I don't need that anymore. I don't want to throw away my alchemist's magnet.
Oh wow, so I could make anything. That's interesting. Every item in the game, yeah. Okay. Wow. It's all here. Even this thing. That doesn't even make sense that this is here. Oh! The silver statue from the first game and the rainbow stone. Both of them are making a comeback. Silver statue, rainbow, and domino. The unstoppable Mr. Domino. Hot hair. Yeah, can I just have an empty bottle? I'm not drinking the tears. Can I just have some water?
Ow! That burned my tongue.
Yeah. Oh! Okay.
A magic whistle.
Get him. Oh, we're going to jail. We're going to jail.
I guess that rule on the sign isn't strictly enforced.
Put that potion in as a coolant. Yeah, that'd be good. I want to do one of those builds. Those are fun.
Looks kind of like that ghost.
It does look a little bit like that ghost. You're not wrong. Lollipops here. You want to eat that?
Whoever said taking candy from a baby was easy?
It was kind of easy.
We'd like to extend a special hello to the Maria Del Mar, Shannon Gibson, Linda Wascom, Tammy Okahara, Patrick Stewart, Seth Mendelson and Eric Yo, Ty and Judy Kuhn, Lyle Mann, Virtual Ted, MC Kramer, Entropy and Shady Lady.
What are we doing?
The Third Base Gang, Rusty at the Garden, ow! Malcolm the Jester,
No thanks. No, don't.
and Scotia.
Okay. Well, that one I know is a reference to the lore series, right? That was a weird thing. Is there a small animal in here?
High quality wax.
When was there a candle?
Hey, the bark on this branch is still moving.
Secret credits? Patrick Stewart, though? Like, what was all that? Okay, so we have a trash can because we can literally... You want to eat that?
Not bad.
Oh, yeah. Old coins. I'm rich. A top hat?
Too bad this isn't my size.
It looks like it is. You sure? Oh, the first lands of lore. Oh, okay. So that was all real. Alright. I started to think that was a joke about the time they said MC Kramer or something.
realms give me a headache.
Now, I definitely feel like we're on to something making the rainbow potion. What else? This is a very bizarre thing to do in an adventure game. It's like, oh yeah, you know, here's every item that we've given you hints.
Ooh, tangy.
Make a teddy bear again. Of course, in the first game, we just did make color potions, and then... So, like, is the idea here just literally to make...
I guess I don't need that anymore.
You got everything. Swamp water.
I'm not really thirsty. Especially for that. I'm not really especially
Oh no.
for that.
Taffy footprint. Oh wow, you can make a footprint with the taffy. That's cool. Yeah, Patrick Stewart also voiced the king in one of the Elder Scrolls games, right? Oblivion, maybe? It's good to be king.
I'm not really thirsty. Especially for that.
You gonna call reference to this, like, xenomorph in this fish tank up here? Like, he's gonna ignore that that's happening?
Nothing may be removed from this room.
Okay.
Nothing may be put on the floor.
Understood.
Do not reorganize the shelves. Absolutely no confetti allowed? I don't think this is what goes there. I don't think this is what goes there. I don't
Okay,
think this
so
is what
that's
goes
true.
there.
I can't
don't think
reorganize
this is what
the
goes
shelves. The rainbow room is, well, for one thing, it could use a little bit of upkeep, I think. What happens if I leave? It's all gone. Good. She's a very lawful lady. Somebody tells you on a sign not to take something out of a room and there's no one around. You know, honor system. It's like the bathhouses or something in, like, Iceland, or you're just like, oh, like, you know, you're supposed to pay to use this restroom, then you should probably just do that, because it's nice. But who's stopping you? Out of place narrative-wise and logically, but I love the sandbox as a kid. Yeah, no, and it's kind of fun as just like...
I hope Marco fell in a pile of snow or something.
Why? I mean, Marco knew what he was up for. It's all his own fault. I just need an empty bottle, and she won't drink anything anymore.
How'd they get the lumber up here? I'm not really thirsty, especially for that. I guess I can't put anything. I'm not really thirsty, especially for that. I guess I can't put anything on the floor. I don't think I wanted to eat that. Whoever said taking candy from a baby was easy?
Oh, did I lose my whistle? Yeah. Domino. Oh, she's just like, okay. So she just like refuses to drink a couple things for no reason here?
Ow! Ow!
Oh, okay.
That burned my tongue.
I felt like I had a... That's weird. Thank you. Yeah, I was a little confused as to why I couldn't... You can't drink the hot air.
It's kind of like that ghost.
I thought I tried to drink the lizard tears.
I'm not really thirsty. Especially for that.
Oh, are reptile tears different than lizard tears? Thank you, Darlet. Well, she would drink. She drank the swamp water before, is the thing. Oh, thank you for the skull redeem, Darlet. I just put this on earlier to like last night. I was working on this shader. It's the skulls from Snoopy's C64. They won't be there for very long. Don't worry about it. It's just you know, beware. Look out. Skulls. There you go, Anthony. We have a skull redeem now for your enjoyment. I technically started working on that because like I wanted to have a redeem where you make me play Snoopy for the C64, but I've never really felt like setting up the emulator, so this is good enough, I think. Okay, so we have a funny color changing thingy. And we can get a whistle. Where'd the funny statue go?
I'm not really thirsty.
Well, I mean, if you drink salt water, you're going to be thirsty. So this will solve that problem.
I guess I don't need that anymore.
There's the hot water. There it is. No, don't!
I guess I can't put anything on.
Get out of here. Alright, drink this.
That burned my tongue.
Okay.
That was fun. I guess that rule on the sign isn't strictly enforced. I guess I can't put anything on the floor.
Okay. What else we got? We can make anything, so I guess we could try making everything. Scare bears. You can make a teddy bear.
I hope Marco fell in a pile of snow or something.
Stop thinking about Marco. A wool is kind of fuzz, right? Probably. No. No. Wool was never gonna be fuzz, it turns out.
I'm not really thirsty, especially for that.
It's like it's just a weird restriction on this particular room that she can't drink the swamp water for the first time in the whole game. And so that got me just stuck for a second. So drink the hot water.
That burned my tongue.
That's not a good idea either, but hey. Wait, blue potion.
I'm not in the mood for experimenting on myself right now.
Oh, blue potion. Oh, okay. It didn't make a teddy bear, it made blue potion. Okay. Make all the old potions and see what the colors are. Sure. That's blue. It's called the Rainbow Room. Well, so vinegar's already red. Yeah, guess not. Alright, where's my mustard? Oh, there's already a sandwich here, but that doesn't count. Lettuce, cheese. Where's the cheese? We need mustard, which means that's sweet and sour. I can't grind that, so radish, good. Where's the vinegar again?
If I fill a flask, will there be a sandwich in it?
No, not this time, I think. I think is the answer to that question. I think this time it's different.
Ow! That burned my tongue.
Yep, orange potion. It's funny she still says that when it's like, clearly something else is happening here. Alright, orange. Flying shoes. So you can make the flying shoes. Well, I guess you can't make the flying shoes here because the way things are working. Hot air, feather, and leather. That's not leather. There's the book. Oh, we got a flush, I think.
In my cauldron, I have a leather folio.
Oh, we just went in and had. I'll take a break. Be right back.
I hope Marco fell in a pile of snow or something.
Alright, just in this room, she's revealing she kind of likes Marco, which is like, okay. Okay, fine. Alright. Horseshoe, lucky one. Rabbit's foot, sweet and sour. Dang it. And those old teals. Well, bad, I found some whizzle teals. Put them in my witch's blue. Purple. Wait, skeptic. Oh. That's weird. I actually made a potion. Snow, musk, feather, sugar. Let's try snow charcoal moss.
In my cauldron, I have some moss.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, everything's turning into color potions right now and not being what they normally do, so... So it's like a little bit of a strange area where things work slightly different. Like, the coding is, like, almost... like, completely rewritten. Like, the way she can't drink some of the water potions she could before, and... everything's a little topsy-turvy here. Charcoal... Where are ya? Is that rolling stone? No, I can't drop it.
I guess I can't put anything on the floor. burned my tongue.
Ah, that's just a snowman potion, okay. Snow musk feathers.
Ow! That
There
burned
we
my
go.
tongue.
Well, see, it's annoying because, like, I assume the swamp water, even though it's green, does not count as green. Yeah. Trance potion. Do we actually have Eyes of Newt in here? Not an item that was ever in the game. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Rolling. G-Bib.
Shake it up and it snows.
It's like a snow globe.
I guess I don't need that anymore. I'm not really thirsty, especially for that. Ow! That burned my tongue.
Alright, I don't think I made this yet. Okay, so where's our gnarly branch? Sulfur rock. Onion, lizard tears, toadstool.
I guess I don't need that anymore.
Wait, that one you need to have with warm water. Well, you need to have hot, okay, hot water.
In my cauldron, I have a sulfur rock, some furniture. I guess I don't need that anymore.
Onion.
I guess I don't need that anymore. In my cauldron, I have some reptile tears. Some reptile tears.
Ah, shit.
A sulfur rock. Some furniture.
Wait, what happened to the hot water?
I guess I don't need that anymore.
Oh, because, like, you couldn't make warm water otherwise. Hey, Leon. Leon Hardrat? Yes, I am Rodent. How are you? Welcome in. We are being, overwhelmed by options, but we're persevering.
In my cauldron, I have some hot water.
Good start.
I guess I don't need that anymore. In my cauldron, I have some reptile tears, a sulfur rock, some furniture, some hot water.
Okay, I was gonna say, does the hot water get overwritten again? Because I might start throwing things. I need an onion.
In my cauldron, I have an onion,
Onion.
some reptile tears,
Okay.
a sulfur rock, some furniture, some hot water.
Guess I don't need that anymore. Furniture, onion. Okay, I need the funny little branch. Our best friend, you. Green, yay! I guess. Is it green? Yes. What? This puzzle is so busted. Like, this is just blue. This is like this. Oh wait. Okay, so this one is yellow, but this one's just orange. It's just orange. It's just red. But then this one actually is the potion. So bizarre. Well, now I need indigo? That's a snowman. Can't make that. That doesn't exist, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, for the ones that turn into objects, yeah. Except for the snowman. That also is not consistent. I have a snowman potion for no reason. But sure, if you feel like the logic is making sense, you enjoy yourself.
I guess I don't need that anymore.
Alright, I've made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. Made the sandwich. Pretty sure I made that. Made the skeptics. Snowman made a snowman. I don't think I can make the trance potion, but maybe I can.
I could plant these in my garden. I guess I don't need that anymore.
Where were there crystal seeds before? Seems like a new thing. Eyes of Newt.
In my cauldron, I have a tinker's bell.
Oh, teddy bear's eyes. Okay. I would have thought that those were the black stones, not the teddy bear's eyes, but that makes sense. Did we make the teddy bear? Was that one of these? Maybe I didn't. Just losing track of what I have and have not done. I think I did, yeah. Okay, but can that be Eyes of Newt? Yeah, that's close enough. RGB. Yeah. I feel like the color's not really changing to what people want. Just seems like it's just the blue. I have to go check the code. Ah, sorry. I mean, that's just, Oh wait, no, that's just aqua. That's indigo? Is that what we're going for? That seems correct then.
I guess I can't put anything on the floor. I guess I can't put anything on the floor.
Oh, you're going for an obnoxious sign? Yeah, so the way that works is I'm changing the RGB you give me to a hue, because I still want it to be bright. But I think it makes some colors just not be possible. So I should rethink that. Well, let's see. What is a jack? Another name for a jack, like... I may not know what they're going for with this indigo thing. For one thing, I'm having trouble realizing what indigo is going to look like. Like it's a blue-purplish. It's a purple. I feel like I've made practically everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I can't seem to empty the globe. I can't seem to empty the globe.
Well, that's good. I'm trying to fill out the last one here. I need indigo to fill out, like, our Roy G. Biv here. It's a bit out of the box. Okay. Indigo.
I can't.
I mean, indigo already is a funny one. I feel like this is how I say I'm done, but maybe not.
That was fun. I guess that rule on the sign isn't strictly enforced. Hey, what happened to the rainbow machine?
Oh no, really? Oh. Oh, so yeah, that broke the rule. Sure, Archie. That sucks. I don't have a save. Down. Cool. Start over.
I guess I don't need that anymore. If I fill a flask, will there be a sandwich in it?
Yeah, it's a little cruel given that I didn't know that was going to happen, and I'm just like trying things.
I guess I don't need that anymore. I guess I don't need that anymore.
Alright, well I guess it at least makes me go over what I've done and what I haven't done. Who knows why the swamp water doesn't count as green? There's no knowing. Sweet and sour and lizard's tears. Oh, hang on. I can fix that. Let's see. Is that about what you were going for? It just looks like the green. What did you try to do? Okay, yeah, that's good. Nice. I just realized I didn't have the right color on the chroma key yet, so I had to fix that.
In my cauldron, I have some reptile tears, a taffy footprint, a horseshoe, I guess I don't need that anymore. I guess I don't need that anymore. I guess I don't need that anymore.
Snow, musk, feathers, sugar.
In my cauldron, I have a quill.
Okay, we'll skip over Snowman because I don't think that was useful to me. There we go. Right. Sulfur, onion, lizard tears.
In my cauldron, I have an onion.
Oh, there's a joke? Okay.
Some reptile.
I'll try that.
Some gnarly bark. In my cauldron, I have some furniture, an onion, a sulfur rock, some reptile tears, some gnarly bark.
Okay, teddy bear, fuzz, heart, and black. Here we go. Where's the orange peel? Go.
I'm tired of doing the orange mouth joke.
Haha. Funny.
I guess I don't need that anymore. I guess I don't need that anymore.
Buzz. And the eyes. Oh, Malcolm does that joke. Yeah. It's a funny little thing. Oh, you're oh, okay, I see. Yeah. I remember that from the third game. Like, they reference the joke in here, and then they actually do the animation in there. That's cool.
I can't seem to empty the globe. I can't seem to empty the globe. I can't seem to empty the globe.
Okay, so...
Shake it up and it snows. A magic whistle. I guess I don't need that anymore.
Yeah, we don't think we can make this. We've made this. Blow whistle to create favors, fills one flask. And that's just like the reset, maybe. Rescue a small, and I don't think this is relevant.
As I remember, this is one of the ingredients for an indigo potion.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Just start pulling things off shelves and I would have gotten somewhere, huh? Okay. Hey! I already fought Blueberry. Something had to be blueberries, right? Oh, is it a recipe from the first game? Well, the joke's on the game. I don't have things stay in my brain for very long.
Now how can I climb up on it?
Yeah, it's nice that they handed at it. Well, we'll see what this does.
That was fun. I guess that rule on the sign isn't strictly enforced. My, what a vibrant light. My, what a vibrant light. I guess I don't need that anymore. My, what a vibrant light. Shake it up and it snows. My, what a vibrant... Where have I seen this before?
I believe I literally made every potion except for the...
I'd better keep some icicles.
Yeah, where are the Mario cars? Imdale? Oh, is that... Oh.
My, what a vibrant light.
Oh, go outside, maybe?
Aha. Maybe I can climb up from the roof.
Of course.
Now how am I going to scale that roof? Now how am I going to scale that roof?
Well, we can't take anything out, right?
That icicle is out of reach.
Not really.
Now how am I going to scale that roof? Now how am I going to scale that roof? Now how am I going to scale that roof? Nothing may be removed from this. Nothing may be put on the... Do not reorganize the shell. Absolutely no confetti allowed? Now how am I going to scale that roof? Frozen in place. Now how am I going to scale that roof? Frozen in place. That icicle is frozen in place. Frozen in place. There's no way to budge that one. This one came loose.
Okay, game. Is this fun
There's
for you?
no way to budge that one. There's no way to budge that one. Frozen in place. Frozen in place. That icicle is frozen in place.
Now we're gonna scale that roof. Hi, Lily of the Peak. Well, we need a piton, as you may
This
remember.
icicle might just help.
Yeah? Yeah, just pick the one that's like the furthest out. And you just need one icicle now, not two? I feel like the game is slowly losing the plot. Alright. Uh-oh. Trouble.
How dare you? I'll teach you to push me around.
Yeah, get it.
Whoops.
Bye.
My icicle. That's it. I've had it. You don't know who you're messing with. Watch out, Mr. Hand.
Oh, shit.
Now I'm mad.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go the opposite way of the hand, but we're pissed. Wow, it's just a Phallus and Trapper Keeper art covers. Look at this. Incredible.
This must be it. Is that an atom or a planet?
Why not both?
Is that an atom or a planet? I love blue-collar sculpture. I love blue-collar sculpture. Wow, that's hot! Is Gyro Gear loose around here somewhere?
Oh, wow. Tails reference.
Is that supposed to be Father Time?
Is it?
Is that supposed to be Father Time? That doesn't look positioned correctly.
Oh, no. It doesn't.
I'll bet the hand bent it on purpose.
Freaking hand.
That light beam's too hot to get past. I'm not leaving without my alchemist's magnet.
Where is it, though? Where did I just...
I'm not leaving without my alchemist's magnet. I love blue-collar sculpture.
Oh, no. Oh, okay, there it is. Good gosh.
That light beam's too hot to get past.
Yeah, how are we gonna play peek about the icicle? About anything, for that matter.
Is Gyro Gear loose around here somewhere? Wow, that's hot. That doesn't look positioned correct. I'll bet the hand bent it on purpose. This should do the trick.
Yeah, I mean, I have one item, so let's just throw shit at it, right? Oh, okay, no, just climb up there and... Sure. Yeah, turn it into lead. That's what I thought was gonna happen.
Kyrandia wheels? Kyrandia wheels, where are you?
The goofy Mickey Mouse clubhouse ass.
I have heard that randomity is the highest form of order.
Randomity.
I have heard that randomity is the highest form of order.
Oh my gosh.
I have heard that randomity is the highest form of order.
Oh, there's two ways to go. Okay. Yeah, just walk all the way up there.
At last! My feminine intuition, my mystic's vision, and the sign on the door.
Uh-huh.
All tell me that the Kyrandian wheels must be in this room.
Yep, looks like Kyrandia is bad. Alright, 1 second. Save.
I'd like to see the blueprints for this place. I'd better not leave anything up in here. I'd better not leave anything up in here. Aha! This is the poor little fellow that's caused all the trouble. Aha! This is... an empty spindle.
Need a gear.
This one seems to be running right. This one seems to be running right. I'd better not leave anything up in here.
Let's go to the other place that we can go. Oh, is that Miltonia? They have their frog issue. Well, they got their anchor stone, so I guess they're okay now. It is the only other place we know of. What in the H Geiger? Oh.
That looks like my friend Mo. That looks like my friend Larry. Locked.
You mean
that
Curly?
looks like my friend Curly.
Okay. Oh, nice. Nice Curly impression.
Locked.
Curly is, of course, lost in space.
That looks like my friend Larry. That looks like my friend Larry. That looks like my friend
Shut up.
Larry.
What?
That looks like my friend Larry. That looks like my friend Larry.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Anthony, for what happened to the If you want to know what
Looks
happened
like my
to
friend Larry.
the Stooges, where they would be now, that's a very good video.
That looks like my friend Larry. That looks like my friend Mo. That looks like my friend Larry. That
please
looks like
stop.
my friend Larry.
Now, ask me what's happening here at all. Go ahead, AMA. I have literally no idea what I'm looking at. Is this concave? Am I somehow moving? What is happening
That looks
here?
like my friend Larry.
Why are we making a Stooges joke?
This doesn't look like the mechanic's room.
No.
If this is the mechanic's room, there must be parts in here somewhere. If this is the mechanic's
Stop.
room, there must be parts in here somewhere.
Tell the truth. Oh, what? The titles of the room is currently Alchemist Magnet Placed. I will say I never really read the room titles, because
I have heard that randomity is the highest
they're easy to
form of
miss. The inverted tower of... Oh. I see. Who doesn't love to solve the towers of annoy? I know I do. It doesn't annoy me at all. Okay.
This doesn't look like the mechanic's room.
How's everybody doing?
Locked. Locked. That looks like my friend Mo. That looks like my friend Mo. locked.
I guess I don't know which one I'm trying to put them on, but maybe the middle one? It is not super clear just looking at it, like, oh my gosh. You know, you can make variations of puzzles, and they don't have to just be the puzzle, so like, if a player comes across something, they don't know what they're doing, like, trial and error isn't exactly the road to fun. You could just tell them what to do. It's fine. It's fine and okay. It's legal. It's legal to tell a player what they're doing. I assume I needed to move it to the middle one, and I was a fool for moving it to the left. Or to the right. You're afraid we're doing both?
This doesn't look like the mechanics room.
Out for now. Good luck. Have saving Kyrandia and solving the Towers of Annoy puzzle. Yeah, thank you, Anthony.
This doesn't look like
I'll
the
get there.
mechanics room.
Oh. I think I already made the Annoy joke. Gosh, dang it. Left and middle? We have to solve left and middle? What does that even mean? The solution to Towers of Annoy is to stack them all up in one place. I'm going to be doing this twice. Oh, so... Wait. You're telling me that the only position I solved for isn't good? Or was that where it started? Was that where it started when I walked in and I didn't notice? Yeah, but I put them all on the right one and it didn't open.
This doesn't look like the mechanics room.
The thing about Annoy is it's tedious. That's the thing about Towers of Annoy. That's backwards. Need it. Yeah, I mean, I mean, really, Towers of Annoy is one of those problems that you use for, like, optimization and problem solving, like, computing. But, like, a lot of times, toy problems like that end up in games as, like, just a NP hard sort of thing. Although I don't think Towers of Annoy is NP hard.
This doesn't look like the mechanics room.
Doesn't look like the mechanics room. But you know what I mean, they find like these toy problems that are very well known in mathematics and then they just give them to you as a player.
What? That stick? I've never heard of a walking stick walking around by itself.
The stick is back. This does look like the mechanics room, though.
This doesn't look like the mechanics room.
Lady, please. I think I was doing well and then I messed up.
This doesn't look like the mechanics room. That looks like my friend Mo.
Oh my gosh.
This doesn't look like the mechanics room.
Did I forget what I was doing? Yeah.
This doesn't look like the mechanics room.
That just happens when I misclick.
This doesn't look like the mechanics room.
You know, yeah, Lily, what do you think this room,
This doesn't
room look like anything?
like the mechanics room.
Anything this reminds you of? I thought for a second maybe potentially this was the mechanics room, but now I have second thoughts. God, is that the next one? No, it's the blue one that's next, right? It's so hard to read. No, no, that was right. I think that's right. Yeah, the blue's big. Oh, the universe will end soon.
I hope this is the right part.
Fantastic. Wait, so the one on the right doesn't do anything? I guess because that's where they started. Alright, bye, Curl the brothers. Hooked on the brothers. Wait, are the Stooges brothers? I don't know Stooge lore. Yeah, Cap, that's a... Anthony enjoys that video, it's very strange.
I'd better not leave anything up in here. Now I need something to wedge the gear back on.
Like a stick? Alright. Yep. Saw that coming.
Kyrandia is saved.
Oh, okay. It's fine. So now, boss fight?
My poor stick.
No, stick. Not Marco. Oh. We got an ad soon. Okay. Whoa! Oh my gosh. Gruesome. She popped like a balloon. Second, I'm want to know when the ad's starting. While we're working on this. So load the game. Okay, what do you suppose we have to do? We probably have to get it wedged in the gears, right?
Kyrandia is saved. My poor stick.
Alright, it's become Dragon's Lair. Oh, his right-hand man is a left hand. That's also a funny joke, isn't it?
Kyrandia is saved.
It's a good bit.
My poor stick.
My poor stick. Okay, going left was good. So I'm gonna go right just to see if I'm on the right track as to what's happening in this sequence. Squish! Oh.
Kyrandia is saved. My poor stick.
It just killed a hand. Bad click, player. Think again. Can I save past this part? I guess it doesn't really matter. Go that way. There's a lot of good ways to die here, goodness. Yeah, I should channel the rage, that's a good point. Oh, you killed that guy who sucks.
I'd better not leave anything up in here.
Oh, this is just another, this is a male character that was kind of handsome, so I must like him somehow, even though he's a rube and a dumbass. How dare you? And also, I thought Marco fell, so why is Marco here? Run at him? Yep. Okay. This is just Smash Brothers. Oh! Slap!
The gear doesn't look on all the way. I know that hand must have done
Okay,
that. I'd better not leave anything up in
remembering
here.
this sequence now, but I don't know what we're supposed to do. I guess we're supposed to trip it. Like cartoon trip it. Okay. What? Oh, we have an ad. Sorry, we have an ad. I'll be back. I'm so pissed. Alright, let's get in there. Just keep on trying to...
It just looks like some part is missing.
Yeah, I know. We're back in there. Boss fight! Okay. Yeah, that was not... I did not click in the right location. Once again, player, poor click.
I'd better not leave anything up in here.
What? What even was that way to die? It always comes back to Dragon's Lair. I mean, if they had just invented QuickTime events yet, this would have been fine. What? I think I'm just speeding up the footage there, so I don't... Oh. I quit the game. Sorry. That's funny. Oh, come on, let's figure this out. Yeah, I just rage quit. You sure you want to keep playing? No. Get me out of here.
Kyrandia is... My poor stick.
My poor... Can I pick up the stick? It looks like no. I got this. I feel like I'm exhausting ways I could go. It's looking like I gotta make a move here. Ah! Oh wait, so is something happening there? I keep on making it fast forward so I can't tell. So I should go forward again, maybe? Yeah, let's just go forward. Splat! I think I tried going left. Okay, that was backwards actually, not left.
I'd better not leave anything up in here.
Huh. I think I picked a different direction that time. Now, I keep thinking I can do something when that's happening, but I think it's already too late when it's animating. It's not like a quick time. It's not timing based in that way, I don't think. Like, did I already wait too long? Well, I didn't even do anything that time. Squish. Oh wow, I feel like I've tried everything, which is frustrating because like I don't. So I just didn't try the right thing, and I don't know why I'm trying anything. Like I don't know what. Like there's the right way to go and a wrong way to go. I actually don't trip your... I don't know what Marco's trying to do. It kind of looks like he's trying to help me trip it, but like I tried
gear
moving
doesn't
forward
look
and
on
it didn't
all the
work.
way. I know that hand must have done this. I'd better not leave anything up in here.
But like it's already too late when I'm seeing him doing that, right?
My poor...
Yeah, but like by the time he's animating that way, I've already lost. What? I don't know what just happened there. I thought I did the same thing I've done like 8 times.
My poor...
You don't have to wait for him. I don't even know what you mean. Like, literally I press left, and that's the only thing that lets me win. And then I press down, and that's the only thing that... And I hit the menu instead of pressing down, so I lost. This sequence is not my friend.
Kyrandia.
I swear I did that. I swear I clicked forward.
How disgusting.
Whatever.
At least Kyrandia is safe now.
Sure, but I shouldn't have had to do all this in the first place.
Did I hear you say, thanks, Marco, for all your help?
Thanks, Marco, for all your help.
Please stop. You're making me blush.
Wait, so like, if you don't do all the seemingly
couldn't have
optional
done it
things to
without
save him, what
Had me
happens?
Come on, sweetheart. Let's go home. I've got 2 magic parachutes hidden outside.
Sweetheart.
Thanks for playing. Alright, we
Boy,
did it.
That was a close call.
You said it, pal. I, for one, am never going hunting again.
Same ending and you could just leave him? But like, you had to do things. Like, none of that mattered? That's interesting.
How many times do I have to tell you? You're a toad.
No, oh. Like, not a frog?
Oh no, we're out of cheese.
Let's try this earwax. It's orange.
Ew. It serves as a way to help you find the magnet.
Mommy, when do I get the ivy?
What? The sheep talk. Oh.
Get out of here.
What? Farmer got crucified? Merry Christmas? Wow.
You cut and I'll choose.
No, you cut and I'll choose.
I'm still fighting over it.
I still say it was derivative drivel.
Oh, I
You
see.
still wouldn't recognize iambic pentameter if it bit you in the arse.
Ha The pirates, everybody. Oh, okay. Scene lingered for an uncomfortably long time. The players. Narrator, His Royal Highness Brandon, King of Kyrandia, Defender of Kyrandia. I saw this on the Wikipedia article. This is majority stock owner and CEO of Timber Mist Casual Footwear Inc. Very good. Wait, did Brandon even speak in this, or is that the joke? Like Brandon's just like AWOL, right? Oh, no, Brandon speaks at the opening. Right, he's the narrating at the very, very start. Scarecrow, Fat Guard, Skinny Guard, The Hand, Sheriff, Captain Bob, Octopus. That's an octopus. I thought it was squid. Pirate, Other Pirate, Another Pirate, Squawky the Pirate. Oh, The Hand. That's funny. Well, who's the foot? Ma? Pa? The other mystic? The hand? That is a good bit. Oh, foot! Speedy Dawn Hunter Zinger. Yep, they got the foot. Stunt hand. Yeah, you can't have the hand doing its own stunts. The foot, however, did its own stunts. Really impressive work. Jumped on that jack all by itself. Ooh, I like the Code Jammers font there. Look at that. That's cool. I actually want to steal that. The little gradient spinning around. That's fun. They gonna do that again? We got some jams in this one. Michael, Dark Knight, Lightener. Oh wow, Deltarune reference. Any resemblance in this game to persons or appendages, living or dead, is purely coincidental. You see a hand that looks like this? Don't worry, it is probably not the disembodied hand of a giant magician that once ruled the universe. Get him. Creepy. Wow. Can I do something here? Fun. Yeah, so Malcolm's just like in the junkyard here, which is where we first see him in the beginning of the third game, when lightning hits him. So this is very foreshadowing. But I don't think it don't click? Okay. Nice teaser, yeah. Did they already have the third game planned, or is this just like the inspiration for the third game? Oh! Oh! That scream! Alright, thank you for telling me not to click. Oh! The game closed. All right. Well, that was that. Thanks again to the Petrified Forest, by the way, for this. And I do think that'll be it for today, because I don't necessarily need to just, like, filler. we beat the game. We got there. We did it. Let's see who's still alive. Yeah. No, perfect conclusion. Yeah, well, I'm gonna start Malcolm's Revenge. I was thinking I might start Malcolm's Revenge as early as Sunday. That could be fun. But if not, I'll start it next Friday. I'll let you know on my socials, so go check out my Blue Sky, which is just Lokno. And that's where I talk about what streams I'm going to do. And I think we'll raid Adam Atmar, who's doing a Symphony of Night race with Yeah. Participating in a Symphony of the Night race. That's fun. That's retro. But yeah, I'll be back doing other stuff. Oh, I'm ready to smell that dairy air. That line is stuck in my head, Midge. You don't even know. Yeah, the suffering. I remember a lot more of Malcolm's Revenge, I think, so maybe some of that will aid me. I did watch a streamer play Malcolm's Revenge briefly, so I might know a couple things, but I wasn't paying enough attention. So we'll see. Anyway, bye. It was nice having everybody here today. This was a real pleasure. This game was inscrutable at times, but it's also super cool. A lot of fun. And yeah, I'm excited to revisit Malcolm's Revenge because I feel like we gotta play them all. Yeah, thank you, Kep, for all your assistance and tell me about little Easter eggs and stuff. That was always fun. And everybody else who showed up today. And let's go say hi to Adam.